You ready? You good? You good? Good? Okay. Good morning. I'm going to call the meeting to order. We welcome all our members of the public, and we welcome you to our regularly scheduled meeting of the LA County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, February 27th, 2024. We take note that a full complement of the board is present: the Chief Executive Officer, County Counsel, Interim Executive Officer, and the Sergeant at Arms are all here to assist. We'll begin today's board meeting with the county's land acknowledgement. The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and to elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, the Fernandino Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians, Quiche Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, San Fernando Band of Mission Indians. To learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit our website. And I also want to remind everyone to vote by March 5th. We want to make sure everyone is participating in our election. The invocation today will be led by Rabbi Yossi Mintz, Executive Director of the Friendship Foundation in Redondo Beach in the 2nd District, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Daniel Hermosillo, former Sergeant, United States Army from Sylmar in the 3rd District. If you are able, please stand.
Thank you. Our God and God of our fathers, bless us with the threefold blessing written in the Bible by Moses, your servant. Yivarechecha Adonai v'yishmerecha, Yer Adonai panav elecha v'chonecha, Yisa Adonai panav elecha v'yasem lecha shalom. May God bless you and guard you. May God shine his countenance upon you and be gracious to you. May God turn his countenance toward you and grant you peace. A vital aspect in God's creation is for all people to live and work together, for a civilized society that operates in harmony with people joined together to enact a legal system for the purpose of building an environment where people are free to grow, free to produce, free to pursue a better lives for themselves and for others. This is the purpose of government, to build a community where people can thrive as only human beings are capable, so they are free to serve God to the best of their ability. Honorable County Supervisors, each of you have been elected by your constituents as their representative. You were not chosen because you are better than them, those who elected you. You were chosen because we invested the power in you to make a positive difference for our country and our county. That means each one of you honorable supervisors have an enormous power to make a positive difference for millions of people who you represent. It is easy to lose sight of this lofty goal when you're bogged down with political mechanism which demands so much of your attentions and the political winds that pull you in different directions. Therefore, we turn to God to bestow the blessings on you, our county supervisors, to provide you with the wisdom, the balance of right individuals, the community, and the businesses to enact laws that institute policies that will bring God's blessings of peace, goodness, and blessings upon you and everyone in this wonderful county of Los Angeles. Protect this county, its leaders, its citizens. Let our county continue to be a beacon of light and example for others. Let peace and prosperity and justice and tranquility reign over this county and all of us forever. Guide us in the ways of your covenant, which you made with Noah, our common ancestor of all humanity. and the universal commandments that you have instructed him to worship you alone, to respect your holy name, to respect human life, to respect family, to respect property, to be merciful to animals, and to follow the rules of government that safeguard and enhance the sacred commandments. May it be favorable in God's eyes to bless the United States of America, the state of California, the county of Los Angeles. Bless our wonderful supervisors, the county officials, and all the citizens of Los Angeles, all the times, every moment, with his peace and blessings. We finish off with Oseh Shalom Bimromav. He who makes peace on high, may he bring peace upon you and all humanity, and let us all say together, Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'll now turn it to Supervisor Mitchell for a presentation.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues, and everyone who's joined us today. Please join me again in welcoming Rabbi Yossi Mintz to today's board meeting. Says it's his first time here at the Kenneth Hahn Hall of Administration, so we welcome you. Thank you for braving the traffic and the parking. We appreciate you. He's the executive director of the Friendship Foundation in the city of Redondo Beach, which he founded 17 years ago to advocate for neurodivergent children and teens and young adults. Today, they have over 50 friendship school clubs and have helped over 3,500 students through their clubs. We have been proud to partner with you in expanding the clubs and in supporting students in attending your summer camp, so we thank you for that. Rabbi Yossi also partners with our office in the South Bay Community Coalition Against Hate. He is the founder and director of the Jewish Community Center Shabbat of the South Bay. And I have to extend a personal thank you for giving me, I'll call it a hall pass to avoid the polar plunge this year. So thank you. I told the rabbi, as my grandfather would say, that's for young people. And so thank you for the hall pass. Appreciate you. Okay. Rabbi Yossi, thank you so much for your commitment to the 2nd District, its residents, and for giving today's timely and heartfelt invocation. We thank you very much, and on behalf of my colleagues and I, it gives me great honor to present you with this certificate of appreciation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now I would like to thank Daniel Hermosillo for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance today. Daniel served in the Army from June 2006 through December 2016, including in Kosovo and Afghanistan. Before leaving the Army, he was a Sergeant Human Intelligence Collector. While serving, Daniel received many commendations, including the Joint Accommodation Medal, Army Achievement Medal with 1 oak leaf cluster, Army Reserve Achievement Medal, National Defense Medal, Kosovo Campaign Medal with Bronze Service Star, Afghanistan Campaign Medal with 2 campaign stars, and Global War on Terrorism Medal. After leaving the Army, Daniel utilized his VA benefits to complete his BS in Workforce Education and Development from the Southern Illinois University and his MA in Clinical Psychology with an emphasis in marriage and family therapy from Pepperdine. We need that. He currently has his own private practice in which he provides counseling services to both veterans and community members. Daniel is also the program manager for Los Angeles County's Service District 3 Veteran Peer Access Program Network team. He directs his team to provide veterans and military families with peer-related services, financial assistance, benefits navigation services, and to build relationships with community partners to further support veterans. During his leisure time, I don't even know how you have any with all of that, Daniel volunteers as the service officer at the local Veterans of Foreign Wars Post 3834 and as the president-elect at the San Fernando Valley, California Association of Marriage and Family Therapists. I am grateful to have Daniel with us today and for his service to our country and his continued service in our county and to the 3rd District. Thank you very much. We will now have the pet presentation from Supervisor Barger.
Thank you. I'm going to let him hold little Olivia.
Oh,
Olivia is a 5-year-old Chihuahua, and she is spayed and currently available at our Baldwin Park Animal Care Shelter. She's a little nervous, so I'm letting him hold her. But what Olivia and our pet of the week up from the Antelope Valley have in common is that, unfortunately, Olivia's mom and dad had to give her up for adoption because they were moving into an apartment that didn't accept pets. And so she is very, very sweet. She can be adopted by calling 562-940-6898, or you can go to animalcare.lacounty.gov. And you can also drop by the Baldwin Park Animal Care Center Monday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. And now the Palmdale pet is a pup from Palmdale. Tyson is a neutered 8-month-old Labrador Retriever and German Shepherd mix. Sadly, Tyson's prior owners had to move, so he was surrendered at the Palmdale Care Center, along with his sister Canelo, who also needs a home. Tyson is playful and has a big heart. If you're ready to give Tyson the TLC that he desperately needs, please call the Palmdale Care Center at 661-575-2888. And then also just remember that the rainy day promotion that is provided has the adoption fees waived when it rains. So pick a perfect pet at animalcare.lacounty.gov. And this is Olivia. And, you know, I have to wonder, and I think for Animal Care and Control, how many people have to surrender their pets when they move? And what he was telling me is that with people facing foreclosure and being forced to move into apartments, you're seeing more and more animals being brought into our shelters. So I think that's something we're going to have to look at. But this one is very, 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 very sweet. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Assemblymember Haney has a bill about that right now, so very timely. Thank you very much. With that, we will move on to today's agenda. Executive Officer, please call the agenda.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Today's agenda will begin on page 2, Consent Calendar, Board of Supervisors, items 1 through 29. On item 1, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 3, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. On item 4, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 5, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. Also, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 8, this includes a correction as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 15, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On items 16 and 18, Supervisor Barger requests that these items be held. On item 19, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. Also, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On items 24 and 25, Supervisor Mitchell requests that these items be held. On page 22, Administrative Matters, items 30 through 78. Item 35 relates to item 79. On item 39, the Director of Health Services requests that this item be continued 1 week to March 6, 2024, as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 42, the Director of Mental Health requests that this item be continued 1 week to March 6, 2024, as indicated on the posted agenda. On item 45, Supervisor Mitchell is recusing herself from the vote pursuant to Government Code Section 84308 because she received a contribution or contributions of more than $250 within the past 12 months from Paul Viviano, who is a party, participant, or agent of a party or participant in the proceeding. On item 47, Supervisor Barger is recusing herself from the vote pursuant to Government Code Section 84308 because she received a contribution or contributions of more than $250 within the past 12 months from Al Sinella, who is a party, participant, or agent of a party or participant in the proceeding. On item 48, Supervisor Mitchell is recusing herself from the vote pursuant to Government Code Section 84308 because she received a contribution or contributions of more than $250 within the past 12 months from Corinne Sanchez, who is a party, participant, or agent of a party or participant in the proceeding. On item 52, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. This item relates to item 2D. On item 59, Supervisor Barger is recusing herself from the vote pursuant to Government Code Section 84308 because she received a contribution or contributions of more than $250 within the past 12 months from Oak Ridge Landscape Incorporated, who is a party participant or agent of a party or participant in the proceeding. On item 67, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. On page 57, ordinance for introduction, item 79 relates to item 35. On page 58, separate matter, item 80 includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 59, special district agendas. This is the agenda for the Los Angeles County Development Authority. On item 2D, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. This item relates to item 52. On page 62, this is the agenda for the Regional Park and Open Space District. On page 63, notices of closed session. On items CS2 and CS3, these items are additions as indicated on the supplemental agenda. The requests for continuances through CS3 are before you.
Moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Barger. Without objection, that will be the order. Executive Officer, please play our code of conduct.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
For those who are following along, today we will begin with item 67, followed by items 3, 5, 18, 16, and 19 in that order. Then item 24, which will be taken up with item 25, and finishing with item 52 and its related item 2D, followed by the remaining items not held by the board and general public comment. Before we begin, Executive Officer, please read the call-in information that was also provided on the agenda and explain our speaking rules.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For members of the public wishing to participate remotely, as indicated on the agenda, please call 877-226-8163 and use participant code number 133-6503. Members of the public participating remotely and in the boardroom, you will have the opportunity to address the board throughout the meeting. You will receive 1 minute to address the board on items held by supervisors and up to a total of 3 minutes on all remaining items and general public comment for a total of 6 minutes for this meeting. Please note, once your time has expired, we will immediately move on to the next speaker. Please monitor your time and the items you're signing up for, as your name will not be called once your time has elapsed. For members of the public joining us remotely, when the board moves to the item you wish to address, promptly press 1, then 0 to be moved from the listening queue to the speaking queue. Please remember to turn down the volume on your device as soon as the moderator calls on you, or there will be an echo. You will need to press 1, then 0 for each item you would like to speak. To ensure that we hear from both in-person and telephonic speakers, we will alternate between the two speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so. We will begin by taking in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers.
Thank you very much. We'll begin with item 67, report on the county's role in pre-arraignment release protocols, which I held. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Judge Songhai Armstead, Director of Justice, Care, and Opportunities, David Slayton, Executive Officer, Clerk of the Los Angeles Superior Court, Assistant Sheriff Sergio Aloma, Laura Jane Kessner, Acting Assistant District Attorney, and Maggie Carter, Chief DOJ Compliance Officer, Chief Executive Office, will make a presentation. And our sheriff is with us today too. Welcome. As you're taking your seats, I'll note that last July, the Superior Court of Los Angeles County announced new pre-arraignment release protocols, otherwise known as PARP, to reduce reliance on money bail for nonviolent and non-serious felonies and misdemeanors, which all of this went into effect on October 1st. And just before then, we had sort of an advice on how it was going to work out and what each of our panelists today would be looking for, and I applaud the court for addressing the income inequality disparity by putting in place a system that lessens the court's dependence on cash bail system while also offering important safeguards for community safety. And as we approach our 5-month mark from the start of PARP, a public review of how the new bail system is working and what can be improved is timely, and I know that's why you're here today, so I will turn it to you.
Okay. Thank you so much for this time, supervisors. We appreciate it. As you've already stated, this is an update since our last presentation. We will start with an update from the court, and then we will go on to the Sheriff's Department, then Justice, Care, and Opportunities. The District Attorney will give an update, and then CEO, DOJ Compliance Officer as well. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is David Slayton. I'm the Executive Officer and Clerk of the Superior Court. Thank you so much for allowing us to be here today. Wanted to give you an update now almost 5 months in to the implementation of PARP. We were here about 5 months ago today, I think, to give you a highlight of what was coming. Well, now that we have 5 months in, we can tell you how it's going so far and happy to answer your questions. One thing I wanted to point out is what we've done to try to address questions and issues. As you all know, there's been a lot of interest in this issue, and so we've been very busy in reaching out to people. We've had multiple meetings with city and county officials, including with each of you or your justice deputies. Thank you all for reaching out and participating in those discussions. We've met with the sheriff, of course, as well as the chiefs of police for all the county agencies multiple times. Basically, anyone who's asked us to meet with them, we've been there to meet with them and try to explain how it's working. We've prepared 2 extensive data reports and held a press conference to release that. We felt it was really important from 3 weeks in. I know some people criticized us for just releasing 3 weeks worth of data, but we felt it was so important to get that data out early that we did so, and we've continued to release data along the way. I'll have an announcement on data in just a few minutes at the end of this as well. And then we've had, obviously, hundreds of inquiries from probation officials, law enforcement agencies, and continue to respond to those as we can. And lastly, we produced FAQs for law enforcement and the public to really understand better what bail is. It is a somewhat complicated issue for people who aren't familiar with it. To talk a little bit about PARP expectations, what did we expect and what was the intention of the court's efforts? The first is that it's important for people to remember that the expectation was that bail is not about punishment. Bail is about ensuring that people can be safely released or not based upon their risk to the public, risk to the victim, and their likelihood of showing up to court. That is the constitutional purpose of bail, and it's the requirement that the judges are required to take when they're setting bail conditions. One of the things that, as Supervisor Horvath just mentioned, was to make sure that those bail decisions were made pursuant to the Constitution and not based upon wealth. So the decision about whether or not someone is in our jail pre-arraignment is not based upon whether or not they have access to money, but really more about whether or not they are a risk to the public, risk to the victim, or a risk of flight. It's important to remember that the new protocol only apply pre-arraignment. So that's the period of time from when they're booked into jail until the time they show up to arraignment, which if they're in custody, that could be 48 hours, or it could be if they're out of jail 30 days or so till they come back to court the first time. So it's the short period of time at the beginning of their from the time they're booked. A reminder that it only applies to non-violent, non-serious offenses, those that are designated by the legislature as such. And judges are really looking at basing the conditions of release on that person's individualized risk to public or victim safety or likelihood of returning to court. And again, that's regardless of wealth. If you look at the previous cash bail system that was in place, there was really no decision looking at that individualized risk. It was really a number that was placed in, a monetary amount that was placed in the bail schedule, and if the person could make that amount, they would get out. If they couldn't make it, they would stay in, and that really had nothing to do with that individual's risk. And so we've really shifted to this individualized risk determination. So let's talk about what hasn't changed. This is always important to remember. We have not changed how we deal with serious or violent offenses. There's some statutory restrictions on what we can do on that, but basically, if there's a serious or violent offense, things such as domestic violence, murder, rape, smash and grab robberies, those are still under the monetary bail system, the money bail system. And so far in the first 5 months, about 41% of all bookings countywide are in that category. So 41% are in that serious or violent offenses. So we won't be speaking about those today because those weren't really impacted by the changes. On those cases, the release is really based only on that person's ability to pay. There's really still no individualized risk in those cases simply because of some statutory restrictions on what we could do. So let's talk about what we have done and what we've seen so far. In the first 5 months, we, of course, have under PARP these cite and release and book and release offenses, as well as offenses which automatically go to magistrate review. So when we look at cite and release and book and release, these are individuals that law enforcement chooses to book into jail. And once they're booked, unless there's an elevation, which I'll talk about in a minute, those individuals are released from custody with a condition that they show back up to court and commit new offenses. And that's about 32% of all bookings total, 13 and 19% combined. 32% of all bookings are in that cite and release and book and release category. About 23% of all the bookings fall into an automatic magistrate review, which means when those folks get booked into jail, they are going to wait for a magistrate to look at their case information, their risk, and they will make appropriate conditions of release or determinations that person, there are no conditions that are available to successfully release that person to the community without risking public safety, victim safety, or flight risk. So that's really how the numbers have been dropping, I've been showing across the county. I want to point out something really important, though, that we've had to remind people a lot, which is just because an offense in the bail schedule falls under that BR/CR category does not mean that a law enforcement officer can't elevate that to MR. So if a law enforcement officer has information that shows that an individual is an enhanced risk to public safety or victim safety or a flight, they can request that a magistrate review that case and make a determination about what's the appropriate release conditions. And so that's happening in about 13% of all cases in that cite and release and book and release category. So if we talk about what's happening at magistrate review, those individuals are really being looked at for their individual risk factors. So what's their criminal history look like? What is their current offense? What information has law enforcement provided to them? What are their previous failures to appear? So really the judge is doing an evaluation of that person to try to set what the appropriate release conditions are. I'll show you an example of a real report that our magistrates get. This is automatically produced when someone is fingerprinted anywhere in the county. And you'll see, this is just an example from October, right after we went live, where you can see that on the left-hand side of the screen, this person was a 6 out of 6 risk score on new criminal activity. 6 out of 6 on failure to appear. If you look at the far right of the screen, you'll see this person has a pretty extensive histories of failure to appear at court. If you look at the next score is NCA, or new criminal activity. This person's a 6 out of 6 on that. And if you look at the middle of the screen, you will see a pretty extensive criminal rap sheet conduct where we have a bunch of couple of pending cases, a bunch of previous convictions, and a bunch of previous sentences. And then we, of course, see the current charge listed there as well. And the last thing is a new violent criminal activity flag, which looks at what is the risk of that person going out and committing new violent criminal activity. And that's based on factors such as whether or not they have previous violent convictions and other things. So a judge is looking at all this information as well as information provided by law enforcement and the current offense in making determinations of bail. In this instance, you can see the decision that was made by the magistrate, and that was that this person be held for further review at arraignment. And what that means is basically that the person's going to remain in custody pending arraignment, which will happen in 48 hours, where a public defender will be there, alternative public defender, a district attorney or city attorney will be there to present information to the judge, and then there will be a formal charging document available. The judge will take all that information and arguments by the lawyers to determine whether or not that person can be safely released and what those conditions would look like. On the other hand, you can see cases like this, which is an individual who's a 110 on the risk score, which is the lowest risk score someone could have. And you can see on the right side, no previous failures to appear, no previous cases. So this person was ordered conditionally released from custody. Just to go back for a second, this person that was held awaiting arraignment could not get out of custody by posting any money amount of bail. Before, this person could have paid their way out of jail. But because they were so risky, the decision is made that this person is going to remain in custody pending a determination by a judge at arraignment. Versus the second situation where the individual is very low risk, they don't have to pay any money to get out of jail. They could be a person with absolutely no resources and they would not be held in jail because they've been ordered released. And that is a huge change from the previous system, which was based on wealth. So let's talk about what's happening at magistrate review. What we've seen in the first 5 months is about 87.1% of those who are being reviewed by the magistrates are being held until arraignment. And about 75% of those people are in that moderate to high risk category. So just straight up on their risk score of committing new criminal activity, about 75% of them are in that high risk, moderate to high risk area. On the other hand, about 11.5% of those folks are being released on monetary conditions. And 89% of those people are low-risk individuals who might otherwise have been awaiting in jail, but instead the judges are ordering them released from custody. So what do we see? We see that, again, those who are being held, temporarily held, are in mostly, the vast majority of them are in that medium to high-risk category. And those that are being ordered released, the vast majority are in the low-risk category. So sort of sifting and sorting into appropriate buckets that really meet the constitutional purpose of bail, which is to try to protect the public and victim safety and make sure people show up to court. So you might be asking yourself, wow, that's a really high number. What about the 25% of people that are on the lower risk end that are being held? We've dug into that data because we are very concerned about making sure we're watching all this data. So there's sort of a story behind that. That 75% number and 25% of low risk is based on new criminal activity. When you look at other information that's provided, for instance, probation gathers information that law enforcement's provided to them or they found from other out-of-county arrests or convictions, and they provide that information. That's about, another 30% of those folks come into that area where they're escalated up higher. We also see a lot of people who have a low new criminal activity risk score, but a high failure to appear risk score. So you kind of, judges are taking that into effect at the same time. And then there are a number who really are ineligible for release under the statute because they failed to appear so many times. So we see that there's a sort of a story behind the story of those that are being held as well. One of the things that we're wanting to do is to make sure that this data can be available all of the time to anyone who's interested. And so today we'll be sending out a press release and announcing a new data dashboard that's available for anyone to look at anytime they want on our website. So this is just a couple of screenshots from it, but people can look by day. They can look and see kind of what's happening. So all the data we're providing to you today will be available to any member of the public that's interested in looking, so straight from our public website. So it'll look at the number of bookings per day, what the types of categories they're being booked under, what the release decisions look like, and what that risk-release relationship is, as Rich mentioned. So a couple of other things that we would love to see is additional services provided by the county. As you know, the county is responsible for providing pretrial services, and there are a number of things that judges have indicated they would love to see, and those include things such as electronic monitoring for those on the higher end risk of the scales, substance abuse disorder treatment, housing assistance, anger management courses, transportation support, mental health treatment, and then case management and monitoring with reports to the court if there are lack of engagement on that. Some of these services are provided right now voluntarily by JCOD, but there's not much use of those currently, and the inability of the court to order those hampers our ability to perhaps release more individuals who are in that moderate to high risk category. So something that would be helpful for us to continue talking about. And then one more thing I wanted to point out to you is what we're doing with regard to technology. We are working with law enforcement agencies across the county to adopt a new citation form, which is a statewide adopted form that became effective January 1st. And the real important part of this form is it includes a cell phone number and email address so we can do text reminders and email reminders of coming to court, something we know is one of the most effective ways of getting people to show back up to court. We're also looking at ways to use the fingerprint system to support notifications, working with the county's ISAB to make sure the data is flowing back and forth, and beginning to work on trying to make that notification system work more effectively. So as I wrap up here, I want to talk about a few more things that aren't in the slides, which are, I think you're going to hear in just a few minutes from one of the other presenters on the panel that the PARPs aren't meeting expectations regarding the county's jail population or ensuring release with conditions for the majority of those who are arrested. The focus of this argument is going to be on those who are being held at the magistrate review stage. So I wanted to address a couple of those things. First, the goal of the PARP was not to address overcrowding in the county's jails. In fact, controlling the county's jail population is not the court's constitutional responsibility in setting bail policy. So to do this, the court's aim was to create an equitable constitutional pretrial release system that's not based strictly on access to money, but rather tailors their release conditions to the risk to public safety and victim safety in returning to court. So the PARPs are working as intended, protecting public and victim safety while ensuring that those who present little risk don't languish behind bars simply because they can't afford to pay bail. Let me provide a few facts to back that up. Despite the court's focus not being on jail population, this is huge, what I'm about to tell you, we've seen a 21% decrease in average bookings per day compared to when the emergency bail schedules were in place. So since October 1st, if you compare that with emergency bail schedules, a 21% decrease in bookings, meaning that we're seeing less people hit the front door of the jail altogether. Those individuals are not being booked into jail and they're not being seen by a magistrate. Also, if you add on to that many low-risk offenders under PARP are not even being seen by a magistrate because they are simply being booked and released by law enforcement because the bail schedule designates them as BR or CR and they're required to be booked and released. That's another 32% of all bookings countywide. So if you add those two things together, there are a lot of people who are never even going to see a magistrate because the bail schedule is working as intended. For the arrestees that do go before a magistrate review, and I'll remind you, based upon those two previous factors, these would be the more serious offenses under the PARP that have been classified as MR, or because they've been elevated to MR because law enforcement has information to say that they are a risk. Those folks, once they get there, are likely to be the most risky of the individuals that are remaining in the system. And so a lot of those people are being held because of their risk as was required by the Constitution. It's true that magistrates are holding a lot of people that go before them, but it's also important to remember that the purpose of bail constitutionally is to make sure we're considering those individuals' risk and that's what judges are doing. Of the 25% that I talked about earlier that are being released, being held based upon their risk of reoffending, again, it's important to note that a lot of information that's coming in from other sources are showing why those individuals should be held. So I've got some more data behind that, but I won't share it unless you have specific questions. I'll just remind you all that we think that there would potentially be additional releases if there were additional conditions available that the judges could use, but right now those are not widely available. As a reminder, the purpose of bail is to make sure that people show up to court and to reduce the risk of to the public, victims, and the community. That's what magistrates are looking at as they make these bail determinations. They're not making determinations with the goal of reducing the county's jail population or ensuring that we're meeting quotas regarding how many people are released. It's an individualized determination based on risk, and that's what's happening. In summary, PARP was not instituted with quotas or targets in mind. To believe that the court has targets for either the number of reviews, the number of individuals held pretrial, is to fundamentally misunderstand the role of the bench and the principle of separation of powers. Judicial officers are using their discretion to make the best, safest possible decisions for our communities, and we believe that it's working. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning to all of you. David, thank you. I don't want to only thank David for being here today and giving a really good presentation, but he's actually been very instrumental throughout our county to come out and speak to people who are realistically on both sides of this issue. Not everybody agrees on this, but when Dave comes out and reports the facts, it really lights that light bulb to say, you know what, maybe there is a better way of doing this. So thank you for your leadership throughout all this. My comments will be very short, and I'm really here to answer questions from any of you. But based on the 5 months of data, I'm really encouraged on what I see preliminarily. I think it was clear for us, and I think we're leading the way in LA County throughout the nation, that we want a system that is fair and just. And at the end of the day, if we can talk about the fact that low-risk individuals are being cited and booked and released, and at the same time, we believe from what we're seeing, again, preliminarily, that high-risk individuals are temporarily being held in jail till they're arraigned. So even though from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department perspective, we're still adjusting to the system. Our employees are still learning, we're training. When something does go wrong, we adjust to it. And then more importantly, we're communicating and sharing with our communities that there is a different way of doing business. Again, I would like to see an entire year of data before I sit up here with flags saying this is awesome. But I believe, are on the right path at this time. And that's why I'm grateful that from the very beginning, that we in law enforcement, including myself, was sitting at the table, working these things out with our judges, and they listened. We didn't agree on everything. And then we also continue to communicate so we make adjustments as time moves forward. So with that, I will turn it over to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, supervisors. We're here to give an update on what has happened in the JCOT department since the launch of PARP. So as you know, when PARP launched, we also launched the call center and also Justice Connect. Originally, the design was to make sure that we had voluntary services for those who wanted help, that they would be connected to the services that they needed. So currently, we provide a number of services, including court reminders to help people get back to court, including calls and text messages. We provide transportation from custody to housing. We also provide what we now call care management, what we used to call case management, that helps a person link to care. Care management can link a person to not only having ongoing care management, they can link them to jobs, training, housing, mental health treatment, substance use disorder treatment. It's not instantaneous, but it does happen through care management. There, we have the website and we have the call center. The call center operates 7 days a week, so that's every day of the week from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m., including an hour after law enforcement stops releasing people, so people still have time to connect. So since the launch, and people are still getting to know that we even exist, we've had 577 total calls, which we're pretty excited about, and you can see minus the small drop around the holidays, the numbers are continuing to go up, and this is the data as of last week. So we've had majority males, a number of female callers, some who identify as transgender. Then we have 37% who identify as Latino, 31% Black, 15% white, and 3% Asian Pacific Islander, and others. Most people have needed transportation services. 116 have been asked to be connected to housing. Several have needed connection to employment services and education, and about 63 have been asked to be connected to mental health services. And as all of you all know, there's a process to be connected to those services, so it takes longer. We're also excited about, we have these little cards that say arrested or released that are in law enforcement agencies and in the courts, so people know that they can be connected. We're working on court reminder forms that also has the information so people know how to connect. And then we have the one sheets that are out where people can scan to go directly to the website and has all of the information. And also we'll be reaching out to all of your offices, so hopefully we can get this information included in your newsletters as well, so that we can get it out to the community more broadly. Oh, last thing, this is also in a number of languages, so also if you call the call center, we have interpretation services available, and we also have all of these documents in English and in Spanish. Okay, so what is available now versus what is available in what we're working on in the future? The list that you saw earlier, we received that we've been asking the courts for a list of what services they would like to see. They provided us with that on Wednesday of last week, so we now know what they want to see in the future. We'll need some policy decisions from the board related to electronic monitoring, if that is something. We know that the defense bar has a lot of concern around people being connected to electronic monitoring without representation, so that will be a decision that we'll need from the board on how to proceed in that manner, but that is something that the courts have asked for repeatedly in order to do more releases prior to arraignment. So when we talk about pre-arraignment here, currently if you call the call center, we can connect you to all the services that I said previously. None of them are mandated. There is not a mechanism currently where a person at time of arrest can be connected to services. We are working with the CEO asking for some initial positions for pretrial services to launch some pilot locations where we can have staff actually in courthouses and staff in law enforcement facilities that can link people in real time. And we're also working for a mechanism where we can see the information from law enforcement agencies so that we can follow up with individuals after they have been released to help connect them and encourage them to be connected to services. But we do have the staff based on contract who are able to do that now. And as you can see through each process, whether it's pre-arraignment and even arraignment and beyond, we have current services available now, and we're working on what that will look like in the future with additional funding and additional staffing. And as I said, all of these services are available, but they're all voluntary, and it takes some time, so they're not instantaneous. So if a magistrate person said, I'll release you today if you go to 5 mental health classes between now and your arraignment, there's no mechanism for that to happen. That would have to happen through DMH. And as you know, a person has to be screened. They have to see if they qualify. We have to connect them to their proper insurance to make sure that those services are available. And the same is true also for substance use disorder. However, the call center does connect a person to a SINS representative that can get a person connected to mental health services over the phone if they call the call center. But once again, it's the individual calling the call center. Or if the call center has the individual's information, they can call them and link them to those additional services. But as I said previously, transportation, housing, court reminders, care management, employment, education, and linkage to other services are available today through the call center, and these services are available throughout the entire county. And with that, I will pause and turn it over to the DA.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Laura Jane Kestner. I'm an Assistant Bureau Chief with the District Attorney's Office. My comments are going to be brief because, frankly, our role in pre-arraignment protocols is very limited. We see the case when law enforcement presents it to us, we make a filing decision. That said, public safety is top of mind for the district attorney's office. We've been watching this closely. We have been watching the data very closely. We have made one significant change in our processing that I wanted to bring to the board's attention. We have requested that all of our law enforcement partners provide our cases to us within 10 days of arrest for all persons that are released under the magistrate review. And then secondly, for those who have been arrested for serious or violent felonies but bail out using cash bail, are not eligible for PARP, we want to see those cases just as quickly as we can. So when we're in arraignment and the defendant is represented by counsel and we've had a chance to talk to the victim, we can make an informed decision about what's the appropriate release protocols for them at arraignment. So with that, I'm going to conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'm Maggie Carter. I'm the county's Chief DOJ Compliance Officer. Thank you again, Chair Horvath and supervisors, for this important discussion. I'd also like to thank the LA Superior Court Administration, led by David Slayton, and also including a number of other people from his team for their communication with the county as PARP is rolled out, with their partnership with county departments on supports for those released under PARP, and their work to try to create a more equitable bail system based on data regarding risks to public safety and failure to appear instead of on ability to pay. As your board knows, important parts of the county's plans to come into compliance with the U.S. Department of Justice settlement agreement about mental health in the jails include strategies to reduce jail population to help address the mismatch between the jail's growing mental health population and the needed specialty mental health housing and special mental health programming. My office is therefore very interested in the bail schedule and other pretrial rules and processes in place at the LA Superior Court, because the more people who can be safely released pretrial so that they can defend their cases out of custody, the better for our jail population and the better for the county's compliance efforts. Today, I want to focus on 5 things. The first is what we hope for from PARP when this same group was back before your board in September, before PARP launched. Second, what pre-arraignment releases are looking like in the first 20 weeks of PARP and how that compares to what we hoped for and what the court also thought it might see back in September. What that could mean for jail population, third, and then fourth, what we suggest about factors to continue to analyze and monitor as PARP continues to be implemented. And then fifth, I'd like to close with discussing a little bit more detail 2 areas of partnership between the court administration and the county on supports for those released under PARP. First, our hope for PARP. When PARP was first announced, I was very hopeful that it would not only be more equitable than cash bail because it was based on risk instead of ability to pay, but also better for public safety and the jail population because it would result in the safe releases of more low-risk individuals who could remain out of custody pre-trial, still return to court, not commit further offenses. Back in September, when we were last before you, Mr. Slayton presented the court's expectations about how PARP would work and what it would do. At that time, the court anticipated approximately 20% fewer arraignment detentions than under the emergency bail schedule and many more fewer than under cash bail. So if emergency bail, it would be lower than that, much lower than cash bail. The court also anticipated that most individuals who are low risk under the court's PrEP tool would in fact be released. I also remarked, however, when we were back here in September, that the impact on jail population would depend on how PARP was implemented. I noted at that time that the magistrate review category is a very large category of cases where individual magistrates will make independent decisions regarding release and conditions of release. when we were here before you in September, Mr. Slayton indicated that based on the court's data and based on sort of the information informing the PrEP tool, the information informing their tool about failure to appear risk, that release without conditions was likely appropriate in the vast majority of magistrate review cases. But of course, ultimately the decisions would be made by the independent judges on the magistrate review panel. We also noted that bail deviation requests by law enforcement could bring other cases or individuals into that magistrate review process as well. Although at that time and up to the launch of PARP, historically bail deviation had been requested by law enforcement in a very low, relatively small number of cases. And at that time, we encouraged the court to monitor these potential implementation issues to understand if and how they were creating results different from what they initially predicted about how releases would operate in that magistrate review category and in general. So I'm now moving to sort of my second piece, which is sort of what PARP is looking like at 4 weeks, 8 weeks, and 20 weeks. And I'm breaking it down that way because as David Slayton indicated, the court did publish reports at those times that gave us a little bit of data analysis that the court is doing as it's going along. So now that we're about 20 weeks in and have that 4-week and the 8-week look, I think we do have some snapshots about how it was working. At 4 weeks, the court's data indicated that magistrates were holding approximately 64% of those who were in that magistrate review category. Now that was already higher than predicted, but lower than what we see today. Back in September, remember the court's expectation was that a vast majority would be released with no conditions. At 4 weeks, although those who were held by the magistrates in that magistrate review category tended to have a higher percentage of high-risk individuals, so they were holding more high-risk individuals than low-risk individuals. According to the, at that time, 29% of those being held were in fact low risk per the PrEP tool. They were in risk category 1 or 2. At 8 weeks, an even higher percentage of those in the magistrate review category were being held, 84%. About the same percentage were, again, low risk per the PrEP tool, 28%. At 20 weeks, we see an even higher percentage of those in the magistrate review category being held. 87.1% of everyone in the magistrate review category are at this time, and looking back across the whole 20 weeks, being held pre-arraignment, as opposed to the initial expectation that the vast majority would be released. So this number has gone up significantly as PARP has been in effect, and it seems to be increasing over time. And 87.1% means that the magistrates are holding the vast majority of people rather than releasing the vast majority of people. In fact, they're only releasing a small sliver of those who get that risk review. 11.5% are being released without conditions or with what they're calling paper conditions. And as Mr. Slayton explained, 89% of those are low risk per the PrEP tool. But because the vast majority of the individuals in the magistrate review bucket are being held and not released, it's important to sort of reflect on how those percentages are working together and what they mean for the folks who are low risk per the PrEP tool in that magistrate review category. What it means, because we're now at such a high percentage of total holds in that category, is that the magistrate panel judges are holding the vast majority of people in the low risk profile as well as overall. Not as many as there are for the high risk folks. That's an overwhelming percentage, but still the majority of low risk folks in the magistrate review bucket are also being held. And you know, I know I'm probably gonna lose everybody by trying to do math without a visual, but you know, what that breaks down to is that 22% of all, of 22% of the total MR category are low-risk people who are being held. 10% are low-risk people who are being released. So the magistrates are holding over twice as many low-risk individuals in that bucket as they are releasing. And that suggests that what we are not seeing what the court forecasted in September was appropriate based on its own data and model, which was that the vast majority of those who were low risk in that category and in general would be released with no conditions. So that brings me to my third point, that based on this initial data, I think that the county should be concerned that PARP is not likely to have the impact on jail population that we hope for, and perhaps that we may need to safely reduce the number of people incarcerated in the jails pre-trial. When the panel presented back in September, the pretrial population represented over half of the total population in the LA County Jail. At that time, about 6,500 out of a total of 12,700. That was a mid-September number. Since we last met, the county's jail population has continued to decline as PARP was implemented, hitting a low point in mid-December of 12,119 on December 18th. That's 11 weeks into PARP. The pretrial population still is the biggest segment of the jail population. In mid-December, it was 51% of the total jail population. But over the last 2 months, jail population is creeping back up. On Friday, February 23rd, it was 12,477, over 300 more people than in mid-December. And the pretrial population was up nearly the same amount, up by about 225. It's now 52% of the total jail population and still a huge driver of overall bail population. And it's basically back to the level, or it's approaching the level that it was before PARP. Now, there are a lot of things that drive jail population month to month, including seasonality, right? January is generally a higher population month than December, but some analysis that JCOT has done of LASD booking data for the county jail also suggests that that the holds are back up and that the difference in jail bookings between PARP and cash bail, which we had a year ago in January, is eroding. So when the EBS was in effect, both during COVID and initially and during the summer, the county saw booking rates into the jail 15 to 20% lower than under cash bail the year prior. So if we look at this summer when the EBS was temporarily reinstated by the preliminary injunction order in the Urquidy case, we had jail booking rates 15 to 20% lower than the same month the prior year under cash bail. Initially, PARP also looked lower than cash bail. In October of 2023, bookings into the jail were 15% lower under PARP than under cash bail in October 2022. But as that magistrate review hold percentage has increased, the difference in bookings into the jail under PARP and under cash bail has really eroded and reduced and gone way down. And in December, the bookings into the jail under PARP this year, or in 2023, were only 4% lower than in December of 2022 under cash bail. And in January 2024, bookings into the jail were only 3% lower under PARP than they were in January 2023 under cash bail. So because, again, bookings and jail bookings and the pretrial population is such a major driver in the overall bail population, this major difference between how PARP was expected to operate back in September, about 20% more releases than the EBS and substantially more than under cash bail, and how it's actually operating, which seems to be fewer releases than under EBS, it does have the potential as we head further into 2024 to really increase jail population. And we know, based on data that I think is courts data and also data that has been developed in other areas, that there are, criminogenic consequences to individuals who are held in pretrial for even a short period of time, as well as the serious costs to having a large jail population, including for compliance with the DOJ settlement agreement. So we submit that the court administration could continue doing what it's already doing, which is to analyze why PARP is working the way it is working, and include in that why PARP is not working as the court expected it to work back in September, and to refine PARP to maximize the number of people who can be safely released while maintaining a low rate of recidivism and failures to appear. And that's my fourth point, that the court should continue to analyze and share data with the public about why, how PARP is performing and why PARP is performing differently than expected. When the court first published its four-week look at PARP and its 8-week look at PARP, county actors did ask court administration to look deeper at some of the initial facts about PARP, including how PARP was impacting various demographic groups, and to look at this low risk holds category. And we appreciate so much that Mr. Slayton and his team have done some of that analysis and shared it today, and that they've set up a dashboard to share information about PARP with the public. We would encourage the court to continue to analyze the impacts of PARP, to continue to regularly post data for the public and county stakeholders to review, and to evaluate whether PARP is having the intended and the expected impact. From the standpoint of jail population, we continue to be worried about those who are held, even though they are determined to be low risk, especially when there is no law enforcement request for an upward deviation based on the facts of the individual case, and they're low risk on both the FTA tool and the PrEP recidivism risk tool. Mr. Slayton mentioned that again, he has done some of that, and that there are slices of that whole low-risk hold category that can be accounted for either because someone has a high risk of FTA or there was a law enforcement request. But I believe 61% of those low-risk holds, there were none of those factors in place. And so again, that's more than half, and a slice that is worthy of some continued analysis. And I know the court is doing that, and again, we appreciate that. We'd also ask that the court look at those folks for whom there was a request from law enforcement for an upward deviation, that 13% that's moving from CR and BR into MR. That looks like it's a bucket that's really quadrupled under PARP. And specifically, who are those requests impacting? How are the magistrates on the magistrate review panel acting on these requests? And is it consistent with the data that it informed the court's initial expectations about PARP? And if not, are there reasons for that, or possible explanations that they can see in their data? This kind of data will be helpful to understand whether the holds on PARP correlate to data regarding the risk of recidivism while on pretrial release and failures to appear. And ultimately, I think that ultimately is what we're trying to minimize, is those risks. And the court has its tools for doing so. But if we're having holds that don't correspond to the tools, I think it's helpful to understand what do they correspond to, and on that broader level that the PARP data allows us to do, and to use that data and that analysis to continue to refine both the PARP bail schedule and the magistrate panel training.
All of my colleagues have indicated that they're in queue. We're at 40 minutes on your presentation. So is there anything else that you need us to know before we get into questions? Because I'm sure my colleagues have some questions and comments.
Thank you, Supervisor. I'll just finish by thanking the court for 2 pretrial supports that we've been collaborating on. One is a court-based court reminder system for individuals released pre-arraignment, which is very unique and the first of its kind, and I'm hopeful will be ready soon, and has been a big collaboration by the LASD and the court and JCOD and our office. And also on data sharing for purposes of the JCOD call center and supporting that. We really do appreciate that, and thank you again for the opportunity to discuss this important issue.
Anything else before I turn it to my colleagues?
I think we'll just add it to the question, answers to the questions. Thank you.
Great. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you. A lot of information. I want to thank the panel. I think it's overall, I'm very interested in seeing the progress that has been made in the last 5 months, and I'm glad to hear that, you're reporting, Mr. Slayton, that there have been some progress made. And I think there's a lot more that we can do, obviously, because we're so early in the phases. But I want to congratulate you, especially for going out and talking to our different cities and our PDs. That was a big concern, I think, of a lot of us. I know for me, because we had received letters and folks that just said, oh, throw the whole thing out the door. But given the information that you gave preliminarily, even as early as last year, and then up to this date, gives me some relief. And obviously, I think there's areas that we can continue to focus and make more improvements. I'm glad to hear that the collaboration, I think, is a lot better with our cities and with the sheriff. And I do have some questions I wanted to ask regarding, it seems to me there's two views here. One is obviously the courts, and one is DOJ. And for me, what I just heard in terms of this presentation is we have some competing interests here. One is, and I want to state this because I was also under the belief that part of this reform was going to help us alleviate the population in the jail. Quite frankly, we're assuming that would happen if we had this new system put in place. But I understand that we always have to look at risk and public safety. So given the adjustments that are going to be made, I am a bit surprised that through the magistrate referral that seems to be going in a different direction. And my question for you is, what are we doing to help inform our judges into this new system that's in play? Because I still think there are so many other factors out there that could be impacting opinions, especially if information is given to the magistrate, whether it's through probation or through law enforcement. How do we really know that there is good qualitative information that can be judged? So can you maybe touch on that a little bit?
Sure. Thank you, Supervisor Solis. A couple things I think worth noting, and I appreciate the comment that was made that jail population is controlled by lots of factors, and as I mentioned earlier, that's not a primary focus of the courts under the Constitution. And I think if you just take some of these numbers at face value, excuse me, you would think that maybe we could just use a black box to make decisions. And if you just use a black box, then it'll cut perfectly along what the data looks like. That's not what happens in these decisions. To your point, Supervisor Solis, judges have a lot of information before them when they're making these determinations. Sure, they're looking at risk scores of new criminal activity and failure to appear and new violent criminal activity. They're looking at what the offense is, any information law enforcement has provided to them. What is the specific criminal history of this individual? There's a lot of factors that go into this, qualitative, quantitative, and they're using their training. The judges who do this responsibility have been on the bench for a while. They've done this job for many years. They're using all that training and the knowledge they have of how to basically ultimately make a bail decision that's based upon the requirements of the Constitution, which is to protect provide a reduced risk to the public and reduce victim safety, and to make sure people show back up to court. One data point I didn't tell you, and this data is a little bit old at this point, but I think it's important and worth noting. I think we see that happening in that of the people that have been ordered released by magistrates, I can't remember exactly when the date on this, I think it's through the end of last year, only 5 people who'd been ordered released on conditions had reoffended. That's pretty significant. Sure, we'd love that to be 0, but the judges are using that information that they have available to them, and they've been trained on how to consider this information. Again, we can go into a lot of detail about the data. I don't know that this is the best venue for that, but bottom line is they're using all that information to make the decision that's required of them under the Constitution.
Okay, thank you. My next question is for the sheriff. Thank you for being here, Sheriff Luna. I know we've had discussions about this program, and and you have also been called by many of our city PDs and folks out there initially regarding the program, and I'm glad to hear at least that you're comfortable with the direction that the program is going, at least for now, given the data. And wanted to ask you a question regarding training for sheriff. What has come into play since the implementation of the program? What kinds of training, and is there a manual? What is it that's going on that's changing this?
Good morning, Supervisor Solis. And for clarification, I'm rarely ever comfortable. Probably just like you or all of you. Training from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department from day one, I thought the court did a really good job of getting ahead of this, telling us what was coming. Had training sessions not only for police chiefs throughout LA County, but a lot of the key management and leadership positions within the different police departments. And as we rolled this out, we've already talked about David going out and talking about that himself. For us in the Sheriff's Department, our custody division, Assistant Sheriff Sergio Loma, who's sitting behind me, he took the lead on making sure that not only our custody division was well trained through the Inmate Reception Center, but they would go out and train each of our station jails, which is key when people are being brought in. And then ultimately through our detective division, which has a lot to do with filing cases and being involved in some of the more high-profile cases that occur out there, even if they're not involving violent crimes. So we've done pretty well to this point. Have we been perfect? No. There's been times where the community, the media will question us because somebody was released after what they consider to be a very high-profile incident. For example, in Supervisor Mitchell's area, we had a looting event that took place with a family bakery. And there were a lot of concerns and questions about the individuals involved in that incident and booked and released, cite and release, because that was considered a nonviolent crime. But we all worked through it together, the supervisor's office, our department, the DA's office, and the court, and working through that. So I know we're talking about numbers, but as all of you know, as we engage our community in community crime forums, crime or the perception of crime is such a big thing. And when you're telling people that, oh, I'm gonna cite and release somebody who just broke into my home, I can't find too many people who are okay with that, at least the people I encounter. So that's why this training becomes so important. And we continue the training so that we eliminate any gaps that may be out there.
Great. And just lastly for JCOT, I know there's a list that I think on your handout here, services needed by judges. Yeah. And I was wondering if you could kind of go through what that looks like, the ask.
Yes, I will go through line by line. We've been working with the courts they've been working with the judges to kind of come up with what do the judges want, what would they like to see as part of pretrial services. We received the final list last Wednesday, and we received the list. Some of these services we provide voluntarily already. So for instance, the care management piece, we already serve, I will say from last January through last week, we served 5,699 people voluntarily who wanted care management. So we're serving a number of people. They're not all in pretrial, but we're serving a number of people who are coming in voluntarily who want case management. The average person stays enrolled for 144 days. Since January, we have 548 people who have enrolled in care management. So there are people who are coming in voluntarily for help. Many of them have already been incarcerated and now realizing that they want some more support. But in the pretrial space specifically, the courts are asking for electronic monitoring. This came up in our preliminary discussions, if you all remember. And there was a lot of discussion there about whether or not the county should provide electronic monitoring without representation prior to arraignment. It is available at arraignment and beyond through probation if the court orders it. I'm not sure that the supervisors that you all have landed on a policy decision in that way. I know there's a lot of resistance from the defense bar about ordering electronic monitoring prior to representation, but that is one of the things that they've asked for. It would be a logistical challenge, but it can be done if that's the direction that the board decides to go. The next request is for substance use disorder treatment. Currently, if a person calls our call center, we do connect them to the SASH helpline through DPH in real time. Like, we connect them in real time, do the information, and then they go through that process through DPH. So they are able to do that, once again, if they call voluntarily. Housing assistance, we currently will provide a person and connect them to housing. We're working with LAHSA to make housing more readily available, but we do pay for housing where we'll put a person on an emergency bed, and our care management people will work on a long-term housing plan for an individual. Anger management courses can also be provided through care management. But once again, it's voluntary. It's not mandatory if a person chooses to engage in that way. We do not report back to the court whether or not a person is compliant. It's all voluntary currently today. The courts would like it to be mandatory that we report every time a person violates back to the court so that they can take whatever next steps they would like to take. We do provide currently transportation support. We have contracts with 2 cab companies that will pick a person up from home and take them to court. They will take them to probation. They will take them to parole. They will take them to drop their child off at school or childcare on the way to court or probation or parole so that they're not violated. They do not receive a failure to appear. They will also pick them up from law enforcement and take them home or take them to court or probation and parole. So we currently do provide those services. Once again, it's not mandatory. It is voluntary. Mental health treatment, our care management specialist. We have, I believe, 28 contracts with a number of organizations throughout the county. They will work with them to get them enrolled in DMH so that they can receive those services. Once again, it's voluntary, it's not mandatory, but we do provide that service today. And then once again, case management, we call it care management because we're connecting people with care. So that is available right now today. We have a number of contracts, and the number that I just stated of the folks who are voluntarily enrolling, and they're not all in pretrial, so that's the difference. And they don't all come through, they come through a number of ways. They don't all come through the call center. But currently, since January of last year, we've served 5,699 individuals. Actively participating, we have 2,306 active participants. Newly enrolled since January, it's 548 individuals, and on average, people stay enrolled in care management 144 days is what our data shows. So we do provide that service currently today, but once again, it's all voluntary, it's not mandatory, and we do not report when a person falls out to the court, but they were asking that we can set up a system in which we do that.
Will you be able to do that?
So we are working with, so 2 things. We just created a contract to build a case management system so that we can get all the information in real time. Currently, it's all done by hand. So we are building a database system so we can do that. I believe it will launch this summer. Is that right? Yes. Okay. This summer, they're giving me a thumbs up. So we'll launch this summer. That's being built as we speak. I've signed the contract for that already. And I want to thank the courts for our SB 129 money because it's helping to pay for that. The other thing is that we are working with the CO's office to hire positions for pretrial services specifically and for a budget. So we've given them an incremental list of like what we think we can do as far as hiring and rolling out over maybe quarterly hiring, another batch of people. So we are asking for those positions right now. As you know, we don't exist yet. We're building it as we speak. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all the panel, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Barker.
Thank you. Actually, Supervisor Solis asked a couple of my questions. I was going to ask about the recidivism, and 5% is the number, which I think is
5 people.
5 people. Yeah. Even better. And David, I too want to thank you, first of all, for being transparent. When this came before the board, I know there were police chiefs from my cities that were expressing concern and showed up. And Sheriff Luna, correct me if I'm wrong, but I have not heard anything negative thus far about how this has been rolled out and the impact it's had on communities. And so I think that is that speaks volumes to the fact that you listen, but also the fact that that you are holding data that shows that in fact the impact is not what everyone thought it was going to be. And then, you know, I guess, Maggie, I hear you loud and clear about the number, but I think David made it clear that the goal of this program is not to reduce the population in the jail. And so I guess my question to you would be, if the number's going up, are you pulling that data to find out who these individuals are so we can see if there is a correlation between, I don't know, housing policies? I don't know, because I mean, to me, to look to this program to depopulate, I think contradicts exactly what you said, David, about the constitutional focus that you have in terms of why we are putting this in play.
Thank you so much, Supervisor. The court's goals are certainly not the same as my goals in terms of reducing jail population, but I think the court shares a goal of not wanting to impose restrictions that are not more restrictive than necessary to ensure a low risk of recidivism and failure to appear. That's also their legal mandate. So they, you know, their mandate is to release those who can be safely released. And so in that way, there is a little bit of dovetailing. But I think you ask a great question in terms of looking at that population that is being held and trying to understand whether there's if we can tie the reasons that they're being held to some kind of a support, right? Is there a tie to it? And I think we're probably all still at the beginning of that process. You know, a first step was that list that the court has created. It's sort of its wish list of additional supports available. But I do think it's important to tie those interventions together, right? Is this an intervention that's actually going to reduce a risk of recidivism or FTA? Because we want to put our investments in the right places.
Thank you. Sheriff Looney, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to put this on the public record because we're talking about reducing our inmate population. And I want everybody to know that during 2023, we actually reduced our inmate population by 13%. And we didn't talk about that enough. Maybe that's on me. To me, there's still a lot of work to do. That's clear. But the fact that we're down around that 12,500 mark, when I first got in office, it was about 14,500-ish, approximately. And so I just want to make that clear that our community understands that. We are working very hard to do that, and we've had some success, and that's worth celebrating, some, for all of us.
Without compromising public safety.
And that's the other part of this,
right.
Is that I have to find a balance between who we release,
right.
The decisions judges are making, and public safety. Yep. Because as a county, Part 1 crime went up 1.9%. And although that doesn't sound drastic, if you look at the year before, from 21 to 22, it went up about 12%. So those are considerations that our community, at least I'm hearing from our community loud and clear, that, hey, pay attention, crime is our #1 priority. So that cannot get lost in this conversation.
David?
Just wanted to add a little more. This will be a little bit deep dive on data, but I think it's important to, if you look at those who were held on the magistrate review who were low risk, so it's 1,533 people from October to the end of January. 604 of those were either, escalated by law enforcement, additional risk information. They were a high risk of failure to appear. There was other out-of-county arrest information. So those sort of popped up. So 604, and we sort of say, well, there was a good explanation. The remaining, so there were 929 remaining, and there, we have to dig into this a little bit, but 927 of those 929 were arrested for felony burglary. Those were the ones who were being held.
Got it. Thank you. And then, David, just out of curiosity, when you were here, you outlined that some of the there could be changes made to PARP, correct? Do you anticipate any? Have you made any changes, and do you anticipate any adjustments based on what you're seeing?
So it's a great question. As you probably know, we look at this all the time. Our bail committee, which is responsible for making recommendations on the bail schedule, meets monthly. They've been getting regular updates on the data as well as information from other groups. They have gotten letters from cities and law enforcement agencies and others. They look at every single one of those and evaluate them. And there were changes made in October, I believe in November, and again in January. Slight modifications, and the court has said since July of last year that we'll continue to look at that and make changes as necessary. So I think the answer is we should expect changes. I don't know, there's none right now that I can tell you are in the works, but we're definitely monitoring it. And if people have concerns, we've continually said publicly, if you have concerns, put it in writing, send it in, and the Bell Committee will look at it. So they're going to evaluate everything, look at it through the lens of data, look at it through the lens of risk, and make a determination on that.
Okay, I've got two more questions. One for the DA. You talk about the fact that now you are asking 10-day turnaround and all. To both you and to Sheriff Luna, given the resource challenges within the Sheriff's Department, how are you meeting that goal? And if not, what are we doing to make sure? Because I think it's a good policy, and I just want to make sure that we're meeting it. And if we're not, how can we help to address that?
Thank you, Supervisor Barger, for that question. It is a challenge. We are undeniably down district attorneys, and the more district attorneys we have, the faster we can process the cases. We reduced the time turnaround to 10 days because that's the statutory minimum. Could we use help? Absolutely. Technology, front and center, would make our jobs much easier in terms of going through body camera and making good decisions on the filing piece. But attracting deputy district attorneys with a competitive wage, prosecutorial offices across the country are down DAs, and good DAs making good filing decisions means that less cases will be filed. So we could absolutely use assistance in that regard.
And Sheriff Luna, I don't know, in terms of resource.
I think I've made it very clear, we're short about 20% in our staffing. So obviously, any new standard or deadline that we have to meet does impact us. We understand that moving forward, we have to figure out a better way, whether it's through other efficiencies like technology. She just mentioned body-worn camera. Someday we're gonna have a session just on what body-worn camera has done. It's done some positive things, but from a workload perspective for our investigators, it has increased in double digits. So yeah, it's a challenge, and we have to figure out a way to get there with some of the impediments that we have.
Thank you. And last, for Judge Armstead, in terms of when Supervisor asked about the services needed by judges, a couple of things stood out to me, and the electronic monitoring, I do want to better understand the role that this board plays, and knowing that you put it on a slide, David, tells me that the court is interested in some sort of decision or policy around this. So I think it'd be interesting to hear from the judges what their thoughts are on that. But more importantly, I think as a board, I think we have to have that discussion at some point if that's part of what is viewed as services needed by judges. But I look at the substance abuse disorder treatment and then even the mental health. In real time, while I know you're doing the handoff to mental health, I guess my question is, are we following up to see how long it's taking for them to get access to the services? It's one thing to connect, but then to connect and actually get the services provided is something I'm interested in, especially with the substance abuse disorders. In terms of connecting to that. Yeah, I just want to know, I mean, are you finding that in real time they're getting it? And then on weekends, are we expanding to weekends? Because there is a need on Saturday and Sunday too.
Yeah. So the SASH helpline, I believe it's 24 hours a day that you can call in. As far as being connected to folks in real time, that's not readily available. I believe just like everyone else, everyone is short-staffed. As far as tracking the numbers, if everyone that's connected to care management, they are tracked. So we know when their appointments are, how often they have their appointments, how long it took for them to be connected to housing services and what have you. So if you want that, we can work on pulling that data for you, but there is a delay across the board to be connected to all services.
Yeah, I'd like to see that, even if it's voluntary. The fact that it is voluntary and they want to do it, I think we have a responsibility to make sure that if they're willing to accept that help, that we provide it. Because I know that many feel the system has let them down time and time again. And if we're offering something to help them turn their lives around, I would hope that we would be able to follow through. So I'd like to look at that data.
And we'll work with our health partners so that they can,
Right.
add any caveats or whatever, any hurdles that they have as far as connecting on the service provider side.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all.
Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for scheduling this discussion, this presentation today. I think it's very valuable, and I think it would do us good as well as the public to have this regular discussion about our role, as supervisors in this, and what the different stakeholders also have. And I will just add my comments about when this first came forward. I think there was a lot of concern. There was a lot of, I would even say anxiety. I know, I feel like Sheriff Luna, even in the beginning, you were a little concerned and made a point of making sure that you testified and were in discussions with the courts. I even remember when we had the first presentation on this, I had people texting me say, I hope you'll vote no on this. And I had to explain that that really wasn't a vote that the Board of Supervisors ever took, nor will we ever take. This is from the courts. And I think, Sheriff, I know you know that a lot of our police departments in the county were concerned about it. And I heard also from many of my chiefs of my various police departments who had real concerns. We heard from contract cities. Our however many members, 49, 50, 70 cities that were concerned about it. I think that always the interesting number that I'm not sure the public still understands is that this does not apply to serious violent felonies that because of the state law, because of the statute, they still have money bail. So those that commit the most serious crimes can still get out on cash bail. And I think that's really important for people to understand. I'm wondering if there is going to be any appetite after we look at how PARP has worked for petitioning the state to make any changes to that. One of the questions I had was, I think it's interesting, the services, I think, and by the way, my colleagues have asked a lot of the questions that I was thinking about asking. But it is interesting, and David, you talked about, these were conditions that the judges have requested for what purpose? As a condition of more releases, or more conditions on the releases they're already doing? What do they want these services for? What will that help them do?
So it's for conditions that can be placed on releases generally. Presumably they might place them on ones already releasing, but I think the thought is that there are limits in what the tools the judges have now available for releases. So let's say you have someone that's in that moderate to high risk category. If you're a judicial officer, you might look at that and say, if I had electronic monitoring that I could, rely upon to let me know that they're staying away from this part of the, place where their crime was allegedly committed, then they might feel more confident in releasing them pre-arraignment. And right now that's not available. Or let's say that they suspect this person might have a drug issue or a mental health issue, having some screening in the jail that would help them know as they're making these release decisions, this person could benefit from that. I think those are types of things where it would enable them to have additional tools, which would always seem to make it to where they could potentially release more individuals. That they currently don't have those services.
And would those apply to the population that Maggie was talking about, sort of the low risk that are being held?
it would apply to all of those people that are being held, high risk to low risk. So there might be someone that's a moderate risk in there that would benefit from the services. It might be someone that's low risk, might be someone that's high risk. And for whatever reason, the judge, when they're looking at all the information they have before them, don't feel comfortable releasing them without those.
Got it. So what I heard, Judge, is that we have a lot of those services. I mean, you ticked off almost the majority of those to say we already have it. So it seems to me there's either a disconnect or you're saying they're voluntary and the judges don't consider that to be a condition that they felt comfortable in releasing? Well, you can both answer that. But.
Yeah, they want them to be mandatory. So what they want, so the way our services work, once a person is released, they can call the call center if they so choose, and they can be connected to the services that we listed. What they would like is that a person, before release is determined, that the person is connected to services while in custody, and that if they don't follow through, they don't go to case management, they don't show up to their mental health or substance use, then the court is notified so that they can issue a bench warrant or failure to comply or make some sort of other decision at that time. That mechanism is currently not in place. That's number one. The second thing is that for the design that Mr. Slayton is describing, you would need to have a staff member at every law enforcement agency 24 hours a day or at any time a person is released throughout the entire county. So that takes a number of resources. So we have piloted things like that in several different law enforcement agencies. We've piloted in Lancaster, we've piloted it downtown in both Metro Division, 77th Division, we've piloted it in Santa Monica. Many of the people, just for law enforcement to release people to services, the number of people that were low enough to go to services chose not to go to services because they would be released otherwise. So the mechanism that he's talking about with a higher sort of threshold, it's not been implemented, but that would require a staff person or a community-based organization to be paid for 3 shifts to cover all of the release times at every single location, which a location may have 1 person one day, they may have 4 people another day, depending on the location. So that's the type of staffing that would be required, unless there's a way that that can be done electronically, which doesn't currently exist, if that makes sense.
Well, I would just follow up with, I think Supervisor Solis sort of kind of requested maybe a report back on what the board's role is in any of these services, and maybe just a separate report between you and the judges who are making these decisions on whether or not we can even achieve some of these services being mandatory and how we get there. And that would be for a later board meeting. One of the things I think also the public would probably want to know, which it's embedded somewhere in the report, but I think it's harder to see, is I think of the 13% that are cited and released and 19% that are booked and released, what percent are those, and maybe we don't have enough time or data, have they showed up and have they not recommitted a crime?
So there is some data about this. It's still, honestly, somewhat early. And the reason why...
the court dates probably haven't...
Exactly. So some of the court dates... So we are looking at this because that's important. Obviously,
that's really what people are going to want to know.
Yeah, one of the key things is to make sure people show up to court. That's the constitutional responsibility of setting bail. I think anecdotally, people are showing up. We've got to get the data to be able to show. I mean, there's obviously some people not showing up. That happens. But I think we don't see any significant change from what has been historical. What we do know is with regard to what I'll call rebookings. So these would be people that were booked into jail, released, and then rebooked. We tracked that for a few months because, especially early on, we kind of wanted to get a sense of how that was going. After a period of a couple of months, it becomes somewhat difficult to look at because their case might have been resolved and they got rebooked again. Well, that's not really a failure on bail. So I'll just give you the data from early on, which was we had about an 8% rebooking countywide. People who were booked and then rebooked, there were 8% of those bookings were rebookings. So people recommitting offenses. Of those, 60% of them were people who were released on money bail, to your point earlier.
Yeah, right.
Which I try to remind everybody, that means the person was booked into jail for a serious or violent offense, paid their way out of jail, and many times was rebooked pretty quickly for another serious or violent offense. So when the public's concerned about public safety, you know, the money bail situation isn't really resolving that. As I mentioned to Supervisor Barger, on the other hand, only 5 people, 5 people, not percent, 5 people who went through the magistrate review process and were ordered released on conditions were rebooked in that same period of time. It's pretty remarkable, the difference between the two. So we are tracking both those things. It's a little early. We are engaging with an outside researcher to really help us track that because it's a really important metric.
Right, and I think Supervisor Mitchell, you were the one in one of these presentations, you were like, I am just as concerned about those who reoffend, who paid their way out, as those who cash bail did not apply to. And I think the public really needs to see those numbers. So I believe as soon as that data is available, both for the 41% that this does not apply to, the serious and violent crimes, and all the other percentage. I also think sometimes, percentages are really hard to keep track of, particularly for people who didn't do all that well in that math class of percentages. I think the real numbers of people is important. And I think we need to do a better job of that with the public as well, talking about real people. How many are we talking about? I was in a public forum a couple weeks ago, and there was a lot of excitement because we were told burglaries had gone up 200%, and the crowd got very upset. And I asked the person who was giving the report, I said, so what exactly is 200%? Well, you know, we judged it from January of last year till January of this year. January of last year, there was 1 burglary. January of this year, there were 3. And I think, you know, we can all do better in lowering the rhetoric sometimes about how we speak about crime, about how we speak about this process. And I think we do all of ourselves, an injustice by just focusing on percentages. And real, like when you mentioned the 5 people, you know, I think you were in the percentages. I think that matters. Yes, and the sheriff, you're exactly right. It's how people are perceiving this, but I think we need to do a better job of really getting the truth out there about what is the facts of this. David, did you want to say something?
I just want to say, again, you'll see this later today, but we're putting the public dashboard out. It has real numbers on it. And you can slice and dice it by month and day. And so, because to your point, I think, you know, without understanding the volume, you don't understand, you know, I mean, Ms. Carter was talking about 1,533 people. Sure, that's 1,533 people, but sometimes it's important to know the magnitude versus the 31,000 that were booked. So all that information is available on the dashboard and will be able to be seen later today.
Thank you. Transparency, accountability is important. Information across the board for our public who's paying attention to this and wants us to be accountable on all these issues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, and I want to echo all of my colleagues' expressions of appreciation for the presentation today. Thank you. I really want to thank you, Mr. Slayton, for your opening slide that really kind of centered our understanding of the point of bail and kind of centered today's discussion. To quote the slide, purpose of bail has never been about punishment. I appreciate that whole slide. Thank you, Supervisor Hahn. I agree. I pulled out that slide because it's important for us to be clear about what segment of the population we're even talking about that this system works for, and that 41%, that it's still no risk assessment at all, and one's ability to pay is no indicator of risk. I think the age-old core belief was that if you put money up, that you'll show up because you don't want to walk away from that money, but I don't know that that's ever became our reality. So thank you for that. because it is important for us to understand what segment of the population that this even applies to. So we're talking about roughly the other 60%. I agree with you, Sheriff Luna, you know, more time, more data will help us. But what I appreciated hearing you say is that in real time, you all are making adjustments. So you're not waiting for a report back to us, but that you all are working collaboratively and making tweaks and adjustments as you go. So that was very good news to hear. One question I have, because many of my colleagues asked many of the questions, I don't want to be redundant. But as Ms. Carter talked about, the fact that the magistrates are holding twice the number of low-risk offenders compared to who they are releasing, I want to focus on that. And I am clear that the magistrates are independent and their decisions are subjective. They are human. I am wondering what standards or guidelines are in place for them to use in conducting their review. And I ask that because I'm clear, you know, the national conversations about assessment tools are kind of all over the map. And I don't know that we always consistently take into account the role of multi-generational cycles of poverty, cycles of incarceration, how that impacts one person over the other, and what that may look like on that sheet that you showed us. And so what guidelines are in place? And so, because I hope we would want some level of consistency between Magistrate A versus Magistrate B, C, and D. And so what guidelines are in place to govern their decision-making process?
Thank you very much, Supervisor Mitchell. I think the bottom line answer is that the Constitution requires them to take into account the risk of the individual to commit new offenses that would affect the victim or the community, as well as the risk of that person not showing up to court. So that's the overarching thing. To your point, and I think the data actually proves this out, and the conversation today has proved it out, which is the risk assessment is not everything.
No.
If the risk assessment were everything, the data of releases and holds would match the risk assessment scores exactly. It is only one factor that the judges are using. And in fact, you saw in the report, one of the things that we have tried really hard not to do is just give judges a score, because they need to see what's driving that score. Is the failure to appear 20 years old, but now maybe that's not applicable because they're in a different place in life, or what are the criminal offenses in the history that have driven that? And so judges are using that information. They're trained to look at that information and they're using their own discretion, so it's not gonna fit perfectly from A to B, but they're using their individual discretion and their training based upon what we know works, which is we have validation. We've looked at if this is the history, that this is the likelihood of this person going out and committing new offenses or not showing up to court. They're using all that information, as well as sometimes the very subjective facts of a case. If one of Sheriff Luna's deputies calls in and says, this is the offense that occurred, it might on paper look like a pretty insignificant offense, but here's the specific facts that show that this person's likely to go back and do it again, or that they're going to really harm the victim, the alleged victim. Then the magistrates are using all that information to make the determination. So there's not a guide of check here, check here, check here, and the answer, and we wouldn't want that. We want them to use their individual discretion. But overall, they're using all those tools that are available to them at the time they're making a decision. And I'll remind you all, they're making these decisions at hour 4 to hour 6 of the time someone's been booked. So the information is somewhat limited there, which is why the decision at arraignment is really another time to look at this. But they're using all that to really make that decision. But ultimately, it gets back to doing their constitutional responsibility to make determinations to try to reduce the risk to the public, the community, the victim, and ultimately have them show back up to court.
One additional question, listening to you, it popped in my head. Do we have a sense of the diversity of the magistrate panel in terms of race, gender, age? Because as I think about all the other issues you've talked about, I think it's important the lens through which they view their job and the world.
I don't have the numbers and I don't have the profile demographic breakdown and different age in front of me right now. As you know, the LA Superior Court bench is a very diverse bench. Individuals are on this assignment based upon requesting to be there. I believe it's a diverse group, age, gender, race, other different demographic phalanx, but I can certainly take a look at that. But overall, I think if you look at the bench as a whole, it's a diverse group. We're working hard through things such as a judicial mentor program to make it more diverse. It's important to have a very diverse judiciary, and that's a key goal of the court.
Thank you. Last quick question, Madam Chair, if I may. I was at a home key site launch yesterday, and one of the new residents talked about not knowing the services the county has to offer. And I did a collective on behalf of all of us because we all work morning, noon, and night to try to make those services available. And so as I listen to what you're offering, Judge Armstead, even though it's voluntary, just making sure people, when they are in a moment of need, to be overwhelmed, if you will, in terms of all of the resources and services that are available. And so even though they're not mandatory, as members of the bench would prefer, and it's voluntary, how quickly are they being connected? Can the magistrate, even though it's not mandatory, talk about it or offer it? How are we getting information to people as quickly as possible?
I'll answer your last half of the question. One of the things that we've worked collaboratively with JCOT over the last several months. We meet every Friday with JCOT. It's been a good partnership. And one of the things that we worked with them to do early on was to, so everyone who gets out of jail gets on conditions, gets a conditions form they have to sign, and then they're given a copy of it. And one of the things we did was we worked with JCOD to put language on that form about how to reach out to JCOD to take advantage of these services. So the phone number's on there, other information about what's available to them are on the form. And I'm sure we both would love for more people to be taking advantage of that, but at least now they're provided the information as they walk out the door.
Great. And lastly, I would say, as I heard comments from Supervisor Hahn and Barger, that in 5 months, what a drastic shift we've experienced in terms of members of law enforcement who had grave concern about this new policy rolling out. And as Supervisor Barger said, she's not heard from any of the law enforcement in her community. I think that's great, and I think that we all have an opportunity to continue to share real numbers, real data in terms of how it's going, and that we commit to continue to look at it and evaluate it to make sure that it continues to meet the collective needs of our shared constituency, be it both concerns about public safety as well as those who have been incarcerated only because they didn't have the ability to pay, and what we know the harm that does on individuals and families in terms of how difficult it is to break out of that cycle of incarceration. So I think it's both perspectives. I think that we are meeting our goals and look forward to the ongoing data. Thank you, Madam Chair, for holding this today so the public and all of us could be informed about the good news and the ongoing news about who this program doesn't apply to at all. And there's still a significant segment of the population who are not held accountable. It lacks transparency, and there is no risk assessment when they simply have the power to post bail. Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and thank you to all of my colleagues for engaging in this conversation. I thought it was important because 'tis the season to distort and misinform our communities for reasons that we all know. But to Supervisor Hahn's point, talking in percentages versus raw numbers can often mislead, and it contributes to people's perceptions around safety. When they reference numbers that are real, the percentages are calculated correctly, they sound scary. But when we look at the raw data, it's very different. And to hear today that of everyone who was impacted, who was released, there was this great fear going into this, that when we released people, and there were lots of narratives coming from very reputable places, that when people are released under this kind of policy, that is what was contributing to crime and people's true lack of feelings of lack of safety. And what we heard today is that only 5 people out of everyone who was impacted by this policy, only 5 people, not percent, not 5, communities of people, 5 individuals are who reoffended under this policy, those who were impacted. And so I think it's really important that we speak in those numbers. And to sort of summarize what I heard, and I want to make sure, because I want to make sure I got it correctly, I heard the sheriff say today that this program is currently on the right path. Do I have that right, Sheriff?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I heard today that the violent and serious offenders who are not eligible for this program at all, who are able to be released if they have enough money, they are the ones most likely to reoffend.
That's correct, according to the data.
Okay, so this is not the program that is causing the reoffense. It is perhaps not having the right kind of interventions for a different kind of offense, and we should probably be taking a look at that. I want to thank you, David, for being here. I learned that it is not typical in county history for representatives of the court to be before us, especially as frequently as you have been, at least since I've been here. So I want to thank you for that. Are there other ways than this forum in which the public can engage with the court if they want to communicate something to the court about what they're hearing or experiencing?
Absolutely. The court has said since July, and we continue to maintain that if members of the public, groups, city leadership, law enforcement, really anyone has a concern or a question or an issue, we welcome them reaching out to the court. Sometimes we won't respond immediately. We'll acknowledge the receipt, but sometimes it has to go through a process of review and analysis. But absolutely, we're happy to hear from them. We have an email address that's, I'll probably get it wrong, a pre-arraignment release. I shouldn't even say it because I don't want to give people the wrong, but if they go to our website at lacourt.org/bail, all the information is posted there as well as a way to contact us. So we'd be interested in hearing from them if they have anything. And the other thing I would say is, not to fill our schedules up, but if groups want presentations of this information where we can answer their questions, I know members of the court, the judicial officers, and members of the administrative staff, including myself, have been willing to go out and do any presentation to groups that are interested. We maintain that availability if they're interested.
Thank you. And I heard that you're constantly evaluating this information, that there's going to be a publicly accessible dashboard of the data, so that will be provided on an ongoing basis. How often are you updating information to the public?
I want to say it's quote unquote live. It's maybe a couple of days old data, but it will be continually updated. So it's based off of live data that's being fed into the dashboard regularly. So I'm not aware at this moment of how often, but it will be basically live data, recent data. I know I looked at this morning and it's through a week ago today is the most recent data on there, but it'll be updated on a regular basis.
And so changes to the program will also be made in real time?
That's
You'll
correct.
be constantly reevaluating and making changes to the program as well based on that data?
That's correct.
And I hear that our court, and JCOD, all of our entities here are tracking what some of the non-monetary conditions of release are, that we are making sure that we understand what kind of services, if they were expanded, would help address some of the populations that we're talking about, and that we are also making sure that the data that we're collecting helps to inform how this board can invest more, better, differently into the services that are available. Is there, for Ms. Carter, is there any data specifically that you are interested in that we should all be keeping track of collectively that speaks to who would be identified as low risk, to help make sure that we are focusing on the right people that you think we might be missing currently?
I think as much data analysis as the court can do of those folks who are low risk per the PrEP tool and the FTA tool, but are nevertheless being held, would help inform everybody's decision making, because those are people that, at least by one calculation, could be released safely. But there is something that is informing those magistrate judge decisions that maybe on the collective, maybe not. We may see patterns, we may not. But if we can, it may help us understand better, whether those actually have a tie to higher risk and how to mitigate that risk. For example, is this a population that needs substance abuse services? Is this a population or a type of charge for which electronic monitoring might be helpful? Or is there no real tie that you can see there? Because I think you'd want to know which services to invest in, and that the magistrates might also benefit from that feedback loop, so that they understand if they order a condition, is it actually helpful to improve those risks?
And I ask that because when I hear from JCOD's perspective that a lot of the services that we're offering are not necessarily mandatory, but they are provided, I think understanding what that correlation is when they are provided, what the difference maker is really helpful for us to know. So if to Judge Armstead, if the services are not mandatory, how do people know that they're available?
So they know a number of ways. As David Slayton stated, it's on the bottom of their form. They can call voluntarily that way. A number of attorneys know, so they let their clients know. There are little cards available at all the law enforcement agencies that people can grab that have a barcode that they can scan that has the information. There are posters, the court have worked with us, there are posters available that are at law enforcement, and we're trying to get the word out as much as possible.
I know that your department tries to bring services together, but ultimately it requires the participation of all departments who might be impacted, who might be providing those services to actively participate. So are the departments who would be providing those services actively engaging with you and with the courts to make sure that, if people are reaching out to access those services, they're actually getting access to them? Because I'm concerned this current model is not centered around the person who needs the service. It is, we hope that they go reach out for them, especially when it's voluntary. So I'm concerned about that, and I want to make sure that our departments are working with you to actively engage people in receiving those services, because they can make a difference.
Yeah, I appreciate that question, Supervisor. When we received the letter from the courts last Wednesday, we did send it out to all of our health partners so that they are aware of the services that were requested, as well as our justice partners as well, so they would all know and would be on the same page. We do have a meeting with the department heads this coming Friday, going over that and other things related to jail closure. And then we'll have ongoing meetings moving forward about how we can correlate. The other thing I do want to raise in this space is that, and I'm constantly reminded, is that the court may order it, but maybe it doesn't align with insurance, or maybe it doesn't rely on, I hear a background feed, I'm sorry. But it may not align with what the insurance will pay for. It may not align with what a person qualifies for. So some of those things, like what's medically necessary versus what the court may order, may also be in conflict. And so that's the other thing that we're trying to figure out how we can work through as well.
And another component of that, you referenced earlier, one of the sources of funding for some of the services that you're offering. How are you funding what we're currently doing, and what funding mechanisms do you need going forward, not only to continue what we're doing, but ideally to expand the services that are available?
For pretrial specifically, we are using the funds in our MOU that we have from the courts, was SB 129 largely. We have some funding from CFCI for folks that are beyond and may have a pre-existing case. We use some AB 109 funding to pay for some of our services. So it's a lot of piecemeal. As far as staffing and moving forward in expansion, we're working with the CEO in this upcoming budget request so that we can have staff actually in court where the court can do a direct handoff, and there's a person there that can be a liaison between the provider, the individual, and the court, and give real-time report backs.
And that staffing will expand availability of the services?
It will expand availability of the court's requirement to have direct connection to services. We have funding for most of the services. The other place that we are also expanding linkages to services is that we are working on securing a facility outside of Men's Central Jail. We've been working with the Sheriff's Department related to that, where we'll have a temporary setting. We have secured, we are in contract to secure some beds for folks that are released to go directly to Housing and Services. We have an MOU that is being finalized for that, and we're also working on getting a physical location literally on across the street from the jail as well, where people can be triaged there for Housing and Services directly. So we're working with the CEO and to work on that as well.
And to Supervisor Mitchell's point, I understand all of our judges are elected. They are accountable to the public through those elections. And yet we still want to make sure that there's some sort of consistency and that there's training. This is a new policy. So when they were first elected, this policy might not have existed. And so getting trained on it would be helpful to their ability to serve those goals. How are we, is there a voluntary way perhaps that these magistrates can participate and get educated on the differences so they can have a clearer understanding both from the data that you're collecting and from the outcomes that we're measuring, how they can appropriately be working under this new policy?
Thank you for Supervisor Horvath. Obviously, as you mentioned, when judges came to the bench, this policy didn't exist. Some of them have come to the bench since October. But the ones who were assigned to do this duty were not, when they came on, this wasn't part of the training. So when the program rolled out, there's been a series of trainings, ongoing training for them. Judges are required to get continuing education, and this information is part of the information that's provided to these specific judges that do this duty. So not only have they already been trained, it'll be an ongoing training for them. And if I might, I have the email address correct since it's a public forum. I'd love to give it pre-arraignment release protocol at lacourt.org if public want to reach out to us.
Thank you very much. I want to thank you all for being here today. I know it's been a very important topic for the public, and I think hearing from each of you how your departments or those who you represent have been impacted thus far and how you're tracking it provides us a level of confidence and hopefully the public a level of confidence that the changes that we're making are creating better outcomes. And there's still more work to do in the places where we haven't made changes. And so our work is never done. Thank you very much. If there are no other comments, I will turn to our executive officer to please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Will the following individual please come forward and staff will assist you? Octavio Ortiz, please come forward. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 67, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Eric Previn. You may begin.
Thank you. What an interesting item. And we all heard it. The sheriff said that the program is on the right path. And I was very encouraged to hear that just a small number of people reoffend. Only 5 people, which is very, very impressive. With dizzying percentages, I don't know if you know, but the typical American worker has 50 interruptions a day. Which 70% have nothing to do with their work, which is interesting. I'm hoping that this program can reflect, as we head into this election season, what I think it's intended to do by being positioned up at the front of the Board of Supervisors meeting today. We got to get Gascon back in there. That's what this feels like to me. But I could be wrong. Maybe some people want to replace it. But you get 1% better every single day for a year if you try. You'll end up 37 times better by the time you're done, which is a true story. And genius is obviously 1%.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no additional remote speakers in queue to address the board.
Great. We'll go to speakers in person. Go right ahead.
My name is Octavio Ortiz. I just want to, I wanted to talk to Sheriff Luna, but he left. So I've complained, have many complaints with the sheriff. I complain about the firecrackers, and they were more like bombs. And they took it right away because I told them, you know what? If they put it on an ATM, and they could just get $100,000 just like that.
So this item is about pretrial release. It's not about
yes, well, of course,
safety.
If you prevent the problem, prevent the crime, you can prevent the problem. And also too, if I have a complaint against a judge, Harrisburg, and the civil code, he threatened me There's actually,
Again, this item is about pretrial release, so you have to focus your comments on that policy. If you have other comments, you can speak at the end of the meeting and general comment. Yes, thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
The Red Chief Hunt. Seems like you guys are trying to do community-based policing, trying to do low risk releases at pre-trial, which is good only if you have jobs, only if you have housing, and only if you have education behind that. I'm for that ideal, but it takes a lot of effort and things like that. You have to deal with the addiction, the why they're in there and things like that. But if you can get those things, those three things going, education, jobs, and housing for them, then low risk releases at pretrial is good. But we have to move forward to that part of the low risk people and things like that. I'm for that idea. Thumbs up on that one.
Thank you. I believe that was our last speaker, so this report is received and filed. Hearing no objections, that will be the order. We'll now move on to item 3, investing in the Los Angeles County Care Connect application, which I held. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. I want to thank Judge Armstead. I know she was just recently here. Maybe she's still in the back. But I want to thank her and her team for taking the initiative to develop the Care Connect app, which we intend to provide access to services and beds throughout the county in one place. It's clear LA County has a shortage of beds throughout our system of care, and we're invested in increasing that capacity in a variety of ways through multiple departments. We must also invest in providing access to the beds we have today, and that's what this motion intends to do. As we saw in the beds presentation last week, LA County has a complex network of beds and services across the continuum of care, and we heard today how that can impact people's ability to be released. This complexity makes it challenging for service providers and individuals in need of care to identify appropriate services and beds, understand availability, the eligibility requirements, the application processes, and how to connect with someone who can help them access needed resources. We consistently hear, where are the beds? Are they available? And how can we access them? And this app is intended to help with that. Currently, we have several systems in the county to access beds and services, but the vision for Care Connect is to merge those resources into one application with 2 components. One that will be accessible to the public, and a second that may be used by social workers and staff to identify beds and potentially make referrals. I want to be clear, the Care Connect app will only be as good as the information that county departments contribute. I understand there are concerns about how this application was set up, how it may interact with existing systems, but I challenge our departments to collaborate and work together to ensure that the Care Connect app is the best it can be. Although the app is scheduled to go live in May or June, it's important to acknowledge that it will go live on a limited scale and grow over time. It's our responsibility not only to right-size our system of care, but to make appropriate services and beds easily accessible to anyone who needs them. I know the Care Connect app can potentially be another tool to help us accomplish this goal, and I want all of us to be involved in making it as good as it can be, and I want to thank Supervisor Hahn for joining me on this motion, and I will now turn it to her for remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's great to be your co-author on this. Last board meeting, we had that presentation about the status of mental health and homeless services beds across LA County. Our Justice, Care, and Opportunities Department spoke about this new Care Connect app that they're developing that will allow providers to search for a bed for one of their clients. And you said, Supervisor Horvath, that you thought the app should include all types of beds in LA County, not just JCOD beds. I agree that if the goal of this Care Connect app is to have one place for people to look and find a bed for their client, depending on their need, that will only work if the app includes all kinds of beds. So this motion today is important because it does direct JCOD to work with all of our county departments that have their own network of beds, like our health departments, to figure out how to incorporate those beds into this Care Connect app. And I hope part of this process will include input from providers who actually run all the beds, because we certainly don't want to add another burden on them to participate in this app. There should be a way to consolidate the information we already have and not create an extra step for our providers who, as we all know, have their hands full. So this is a good idea. I think it's going to improve the process in the long run. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath.
And it's going to be an even better idea. I understand Supervisor Mitchell has some amendments, so I will turn it to her.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I share your concern and commitment and belief that we've got to get this right, that particularly because A, it's needed from the general public and our providers, and it's going to be very expensive. So we want to make sure that what is ultimately produced is actually working to the best of its ability across the county. So I agree with everything you said. We just wanted to add a specific reference to the health departments because, you know, it's our understanding that they currently have information about the availability of beds. So what I don't want to have happen are for service providers or the county to have to enter similar data into multiple databases. And so with your support, Madam Chair, we are adding a new Directive 3, which will say, and I quote, direct JCOT in collaboration with DHS, DPH, and DMH, and the additional departments mentioned in Directive 1, to, as much as legally possible, architect a common interoperable approach for sharing information rather than requiring the departments and our providers to enter information into multiple systems. So we want one system that is seamless for the person inputting the data that will automatically make sure that they are collaborating as systems that cost this much money should do. So that's the amendment that we are proposing. Everyone should have a copy, and so it creates a new Directive 3 and Directive 4, an additional sentence is added that reads, and performance metrics and outcome measures to ensure Care Connect improves service delivery.
Absolutely happy to accept those. Seeing no other comments from our colleagues, Executive Officer, please call those members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Donald Harlan and Red Chief Hunt, please come forward. Moderator, we have the first remote speaker, please.
Our first participant is Eric Previn. You may begin.
Thank you. Obviously, this is reminiscent a teeny bit of CES, everything in one, computerized system. But as that idiot De Leon says, if you're not building housing or acquiring housing, you're not doing it. And so whereas organizing the deficit of beds in a way that everybody can access it together is a good strategy if it's cheap. I heard the Mitchell, very expensive. It should be easy. We don't want to create extra work, but what we really have is a shortage of beds. And that is why we need we need more beds. So that's what we need. And until we pay our employees reasonable wages and retain them, and until we expose what we're actually doing. And so that's why I was so disappointed that we couldn't hear the cost of litigation report last week, and you took a meeting off because it was President's Day. That's not what we need. We need more vigorous, engaged meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Grenavine Travel. You may begin.
Genevieve?
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yes. Yes, I am glad to see that item, and I hope that we activate it more intensely so things are more smooth in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board.
Thank you. We're going to go in person. Go right ahead.
Hi, I'm Donald Harlan concerning agenda item number 3, investing in the Los Angeles County Care application. Yeah, that's not an official county program. It's like this. If you get sick or you get hurt, you can go to the hospital, but the county can't promise you health insurance. And it's the same thing about going to jail. You can go to jail, you have a right to go to jail, but you don't have a right to services. And I see this as another type of situation that if you're going to promise all these services to people that it shouldn't be part of the official county, that you should pay for that out of your own money, not with the county's money. See, the Homeless Services Authority is not an official county agency. The Justice Care and Opportunities is an official government agency. The LA County Development Authority is not a government agency at the county.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no more in-person speakers. If we could go to the last speaker on the phone. Moderator, may we have the last speaker, please?
Our last participant is Lisa Clapperton. You may begin.
Thank you. My name is Lisa Clapperton, and I am a housed individual, Section 8, for 15 years. I have had 2 management companies as landlords and 1 owner as a landlord. And I moved a year ago to my 3rd Section 8 housing because I was in the hospital for 3 months with septic shock and respiratory failure. And I am now in Van Nuys Court with that landlord in a federal case. It's an intentional tort case. And I'm having to subpoena the Housing Authority for my paperwork.
So this item is
and for my
about an
discovery.
application for beds. If you have questions about a specific issue you're experiencing, we can connect you with staff to address your specific item, if that's helpful.
Well, I tried to contact Supervisor Mr. Mitchell because I just
Understood.
thought that
This item is
being that
about
I read
the
this woman-
application, so
I'm
we
so
can have
sorry, I'm
somebody.
sorry.
It's all right. No,
Okay.
you don't have to apologize. I just
Please
want to
do.
make sure we get you on the right item. You can speak at the end of the meeting under general
Please
public
do.
comment if you like, and we also have your contact information so we can have somebody follow up with you.
I typed one.
Okay.
I typed one.
Okay, very
Thank you.
good. Thank you. With that, Executive Officer,
Bye.
item 3 is as amended is before us. I will move it, seconded by Supervisor Hahn, to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
We'll now move on to item 5, reducing greenhouse gas emissions through food procurement, which I held. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. I want to thank Supervisor Solis for co-authoring this motion with me. When many of us think about environmental threats, we often picture things like car emissions or power plant pollution. But we know that our global food system accounts for nearly 1/3 of all greenhouse gas emissions. Reducing emissions from the food sector requires changes at all stages, from producers to consumers. Plant-based foods, such as fruits and vegetables, whole grains, beans and nuts, generally use less energy, land, and water and have lower greenhouse gas intensities than animal-based foods. Research has also shown increasing plant-based foods in our diet leads to better overall health. Consuming less meat can decrease the risk of chronic diseases such as cancer, obesity, and heart disease. And our county sustainability plan already calls on us to promote more plant-based options through nutrition and food procurement policies in food service settings. With over 100 food service contracts in our facilities and hospitals, we have the opportunity as a county to overhaul outdated food policies like our nutritional standards, so they may match up what we know to be the best practices in health and sustainability today. This motion instructs the Department of Public Health to incorporate evidence-based recommendations on purchasing, selling, and serving more plant-based and plant-forward foods in their nutritional standards. Once changes are made, plant-based options will be integrated into the county's food service requests for proposals and contracts. The Department of Health Services will also collect data on the food purchased at all medical and health centers so we can get a baseline understanding of our greenhouse gas impacts at these facilities. We can make changes and we can track our progress. The motion also asks for departments to report on their strategies to minimize food waste and process organic waste consistent with SB 1383 obligations. We still waste far too much food. Instead of going to landfills where it generates even more greenhouse gas emissions, this food can help fight hunger in our communities. This motion gets us closer to meeting our carbon reduction goals, provides savings on food costs, and has the potential to improve health outcomes for Angelenos. As our region's largest employer, seemingly small adjustments in plant-based food offerings in county facilities can have a measurable impact. And I would ask for your support for a more sustainable and healthier LA County through this motion. Thank you. I will turn it to Supervisor Solis.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and I can't tell you how pleased I am to join you, and thank you for allowing me to be your co-author on this motion. It's something that is provocative, but not that new. In fact, when I was a member of Congress and also Labor Secretary, we looked at ways of changing the way we contract out for foodstuff that can be grown organically, and giving also entrepreneurs in our society an opportunity to be at the cutting edge of creating these new business opportunities. We see this happening across our county day in and day out, but we do know that we have to change our behavior, and the county should be in a position to do that. That includes understanding what health impacts it causes when we are somehow collecting food items that are more costly in different ways, not just cost, but also health impacts that they have on our society, but also our climate. And I can tell you, we all know that there are serious diseases out there, airborne and others, such as the increase in incidence of mosquito-borne diseases that can be attributed to climate change. And to address these issues, we should focus and be centered on energy and transportation sectors as well, which are our largest source of greenhouse gas emissions. But following those industries is the global food system, which according to recent reports is responsible for anywhere to 25 to 30% of emissions, driven by farming and land use, as well as production of crops, livestock, animal products that can, as you know, generate significant emissions. Meanwhile, we're seeing that plant-based alternatives can significantly, as you say, reduce gas emissions, and sometimes as much as 90%. And we as a county should be doing our part to fight along that side. I know that for an existential crisis as large as climate change, it can be easy to step back and ask how we can really be impactful. But to address a challenge on the scale of climate change requires both comprehensive sweeping action on a large scale, as well as millions of collective actions locally, which we can do. And the county is one of the largest entities contracting services in Southern California. And it only makes sense that we look at our food contracting processes and look at how we can incorporate those alternatives that can lower our carbon footprint and reduce our contribution to global warming. That's why I wholeheartedly support your motion. And again, thank you for allowing me to join you. And I too ask my colleagues for their support on the item. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments from our colleagues, Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Will the following individuals please come forward? Ana Alicia Carr, Donald Harlan, Paula Daniels, and Red Chief Hunt, please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 5, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, we have the first remote speaker, please.
Oh, one moment here.
Moderator, next speaker.
One moment here as I get to them.
Our next participant is Alex Carusi. You may begin.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Alex Carusi, and I am the Senior State Policy Manager for Mercy for Animals. On behalf of our organization and our Los Angeles-based supporters and staff, thank you so much for considering a motion to reduce greenhouse gas emissions through food procurement, which we wholly support. Our organization has submitted written comments as well, so I'll keep this very brief. This motion supports Action 134 of the county's sustainability plan, which states that the county will promote plant-based menu options through nutrition and food procurement policies in food service settings such as county facilities, hospitals, higher learning institutions, school districts, jails, and other food settings. By increasing its procurement of plant-based foods, the county can align its food purchasing with its own greenhouse gas reduction goals, improve the health of its residents, and position itself as a leader in food and climate policy. I also want to note that this motion aligns and even supports the Good Food Purchasing Program. The new GFCP 3.0 recommends animal-based food reduction as a way
Your time
to
has
get
expired.
points towards 3 different
Next speaker,
pillars.
please.
Thank you.
Our next participant is Eduardo Salazar. You may begin.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Eduardo Salazar, a registered nurse and educator. I'm here today to express my support for the Reducing Greenhouse Gas Emissions Through Food Procurement motion as discussed today. Per CDC statistics, heart disease continues to be the leading cause of death, not only in California, but in the U.S. This is quite alarming from a healthcare perspective. What we tend to overlook is that heart disease is preventable, especially through dietary means. So a systematic and evidence-based investment and promotion in healthy plant-based eating patterns would mean investing in the optimal health and longevity of citizens, both here in California, but also all over the U.S. As such, expanding access to healthy plant-based foods would also create a more inclusive environment for food preferences and dietary restrictions. For these reasons, I highly urge you to please support this motion. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Eric Previn. You may begin.
I'm pretty sure that I lowered my hand appropriately, but I'm ready to. Is this a general public comment?
No, this is item 5. If you don't want to speak on this item, we'll go to our next speaker.
Was there a report? Did you just made one? A report? Okay.
Okay. Moderator, next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no additional remote speakers in queue to address the board.
Okay, we'll go to speakers in the room. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Annalicia Carr, Director of Policy and Coalitions with the Los Angeles Food Policy Council, a collective impact organization whose mission is centered on ensuring food is healthy, affordable, sustainable, and fair for all, in support of item number 5. Large institutions such as the county, which purchase and sell hundreds of thousands of meals or more every year, play a necessary role in stimulating and sustaining market demand for good food, including locally sourced, plant-based, and plant-forward options. LAUSD and the City of LA have demonstrated a value-based model such as the Good Food Purchasing Program can help shift institutional dollars to locally sourced food grown with respect to people, animals, and the planet. We encourage the county to assess not just the type of food it procures, but also how the food is grown or produced, how far it travels, the labor associated with it, opportunities to reduce food waste, and the nutritional quality and value of the food. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Paula Daniels. Excuse me. I'm Paula Daniels, a resident of District 3, founder of the LA Food Policy Council and co-founder of the Center for Good Food Purchasing. It's a national organization started in the city of Los Angeles when Supervisor Han was then a council member. We are the owners of the Good Food Purchasing Program, and I'm here to give you information on the outcomes of these types of shifts. We're in over 65 institutions across large U.S. regions. Several are counties, including Cook County, where Chicago is, and as you know, we're part of the LA County Sustainability Plan. In 2019, per a motion by Supervisor Han, we did an analysis of the food purchasing in the summer lunch program at Rec and Parks. So we have that information, but we also have over $1 billion worth of food purchasing that we've gathered over the years from across the country. So we did an impact hub for an analysis of the impacts of food shifts. With the motion that you've brought and the $23 million that the county buys in food, a shift to 25% could yield a carbon reduction of over 35 million pounds. And what's that? You would also decrease annual water use by 160 million gallons.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. No other speakers in the room? Okay, then item 5 is before us. I will move, seconded by Supervisor Solis, to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 5 is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Han?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
I'll now turn to item 18, Owen Brown Gravesite Historic Landmark nomination, which was held by Supervisor Barger. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Supervisor Barger, I'll turn it to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is truly a great honor that I bring forth this motion to nominate Owen Brown's gravesite as the LA County's historical landmark. This has truly been a partnership with members of the Altadena community who fought to secure this site and to do the work to enable it to become a historical landmark. I want to thank the committee members for their dedication in establishing the Owen Brown Committee. This includes Michelle Zach, Marietta Kruls, John Burton, Diane Markinson, and Mark Goldschmidt. This group worked closely with Tim Cantwell, developer of Lavinia Community, to secure the land where the gravesite sits today, along with critical funding that has helped them restore it. In 2019, this board approved a tentative tract map and conditional use permit for the Lavinia subdivision in Altadena. The conditions of the map required the developer to acquire Owen Brown's gravesite and preserve it within a conservancy alongside the establishment of a public education program. Owen Brown, much like his father, was an abolitionist. He was present at Lawrence, Kansas, a bastion of anti-slavery settlers, when it was besieged by pro-slavery forces. His involvement in the Bleeding Kansas confrontations was in response to the sacking of Lawrence. Additionally, he joined the raid at Harper's Ferry, led by his father, John Brown. The raid was a daring attempt to instigate a slave revolt in southern states by seizing the United States arsenal at Harper's Ferry, Virginia. While Owen managed to evade capture following the failed raid, his father, John Brown, faced trial and execution by Virginian authorities. Owen lived a fugitive's life, eventually finding refuge in Pasadena. Shortly before his death, he left behind a poignant statement stating, "The only true religion is to be true to every human being and to all animals so far as possible and be just." Upon his death, Owen was laid to rest atop a hill in Altadena, his gravesite marked with a simple inscription honoring his lineage and ideals. Over the years, Owen's gravesite has served as a pilgrimage site for admirers, commemorating his and his family's sacrifices in the fight against slavery. Noteworthy were 2 iron ornaments affixed to the marker, a heavy hook on the left and a 6-inch diameter ring on the right, symbols representing freedom from shackles of slavery and liberation from mortal bounds. Since the Owen Brown Committee has worked to further restore and enhance this site, which I have had the honor actually to hike up with Michelle, it is truly, I think, something that everyone should experience. Thus, I believe it is incumbent upon us to safeguard this historic landmark, a beacon reminding us that amidst the darkness of our history, individuals like Owen Brown emerged to champion freedom and justice. So I would ask for your support on this motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other supervisors who'd like to speak on this item? Okay. I want to thank you, Supervisor Barger, for bringing this motion forward. Owen, John, and other abolitionists involved in the Harper's Ferry raid and slave revolt have left an indelible legacy behind them for their heroic actions. While reading your motion, I was struck at how we're in the process still of remembering something that happened as long ago as the Civil War. And just this weekend, I read Michelle Obama's book, The Light We Carry, and she mentions that the number of statues that exist in our country largely honor white men, many of whom were part of the Confederacy. So this motion helps to move us in a different and better direction. The process of collective healing from the sins of slavery is still ongoing, and it's vitally important that we create new monuments and places of remembrance centered around the heroes of the abolitionist movement. I thank you for bringing this motion to us today, and Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Will the following individuals please come forward? Donald Harlan, John Burton, Muretta Kruls, Mark Goldschmidt, Michelle Zach, and Red Chief Hunt. Please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 18, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Eric Previn. You may begin.
That's right. Thank you. This is important. And the next item is about honoring female veterans. And don't forget about Private Cathay Williams, who was a black woman who lived during the Civil War. And she very much wanted to fight and help her country, but she was denied that basic right. So she enlisted anyway in secret under a pseudonym. She called herself William. And speeding through to the end, you know, she was honorably discharged when it all came out. She became a seamstress. But she was a great hero. She's listed as one of the most courageous heroes among our women warriors. So thank you for this deeply moving acknowledgement.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board.
Okay, we'll go to speakers in person. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Donald Harlan. This is concerning agenda item number 18, Owen Brown Gravesite Historic Landmark Nomination. That's private property. Yeah, in Altadena, that's private property. I would question legitimacy of some of your historical people you've made up. I'm pretty sure if Michelle Obama had written that he was an important historical figure, that it's pretty much not true. It's a constant battle with the county supervisors trying to remake history. So you own something that you really don't, or somebody's important that's really not. It seems that you're a bunch of monsters working at the county trying to promote traitors as heroes of the United States history.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm John Burton. I'm the vice chair of the Owen Brown Gravesite Committee. We'd like to thank Supervisor Barger and the board as a whole for this resolution and for all the support we've had over the last 5 years. Owen and his brother Jason homesteaded my neighborhood, the Altadena Meadows, in the 1880s. When he died in 1889, 2,000 people attended his Pasadena funeral to honor the tradition of abolition that he represented. The permanent gravesite granite marker was erected 9 years later and became a pilgrimage, an important point. It was vandalized. It was removed with this board's support. As we've heard in the resolution, it was relocated by the committee to its original location. We've installed benches and interpretive signs so that visitors will understand this important history, and landmark recognition will complete our project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Marietta Carules. What a great day to attend such a momentous occasion. For the past 40 years, I've ridden my horses, biked, and hiked to Owen's homestead and final resting place, always reflecting on his bravery and courage in a just cause. But I've always known that private ownership of the location was an impediment to protection, promotion, and the historic significance of the site. Altadenans for decades moved the needle to correct this. As I left my house this morning, I gazed at the San Gabriels with Brown Mountain, so named by Owen and his brother in honor of their father, majestically towering over Altadena. I smiled, knowing that the Browns' family mark on our nation remains unindelibly etched from coast to coast. And a brave soldier of the cause of freedom rests protected forever on a small mountaintop above Altadena, called the Little Round Top of the West. The Board of Supervisors today will place historic significance on this site and will give it added protection for posterity. Thank you all very much, and I enjoyed what the two of you had to say. Very impressive.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Mark Goldschmidt, and I've been on the board of Altadena Heritage on and off, mostly on, for 23 years. Altadena Heritage is a nonprofit organization that advocates for the preservation of our historic, environmental, and architectural resources. We also support the beautification of our unincorporated community, and we work to keep our citizens informed. In 1989, 35 years ago, Altadena Heritage applied to the County Landmarks Commission for the Owen Brown gravesite to be recognized as an important historic site. The county turned us down, but Altadena Heritage never gave up. Now, with the help of our town council and a very unusual and special arrangement with the developer of nearby Lavinia, the gravesite is finally ready to be turned over to the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy to become open space in perpetuity. A positive vote from our supervisors will be the culmination of a long, ongoing effort by our citizens to recognize and preserve the Owen Brown gravesite. Thank you very much for all you had to say, Supervisor Barger. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Michelle Zach. I'm chair of the Owen Brown Gravesite Committee, and I ask you to support Supervisor Barger's resolution to designate Owen Brown Gravesite a Los Angeles County Historic Landmark today. It's a long time coming. Altadena Heritage first nominated the site in 1989, but was turned down. We have kept alive efforts to honor this sacred site, a memorial to those who fought to end slavery in America across 35 years since 1989. California has few markers to the Union side of the Civil War or abolishing slavery, yet our state hosts more memorials and places named for the Confederate cause than any other state that was not part of the Confederacy. Today, February 27th, is a very auspicious one to honor California's Free State legacy. Abraham Lincoln delivered his Cooper Union address February 27, 1860. To quote Lincoln, "Let us have faith that right makes might, and in that faith, let's do our duty as we understand."
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have one more speaker on the phone.
We'll go to the participant of Angela Pennywell-Scott. You may begin.
Hi, I'm actually on hold for item number 19, so I think I got excited and pressed ahead of time.
Okay. We'll come back to you for 19. Right now, we're on item 18, which is before us, moved by Supervisor Barger. I will second to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 18 is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
We'll now move on to item 16, report on health study mitigation efforts in state and federal response to Chiquita Canyon landfill incident, which was held by Supervisor Barger. If there are no objections, we'll hear the report, followed by any remarks from supervisors, and then public comment. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. And I will now turn it to our presenters to hear the report. We have with us Mark Pastrella, Director of Public Works, Amy Bodek, Director of Regional Planning, Kevin McGowan, Director of the Office of Emergency Management, Chief Executive Office, Dr. Nicole Quick, Deputy Director, Health Protection Bureau, Department of Public Health, and they will all be presenting the report. I believe Shikari Nakagawa Ota, Branch Director of Environmental Protection Branch, Department of Public Health, is also available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. We're here today to provide an update on the Chiquita Canyon landfill order incident, the mitigation efforts to date, and the roles and responsibilities of local, state, and federal agencies. When the county first learned of a subsurface chemical reaction in an inactive portion of Chiquita Canyon landfill, Supervisor Barger commissioned this countywide task force here in front of you today. It's led by our OEM chief and made up of the public health, regional planning, county council, and public works departments. Together with our partner agencies at the state and federal level, we've been working diligently to hold Waste Connections, the landfill owner, accountable for fixing the problem. And our number one priority has been mitigating the reaction to decrease community impacts. We're working closely with the impacted communities, including regularly attending community meetings in person to report our findings and to respond to questions from residents. With me today is Dr. Nicole Quick from the County Health Department, as well as Director Amy Bodek from Regional Planning, and my representative from Public Works, Mickey Esposito. Dr. Quick will provide an overview of the smoldering event, as well as a list of some key actions taken by the county. Director Bodek will then describe the roles and responsibilities of each of the regulatory agencies involved. So without further ado, let's begin.
Good afternoon. I am Nicole Quick, happy to be here, and I want to take an opportunity to just thank the supervisor for bringing us here today to report back on this and for your continued support as we navigate this super complex issue. We do have some slides that we'll try to get up in a moment here, but I want to provide a little bit of background about what is taking place at Chiquita Canyon. Last summer, we became aware of increasing numbers of complaints related to odor. We, as a county, a couple things took place, one of which was to request from Cal Recycle, officially through our LEA, which is the local enforcement agency, a request for technical assistance to do a root cause analysis. That led us to determine that there's an elevated temperature landfill reaction going on. This is a super rare reaction that's taking place in Chiquita. Essentially, this reaction is resulting in a lot of leachate. Leachate is a byproduct of the reaction. It is when water is either in the landfill mass from rain or is a response to the reaction, and that leachate needs to come out somewhere. That comes out at various places in the landfill. This also has resulted in increase in landfill gas. Once again, don't want to underestimate, we continue to have a lot of smells emanating from this and odor impacts to the surrounding community. I'm going to go over a little bit more detail about what the county has done. In addition to requesting technical assistance from Cal Recycle with the root cause analysis, there also is a county task force. You're seeing a lot of the members of the county task force here today. We have a unified coordination group. We are meeting multiple times a month, sometimes even multiple times in a week, to address this in a coordinated manner. Numerous issues of violation have been, notices of violation have been issued from the various regulatory agencies. We also, the county has also established a grant relief program. I will speak right now while I have the opportunity, since our slides are not up. We also, at the request of the Board of Supervisors, conducted an independent health assessment that was done by an independent contractor. The goal of that was to assess any potential short-term or long-term health impacts to the community. And we also have, Supervisor Barger was also the one who called upon Chiquita repeatedly to establish a relocation program, which they have agreed to. I'm actually going to hand this over to Amy and then we'll get back to the health study with questions.
Certainly. Thank you, Dr. Quick. I'm also going to refer to a slide that we hope to have available momentarily, but I'm going to talk to you about the alphabet soup of regulatory agencies that are involved in this. I am speaking because the Department of Regional Planning holds the conditional use permit, which essentially allows for that land use to take place where it does, and under certain conditions. However, regional planning is not the only agency involved, and in addition to all the agencies that are at this table, there are myriad other local, regional, state, and federal agencies engaged in this process. So as you probably know, South Coast Air Quality Management District is involved. Obviously, our department is involved. The Department of Public Works is involved. The Department of Public Health is involved both as an advisor and as their role as a local enforcement agency. County of Public Works, as I said, they are responsible for carrying out certain functions related to those land use permits, and so they do have a role here as well. South Coast Air Quality Management District, they investigate the odor complaints. And that has been key to the county agencies understanding that there are issues going on subsurface in that landfill. In addition to the local agencies, we also have Regional Water Quality Control Board, the State Department of Toxic Substance Control. Dr. Quick mentioned Cal Recycle, which is also a state agency, and then of course the US EPA. All of those agencies have a role to play in the jurisdictional enforcement and administration of a land use like a landfill. So it's challenging to say who's in charge because there are myriad departments involved at various levels of all county government. They all have a role to play, and we are essentially the coordinators of all that information. With that, I am turning it over to Mr. Pastrello. Pardon?
If you can turn your mic on.
Supervisors, we're getting these slides up for you right now, but we're open for questions if you'd like to ask questions of the group.
Sure, and I know that if we can't get them up on the screen, we'll also have them in hard copy.
Yes.
But Supervisor Barger, I know you asked for this presentation, so I'll turn it to you first.
Thank you. You know, first of all, thank you to this team. I mean, Dr. Quick, your team, Public Health, Regional Planning, Public Works have been incredible. And, you know, I've been engaged with this with my staff, and I want to acknowledge my staff as well. Anish, Soraya, who's been fielding a lot of the complaints, as well as Stephanie English, my deputy out in Santa Clarita. It's been important for us to collaborate with the county departments and the Office of Emergency Management, Kevin, thank you, to address the odor issues that have been impacting Chiquita Canyon landfill. It has been a concerted effort aimed at finding effective, immediate solutions to the impacts in the community. Once this was brought to my attention, I directed the county to establish a task force to immediately coordinate the various regulatory authorities we have over the landfill, which, as you said, Amy, it is an alphabet soup. Despite these efforts, the approval of multiple urgency motions by this board and efforts at various regulatory levels, the crisis is still ongoing. I think it would be helpful for our board to hear from the departments, which you did, but I mean in terms of what we have done. And I have a few questions that I think I want to seek clarity, and I know the answers, but I think it's important for the public to understand how this all rolls out. And interestingly enough, I know Supervisor Mitchell, you sit on AQMD. When this was first brought up to us at AQMD, the concern was, is Chiquita Canyon the first of many? We don't know, because this is not a part of the landfill that's currently intaking any of the garbage. It's actually in an area that's been dormant for about 30 years. And so AQMD expressed concern and said, quite frankly, we don't know if this is the first of what's to come. And knock on wood, so far that has not been the case, but I think there's a lot of lessons learned. So with that, my question to you, Amy, and you may have touched on it, what is the process for revoking a conditional use permit?
Certainly, thank you for that. And thank you for the opportunity to explain it, because we clearly banter about and understand that it may be a little bit more complex of an issue. When we issue a land use permit, sometimes those land use permits have restrictions, and we put those restrictions in something called a conditional use permit. And so that conditional use permit is very, very specific to the location and the land use that it is serving. For us to revoke that permit, it is a regulatory process, but it requires us to first go through a process where a notice of violation is determined. Regional planning has clearly determined that there's a violation. Part of our conditional use permit says that this use must operate in accordance with all state, local, and federal regulations. When we determined, based on AQMD's numerous issuances of violations, that there were also violations under our CUP, we issued something called a notice of violation, and that was done last summer. The notice of violation gives them an appropriate time to respond. We can't immediately go to the board under a normal regulatory process and ask for the board to revoke the CUP. There must be violations of that CUP. And in this case, there was that they were not complying with other regulations because there was the AQMD violation. We issue our notice of violation, and they are granted an opportunity to cure or to fix that violation. When an applicant who is dealing with the notice of violation is generally being responsive and is trying to work towards a solution, we allow a continuation of that violation, that notice of violation period, so that they can continue to come into compliance. In this case, Chiquita Canyon has clearly been trying to resolve this issue. They've been relatively responsive to us and to the other regulatory agencies, but our notice of violation is still out there. If Chiquita were to stop being responsive, then we do have the ability to issue them a final order, and then based on evidence of continued violations and no longer working with the other agencies, we would then come to the Planning Commission and then eventually the board, if it's appealed, to ask for your permission to revoke that permit.
So given the current data and information available to the county, there is not a justification right now to unilaterally close the landfill?
There is not, and we base that on information that we receive from all of the agencies. And the LEA in particular, as well as the other agencies, have determined that through the data and the health impact analysis, if that's the correct term, that although there is clearly an incident and there's clearly a nuisance, that it does not warrant the cessation of the landfill.
So knowing that the county doesn't through our CUP, are there other state agencies whose permits, if revoked or suspended, would provide the county with justification to revoke our CUP?
Theoretically, yes. It does depend on whether that agency outright revokes or if they do something similar where they give them an opportunity to cure.
So they have the authority outside of the CUP to close down a landfill?
Yes.
So that's the Regional Water Quality Board, AQMD, but I don't know that AQMD does have that authority. But Cal Recycle, I believe, does.
Cal Recycle, yes. AQMD does grant a permit as well, and then DTSC.
Okay. Thank you. And then, Mark, what role does Cal Recycle play in the closure of landfills?
Supervisor, the answer is best answered by our LEA, who's here.
Sure, we're going to invite Shikari up just to make sure we speak exactly correctly to the LEA authority as to their permit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Quick. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shikari Nakagawa Ota. I'm representing local enforcement agency. It has the state delegated authority to enforce state minimum standards at solid waste facilities such as landfill. So state regulation requires all landfill operators to demonstrate the ability to properly close and have approved post-closure maintenance plan for the minimum 30 years, because landfill, just because you received the last load, the maintenance work, environmental control, it needs to be continued. So the closure section in Title 27 refers to that. So it is not related to cessation or cease and desist per se. This explains what it is the operator of the landfill is required to do for proper closure and post-closure maintenance plan.
So does Cal Recycle have a role to play in the closure of a landfill? So the answer is yes, they do?
Yes, but through delegated authority,
right,
it would be for the LEA to take action.
Okay. Why, just out of curiosity, why did the county specifically reach out to Cal Recycle on this issue and to perform the root cause analysis?
Oh, why?
Why did you reach out?
Oh, okay. Okay. So Cal Recycle is required to provide technical assistance upon request by the LEA. So we utilize the process to request review or analysis. So based on the order, incident, and complaints, and the discussion among other regulatory agencies, state and local, we made a contact to Cal Recycle to do the data review provided by the operator for 18 months, the raw landfill gas data.
Great, thank you. And I know that I did a motion that outlined impact of closure, but if the county were to revoke the landfill's CUP tomorrow, would that in any way mitigate the impacts to the community? Because I think there's a misconception if you shut it down that's going to address the odors.
Mickey Esposito, I can certainly answer that question for you. The active face is actually not where the odors are emanating from. They're actually emanating from the closed, inactive portion of the landfill. That's the area hatched in green on that slide above you. The red is where the active phase is. So in fact, if we prohibit intake of waste into the red area, it won't stop what's going on in the closed and inactive area. So shutting down the landfill cessation will not actually stop the odors from emanating.
So knowing that, what would the impact be to redirect the waste stream to other parts of the county? Where would it go and who would be impacted?
Very good question, Supervisor Barger. Actually, there are 5 other landfills about 50 miles from this particular landfill. We have done a capacity analysis to understand how much waste could be taken and that there numerically is enough capacity within the county. There are also certainly landfills outside of the county where the waste could go. I would just caution that there are cascading impacts and unintended consequences. Imagine contracts, hauling, truck traffic, all of the changes that would have to happen in order to reroute this, let's say, 6,000 tons of waste per day or 2 million tons per year to these other landfills. So there would be some impact that we'd have to be mindful of.
So one of the things I did ask is that Chiquita accept less waste. Do we know if they are still maximizing their daily loads that they are allowed to take? Because I mean, you know, the issue was at that point we didn't know if it was going to be the active part of the landfill as well, and that's when I asked them to decrease the amount. And again, you know, they sued us over the conditional use permit because they thought we were being too strict. So I just am curious to know if they've been restricting the tonnage that's come in. Do you know?
We have had those conversations with them. I think that is still an option on the table for more discussion.
Okay. And I should have asked this one first. First of all, Dr. Quick, again, thank you to you and your team. You all have been incredible. But can you explain what role the county has as a lead enforcement agency in oversight of the landfill? I know we talked about LEA. Can you explain that role?
Yeah, so the LEA, which you heard Shikari just give an overview of, that's state delegated authority. Do you want me to answer from DPH perspective and maybe what we did on the health study while I have the microphone?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So we also, at the request of the board, we got a independent health consultant to come in and evaluate the short and long-term health effects. We contracted with RU to do a study, which took place over a series of weeks to do independent measurements of air quality and air toxics. Essentially, this study utilized independently gathered data gathered from the contractors that work at the landfill. We found a couple of notable things in this, and I'm going to highlight these right now just so everybody's aware. Essentially, the biggest conclusion that I think is really important is that the community is exposed to significant odors. Now, these odors are ongoing. They've been going since we all became involved in this as a county task force, and those have a real impact. We know that exposures to odorants and landfill gases have real health impacts, and we hear it from community members. Those might be headaches, dizziness, nausea, and so forth. So those are consistent with what we found in the study, our exposure to those. We also found that Chiquita appears to contribute a small incremental amount of benzene to the community air. Now, when compared with the amount of benzene that we're all exposed to in the rest of LA, it was a very small incremental increase, but because of these findings, our sort of suggestions and recommendations to Chiquita, of which they have agreed to essentially implement, are number one, they need to, because the continuous hydrogen sulfide monitors appear to be the most useful measure of tracking emissions of landfill gas emissions, we essentially have asked them to regularly calibrate and get those up to speed. Also, Chiquita needs to increase its benzene sampling frequency and decrease their reporting limit so that we can track this benzene ongoing in the community. We also had a couple other suggestions about improving their air quality monitoring through the community, and we continue to be engaged with Chiquita on this aspect to ensure that we can evaluate the health going forward. So that's the overall what DPH is involved with, in addition to what the LEA scope of authority.
As part of the LEA role, have you engaged state and federal entities on the issues within their purview so to coordinate efforts?
Absolutely. So this has been touched upon a little when Amy gave an overview, but essentially the LEA requested this official help from Cal Recycle, and that was one of many state agencies that we're working with. There is a task force that is sort of led right now by the US EPA that got involved at the request of the other state agencies for all of the regulatory authorities to meet on a weekly basis, if not more so. And that includes the federal and state agencies, AQMD, DTSC, Cal Recycle, probably missing some are Water Board as well. So yes, we are working with them and we have multiple representatives that are on that task force.
So it's fair to say then, I think you said it, Dr. Quick, that Chiquita's management has been receptive to the mitigation measures imposed by the county, LEA, and the state to date, including the most recent requirements from the Department of Toxic Substances Control?
Yes, so Chiquita has been providing detailed responses to essentially to all of the different regulatory agencies, and I can speak as far as DPH and LEA. Yes, Chiquita has been responding to the recommended mitigation measures as well as our recommendations for health studies.
And then my last question, my understanding is the operator will be placing a large cover on part of the landfill where odors are generated from. First of all, when is that going to happen, and do we think that's going to help with the impacts to the community?
Shikari, do you want to talk a little about the mitigation measures? Was the question about the geothermal cover and the soil
geothermal
cover?
that I know they've ordered a couple of months ago, and I guess, you know, we thought that the flares would dissipate the smell.
Right.
Still a challenge.
Yes, so LEA directed Chiquita Canyon Landfill to implement 2 mitigation measures. One is the installation of the temperature monitoring probe. That will provide the data for them in case to construct a soil break to prevent the reaction from spreading to the active phase. The second mitigation measure was to install geomembrane cover. So that will provide a really good cover to prevent the odor that's accumulating underneath from escaping or being emitted into the air. So, but this is more like a short-term fix. The AQMD's order related to drilling the extraction well to collect the landfill gas, it's more long-term, even though it can contribute to odor incidents because you are drilling into the waste mass. However, with the cover and the extraction well, that combination has to be there to properly collect and control landfill gas.
Do we know what the time frame is on that?
I cannot speak to the AQMD's time frame, but for the geomembrane installation, we are looking at March 25th, at the end of March. And unfortunately, the probe installation is delayed due to rain. And also because rain affected the delivery of the parts and the equipment. And also, if the condition at the landfill is wet, it's too dangerous, it's not safe to bring in the heavy equipment and work on the slope. So we just issued a letter yesterday so that we can meet with the operator to reevaluate the time frame, but we will make sure that they will do everything to expedite the installation timeline.
Thank you. You know, despite collective efforts of county, state, and now federal agencies, regrettably, the problem remains unsolved. In recent weeks, we have witnessed a series of events unfolding alongside a surge of community opposition to the landfill, which calls for intensifying for the closure of this landfill. While it appears that the issue at the landfill is currently not attributed to their active operations and that the landfill is complying with all county, state, and now federal mandates, I am demanding that they do more. I have made it clear the leadership at Chiquita Canyon Landfill has to change with the most recent events that took place over the weekend. At the end of the day, it is their facility that is impacting the community. Most recently, I called on the landfill to take greater action to address the immediate needs of impacted residents, including supporting relocation of impacted residents, funding home hardening for those who cannot or do not wish to move or relocate, providing higher quality air filter systems for residents' homes on immediate request. The landfill has agreed to do so, and it's my understanding that the website for these community benefits will be live next week, slightly ahead of schedule. This is in addition to the $2 million in funding my office has established for utility bill relief and future home hardening. This board, in collaboration with our state partners, will hold the landfill accountable and ensure that they deploy every resource available to solve this problem. I want to thank Senator Scott Wilk, who sat down with the county departments. I know, Mark, he reached out to you and my office to better understand this issue and see how they can assist us in getting this resolved. I am hopeful that with this information, we can help push state agencies to support the county's efforts and to utilize all the state's powers to investigate these issues. As we heard from the departments today, the Cal Recycle Technical Analysis notes that there are numerous mitigation measures needed to stop the ongoing reaction and abate this odor problem. I do want to make it clear that closure of the landfill is absolutely an option, but there is no nexus and justification to do so, something I've explained to our assembly member and explained to the community over the weekend. It is crucial to recognize that unilateral action by the county comes with certain challenges, and there are certain powers and authority that lie beyond our jurisdiction and rest with other agencies at the state. I am skeptical but hopeful that the large cover, which is anticipated, I guess, in place by April 15th, will help abate the odors. The county must continue to take action to further address the odor impact through mitigation efforts and work to prevent further impacts caused by this landfill. While the prospect of closing the facility presents formidable challenges, if deemed warranted by state experts, I am hopeful that they will exercise their authority to do so. Again, if the state deems that there is a nexus and they feel it's appropriate, I'm hopeful that they will exercise their authority to do so. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the county departments. You all have been absolutely incredible, especially public health. I know we would all agree. You all did the health study. You took a lot of grief because the answers you gave were not necessarily what the community wanted to hear, but you were transparent and you were honest with your results. And by the way, you did not discount the fact that nosebleeds are real and that the impact of headaches is real. But the issue is the impact to people's overall health. So I, again, appreciate the job that you did. And lastly, I want to express my gratitude to state and federal agencies for their efforts in mandating regulatory compliance and for their collaboration in addressing this precious issue, or this pressing issue. You know, again, Supervisor Mitchell, you sit on AQMD. AQMD from day one has been there, and I so appreciate their willingness to sit down and give me Landfill 101 as it relates to how AQMD oversees what is going on. So I want to specifically thank the management district and also Cal Recycle, who responded quickly to the letters I sent requesting assistance. The impacts to our residents are real and must be addressed. There is plenty of work to be done to fix this odor issue, and I promise you this, I am committed to doing so, and also holding Chiquita Canyon landfill accountable at all fronts. So with that, thank you to my colleagues for indulging me on this. It is an issue that is a quality of life issue up in Val Verde, and I just felt that it was necessary for us to kind of explain jurisdictional boundaries and where we are today. So thank you.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, and thanks Supervisor Barger for bringing the motion forward today. I certainly can sympathize. I know the painful impact of noxious, pungent odors on a community and on a community's quality of life. And so I'm proud to represent this board on South Coast Air Quality Management District, and we'll continue to elevate the issue as well as the related enforcement actions that are required. The hearing board is getting regular updates on the requirements within the order of abatement, And we heard some of the issues under the order, but the order includes 2 times daily inspection and removal of pooling liquid, submission of an excavation and mitigation plan, expanding gas extraction wells, which we heard about, expanded continuous air monitoring, and development of a real-time air monitoring data webpage, as you mentioned, which I think it's important for the general public to know what's been put in place under the order. The next update to the hearing board will be in April. The hearing board is not AQMD's board that I sit on, but it's a board within kind of the hearing board members are appointed by AQMD. So we won't take direct action on the enforcement actions, but we can direct staff to support the orders and actions as they come out. And so know that that will be our intention to continue to do so. The full AQMD board meets this Friday, and it's my intention to request a progress report from their perspective. And I'll certainly make sure that my colleagues on AQMD are aware of your actions here as well. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Barger, for your leadership in our county on this important environmental health issue. Thank you to Supervisor Mitchell for representing our interests at AQMD. The situation at Chiquita Canyon is a true calamity, an ongoing underground fire, and I commend both of you in your ability to marshal all levels of government, to bringing them to the table to handle this situation. And it is a certainty that this board will have your back in taking extraordinary action on this extraordinary circumstance. We know it can't be business as usual regulation for this incredible tragedy that's going on. So thank you for your leadership. I will now turn it to our executive officer to call members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Will the following individuals please come forward? Donald Harlan, Red Chief Hunt, and Sandra Cattell. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 16, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Eric Previn. You may begin.
Thank you. Thank you for taking swift action slash getting there eventually to take care of this incredibly noxious experience in these people's neighborhood. And I hear Supervisor Mitchell echoing that it's not the only part of town where there have been toxic chemicals all over the place, and it's bad. And I remember at the hearing for the Chiquita landfill a few years ago, there were lots of opposition to expanding it. And Markedly Thomas was AOL, and he was over at the Lucas Museum cutting a ribbon and acting like a fat cat while these people were begging.
This item is on the Chiquita Canyon landfill incident. If you could focus your comments on that item, thank you.
Yeah, that was the hearing. No, that was the hearing. There was a hearing about it, and we said, where is he? And we found out later in the media that he was over at the Lucas Museum, the Narrative Museum. So I just hope that they're going to make that museum free to the public, and the people of Chiquita can get their problem solved as quickly as possible. Thanks for having your back.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board.
Okay, we'll go to speakers in person. Go right ahead.
Hi, I'm Donald Harlan. This is concerning agenda item number 16, the report about the state and federal response to Chiquita Canyon landfill incident. This incident is sabotage. There is video satellite footage of criminals drilling the landfill, that they've created a situation. There shouldn't be any houses next to the landfill at all. That's my landfill, that's my property. It's been a long time. State doesn't own it, the federal government doesn't own it. I've owned it for a long time. It was originally an agricultural dump only, just for organic materials for the agriculture near there, but it was modified to be a general landfill. I understand that. There's a big problem that people trying to pay themselves for the landfill. I'm the type, I like clean. I wouldn't charge people.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Sandra Cattell, and I've noticed you talk about the odor incident. It's not just noxious odors. DTSC cited Chiquita landfill for hazardous waste runoff and illegal disposal of benzene-laden leachate, the same stuff that sprayed out into the air, and it actually threatens our water. There are also other VOCs. People are being adversely affected by the landfill. When we throw something away, where does it go? Currently, we bury it. Yes, we have green waste diversion, but where does that go? I viewed a half mile of contaminated mulch piles 12 feet high in the desert. So I'm concerned that decisions are being made dependent on need and capacity that are impacting marginalized communities. It's imperative that the county investigate other technologies regarding solid waste and come up with a sustainable plan that will actually protect the communities. Thank you.
Thank you. This report is received and filed. Hearing no objections, that will be the order. We'll now move on to item 19. Thank you for your service proclaiming March 2024 as Veteran Women's Month and improving support for veteran women. This item was held by Supervisor Solis. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item, and I will turn it to Supervisor Solis.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you also for joining me as a co-author on this item. I want to take this moment to thank all the women veterans who have served our country and our community, including those who are here today with us. I also want to take a moment of silence to those women who lost their life while serving. Thank you, members. We all know March to be International Women's Day. However, through a presidential proclamation, our nation also carved out a special recognition for our women veterans who have diligently served and sacrificed themselves for our country's freedom. This motion today goes beyond just proclaiming and thanking them for their service in the month of March, which we should do every day that we get a chance to. In the course of putting this motion together with Jim Zenner, Director of the Department of Military and Veterans Affairs, we learned that the County of LA could go much further in improving how we support them and when they transition back to civilian life. According to the 2022 census, there were 18,890 veteran women in LA County. And the statistics are rather startling in terms of how transitioning from military to civilian life is like for women veterans. Just as an example, women veterans are more likely to live in poverty and make less than their male counterparts. And they're more likely to be responsible for caring for children of younger ages compared to their counterparts during a time in which their income and careers are less stable. A RAND study recently noted that veteran women are greatly impacted by the lack of childcare when they are trying to continue their own education or pursuing employment opportunities. Women veterans, when they do transition back, they require gender-specific care and services for their mental and physical care to address combat trauma, military sexual trauma, family planning needs. It's important for me to say that their needs are different and the issues they face are unique to their experience as being women. And unfortunately, they continue to face many obstacles and barriers to receiving that much needed support and care. With this motion before us, members, the board would be directing the county's Department of Military and Veterans Affairs to work with our relevant departments, such as our health and social services departments, to conduct a gap analysis and assessment on the availability of county gender-specific resources and services for veteran women, including supporting single veteran women, and focus on groups and community meetings involving veteran women and service providers to identify needs, opportunities for legislative advocacy, and services overall for women veterans. For us, I believe this is a real opportunity for the County of Los Angeles to go beyond just thanking and paying ceremonial or symbolic salutes to them, to the women, because many of them are in our community. Many are at this current moment facing homelessness and perhaps other types of trauma in our community. And many do not identify as veterans, knowing that they can get services and perhaps make that connection to our departments as well as to the rightful compensation that they might also be entitled to, that they don't often get. I'm very proud that we were able to work with you, Director Zenner, and wanted to ask if you could talk a little bit about how we came about putting this together. And I want to thank you and your staff for working with our staff on this.
Yeah, 100%. And it's great to be here and great to be talking about veteran women on this month in March as we're looking at all women history. It came about when we had that conversation at the one event, and from there we just started looking into women veteran issues and kind of where we're at. We reached out to veteran women. Obviously, I'm not a woman veteran, but we have women veterans that work for us, and we have several women veterans that work in VPAN over at our Department of Mental Health, as well as women veteran in the community. And so with that conversation, we circled back with your staff and saw that there is quite a gap, and there's a huge need to really tailor these services for women veterans.
Do you think there might be opportunity for us to collaborate with some of our partners that are already providing some of these very essential services to the veterans community? I know that there exists some perhaps homeless women vet programs that exist, I know, out in Long Beach and other parts with the VA as well. Can we look to perhaps entertain partnerships with these various groups?
Yeah, absolutely. So LA County is part of what's called the Vision 22 with the VA, and it covers Loma Linda and Long Beach, as well as Greater LA VA medical centers. And so exploring a partnership directly with Vision leadership to connect all three medical centers to the county in regards of connecting women veterans in a very intentional and meaningful way is out there. There's also a federal advisory committee specific for women veterans that we need to connect into. Additionally, CalVet has a survey for women veterans to see what the needs are. We can partner with them and make sure that we get the word out, help them get the word out, and get as many of our veteran women to take that survey to really better understand the needs, as well as convening the stakeholders here in LA County specifically to learn about the service providers that exist here in the county and what's working well, but what's not working well, and maybe where the gaps are.
And to be sure, when we talk about women veterans, it isn't exclusively one group. It's also the LGBTQ and trans community. And I know that I have had several commissioners that represent that community that have served as veteran commissioners for me. And I know that their issues are a little different as well. So I'm hopeful that we can begin to break down those barriers and invite more of those individuals to be a part of our effort overall.
Absolutely. One thing for the board to know is the Measure H funding that was passed and allocated to MVA includes a legal contract in which we intend to specifically target marginalized populations like our LGBTQ+ veterans and women veterans, specifically around archaic policies like the Don't Ask, Don't Tell. We want to streamline that and get them connected to the VA benefits that they earn and rightfully deserve.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis, also for the opportunity to join you as a co-author on this motion. As you so eloquently said, the unique challenges that veteran women face merits our specific and intentional care. These are women who have dedicated their lives to protecting our nation at all costs, and yet too often they are reluctant to identify as veterans and take advantage of the resources that are afforded to them. And thank you to our director for all of the work that you're doing to address that. In some cases, they have suffered at the hands of those who were supposed to have their backs and have never regained the trust lost by the actions of active harm and subsequent indifference. They, like many women across the county, are in a system that was not designed by them, that did not have them in mind, and is only now catching up to their needs and challenges. We have an opportunity today to not only proclaim a month for visibility and education, but truly honor the service of our sisters in arms by taking into account their experiences and ensuring that they're centered in the delivery and execution of the county's resources. I want to thank Supervisor Solis again for her leadership, as well as all our colleagues for supporting this motion. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to both Supervisor Solis and you for helping us kick off Women's History Month by bringing forward the proclamation to declare March as Women Veteran Month and improving support for women veterans. I was struck, Supervisor Solis, as you talked about one of the challenges women veterans experience with regard to childcare. And the irony with that, because the U.S. military has been known for decades to have the best child care system in the country. You know, there are organizations that rank child care. California often fell in the bottom quartile, and the U.S. military was always #1. And so to recognize how different their experience is while on active duty versus when they are in veterans and come home, and we can't provide them the same level of high quality child care services as they get when on active duty, really must feel like the ultimate irony. So I look forward to the report back to see how we as a county can enhance the way we provide service to our women veterans. You know, proud to say that my own two appointees on the Veterans Advisory Commission are women. Retired Lieutenant Colonel Patricia Jackson Kelly and retired Captain Joanna McFadden, who I often hear from in terms of their service on the commission and really, you know, feeling a sense of personal duty to bring forward these issues as they relate to women veterans. So thank you for the motion, and I look forward to the report back.
Thank you very much. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who've signed up to speak on this item.
Will the following individuals please come forward? Harriet Ellett, Jay Morales, Red Chief Hunt, Rocio Palomero, Salim Alim, please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 19, if you have not already done so, please press 1 and 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Daniel Dufont. Daniel, just cue it out. We'll go to Patricia Jackson Kelly. You may begin.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. As stated, I am Lieutenant Colonel retired Patricia Jackson Kelly, and thank you for my supervisor for recognizing the job that Captain McFadden and I constantly do for women veterans. As a retiree, I find it really rewarding that we are having this opportunity at this time because it's long overdue. Child care is a real issue with the women veterans, and also the ability to integrate into the community. And we have tried to do programs to assist us with that. And I feel like I really appreciate this coming forward. Thank you very much, Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Mitchell, for speaking on this behalf.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Dr. Kelly Cash. You may begin.
Good morning. It's Dr. Kathy Cash. I am a U.S. Army veteran, a certified peer support specialist, and a resident of SD2. I am pleased that not only are we being recognized as women veterans, but that we've added that second statement after the "and," that we look after our support and the resources that we need. Wellness is a right, if you will, for every veteran. And there are so many things that cause women veterans not to be well. And being able to have the county come behind us to support us speaks volumes. In peer support, we say nothing about us without us. And that means full and direct participation of women veterans to find what we need so that this can be a successful moving forward motion. I thank you so much for the opportunity to address the board, and I thank you so much for supporting us and recognizing us as women veterans.
Time has expired.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Angela Pennywell Scott. You may begin.
Good afternoon. I first want to thank Supervisor Solis for bringing this proclamation forward. I am a United States Navy veteran, and I sit here proud hearing my other comrades speak about the importance that we need in getting child care and better wellness and the power behind honoring military women during this month is a testament to the remarkable contribution that women in the armed forces have made. And receiving the final accolade is one step further to allowing us to truly feel seen, valued, and heard. So again, I'd like to thank you again for this proclamation, moving it forward, in addition to really taking time to hear us and hear our concerns, because we fought bravely. It is an injustice if we come home and we don't receive the same type of care that we fought for.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Eric Previn. You may begin.
Thank you. Thanks for recognizing women veterans. I think it's important. You know, in America in 2022, there were almost 2 million and about 14 or so, 15 million male veterans. But it's important that women get recognized. And I thought the points about the top quality maternal care that's provided by the military stands in contrast to some of the other things that women veterans have to endure. But it's important also to remember, Queen Elizabeth was a veteran. She drove a truck in the military. And I think that astronaut, Eileen Collins, you know, was a big military model. So there's so many who are worth recognizing. And I hope that this motion is about doing something proactive to make the experience better.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Daniel Default. You may begin.
That's Danielle Defoe, and I would like to say, as a 20-year Army retiree, that I support the supervisor's motion. And I would also like to thank Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Mitchell for introducing the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Tess Bankel. You may begin.
I have been in the minority as a military woman, and most recently, as a woman veteran seeking to serve and lead in legacy organizations. I empathize with all those in the minority who know what it can often mean. I have in the past denied to myself that challenges I experienced both on active duty and as a veteran were influenced or created by my gender, because it made it easier to accept and a painful truth that so many in the minority know. It was hard in the past to seek help for domestic violence, homelessness, MST, and PTSD when I needed it, without the ghost of appearing weak, and to fall ill and need treatment and have to put my child before myself. I have in my history struggled to reconcile my military experience and to find my place in the community as a veteran, always reconciling my understanding of what it means to be a woman leader, but wanting simply to serve. I've kept rising to meet the roads, but at times I found myself seeing through the gendered lens of what it has traditionally meant to be a leader and a public servant in America. You, our Board of Supervisors, are a beacon. Director Zetter, you have always been a champion for all and has spent years building veteran
Your time has
services in
expired.
LA and the region.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Eric Perez. You may begin.
Yeah, I was calling regarding another matter. I just want to say that it's like how they say that they want equality, and the last lady, one of the last ladies that said it's disappointing for them to come and not be able to get the services that they receive and that they were all fighting for. But men do that all the time, and it's very little the help that men get. Men really get railroaded by the system, and I thought it was just crazy how she said that they don't get the assistance in the that they were out there fighting for. Men have been out there fighting for the same things, but are really looked at as less of human beings, basically, by the government. How they do us in family court and just overall, and it's so easy for a man to get railroaded in court. And I'm calling regarding another matter, but I just wanted to point that out, how it should be, they want equality, and it should be equal for both sides. How long haven't men
Thank you.
men been
Your
fighting
time has
for our
expired.
country?
Next speaker, please.
My name is Harriet Elliott, and I want to bring to your attention a woman named Renee Pittman. She's a representative of the VA in the LA VA office, And the psychiatrist actually said he blamed her for DEWs. I'm talking about DEWs. She's a soul sister in a way. She's about 46, I'm 72. She has the same problem as I do. Here is our leader. His name is Robert Duncan. I'm going to talk at public comment later that DEWs cause cancer, but she doesn't have any cancer in her problem. I read 5 out of her 6 books. I recommend them highly. She has, in those books, 1/4 of the books are patents, and they're lovely to read. And do you think that the CIA is sitting on these patents? They're using those patents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Rocio Palmero, and I am a 14-year Navy veteran. And I'd like to thank Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Horvath for introducing this motion, and for the rest of the supervisors for also supporting this motion. It is estimated that 10 to 12% of all veterans are women, and only 2% of all women are veterans, which comes out to about 1.67 million veterans, according to the 2022 census. We have overcome negative gender biases, gender-specific prejudices, and situations that result in challenging barriers such as depression, anxiety, that we have to learn to deal without the proper support. We prevail and continue to contribute to our society as spouses, mothers, daughters, sisters, CEOs, directors, and bosses. And how much greater would our participation be if we received the support that has been presented today in this motion? The passing of this motion would say, we see you for the veterans that you are, we thank you for your service, and we acknowledge that this is what a veteran looks like. And how much great would it be to be able to say, we honor you with this month.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, my name is Jesse J. Morales, and I am the Adjutant Emeritus of the oldest American Legion post in Los Angeles County. I'm here to endorse and support unanimously the actions of your board. I'm also here to inform you that 40-plus years ago, Supervisor Kenneth Hahn appointed me, the first Vietnam veteran, chairman of the task force for Veterans to Save Patriotic Hall. Because John Hahn, your uncle, was the post commander that appointed me, recommended me. So the purpose of my being here is that we're honoring World War II veterans on May the 27th in the afternoon with a musical concert that the Department of Veterans Affairs and we are part of. And we would like all of the supervisors present because it's going to be a VIP affair. And thank you very much for having me. Semper Fi.
Semper Fi. Next speaker.
Hi. I'll try not to lose it today. I really appreciate each one of you. But I also want to tell you the leadership is falling down. The leadership is falling down means, I'm sorry to say that, in 1990 or the early 80s, America was beautiful. America welcomed me. This is time I have to give back to this country who let me in, who gave me so much, but you're destroying the country. You hiring people who don't speak English. The leadership, people who are qualified are not working. Your employees, your deputies don't know what patient right is wholly mutual.
This item is about veteran women. If
Yes,
you could
you're
focus
right.
your comments on that,
I'm sorry.
please. Thank you.
Okay,
That's okay.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
And then also, on that note, there is a serious conflict of interest that exists within Los Angeles County.
Thank you. Your time has expired. That was our last speaker. Item 19 is before us, moved by Supervisor Solis, and I will second to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 19 is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn? Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
We'll now move on to item 24, establish a reward offer in the vandalism and theft of metal at Woodlawn Celestial Gardens, which was taken up with item 25, establish a reward offer in the vandalism and theft of metal at Lincoln Cemetery, both of which were held by Supervisor Mitchell. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on these items. Supervisor Mitchell, I'll turn it to you.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. These two motions offer a total of $40,000 in rewards for information related to recent incidents of theft and vandalism at Woodlawn Celestial Gardens and Lincoln Cemetery. On January 6, 2024, the owner of the Woodlawn Celestial Gardens Cemetery in the city of Compton discovered that numerous headstones and headstone markers had been vandalized. In addition, multiple bronze memorial plaques had been removed from the headstones and stolen. Woodlawn Celestial Gardens is one of the oldest operating cemeteries in the county, with interments dating back to the 1880s. The cemetery includes prominent figures and local military veterans from the Civil War and the Spanish-American War. The owner of the Woodlawn Celestial Gardens estimates the financial loss to be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Sadly, a similar incident occurred less than a week later at Lincoln Cemetery in the city of Carson. On January 12th, a volunteer discovered that numerous bronze memorial markers and plaques had been stolen from headstones and the mausoleum. The vandalized property included a 90-year-old bronze statue of President Abraham Lincoln, which was damaged during an attempt to remove an attached plaque. Additionally, a large bronze plaque that was dedicated to local veterans who died in combat had also been stolen. It was gifted in 1949 by former world heavyweight boxing champ Joe Louis. The financial cost of the loss and damage is estimated to be over $2 million. Madam Chair, I was sort of hesitant in holding these items because I didn't want, it was twofold. I think it's important that the public know what's happening at our cemeteries, which is why I emphasize the bronze plaques stolen from headstones, if you could envision that, what it takes to remove the bronze plaque from a headstone that family members painstakingly pay for and have as the final marker and the final resting place, headstones that depict a life lived. And for them to be stolen, I think is the ultimate act of vandalism and deeply hurtful and disrespectful to all of us as our final resting place for our loved ones. The Sheriff's Department Major Crimes Bureau is investigating the incidents along with the department's metal theft detail. So the reason I did decide to bring it forward and talk about it is because I think it's important that members of the public understand what's happening and that we urge them to, if you see something, say something. And this can be done by contacting the Major Crimes Bureau at 562-946-7008. In addition, a tip may be shared anonymously by calling 1-800-222-TIPS, that's TIPS. And both phone numbers are on our screen now for members of the public. Unfortunately, as I've learned in these two recent thefts, that cemetery crimes are not rare. And we will continue to monitor the data on these particular incidents to determine what appropriate next steps can be taken. But as we all are aware, the theft of bronze as well as copper is a common trend now in our county. But for me, the theft and disfiguring of tombstones and statues and statues commemorating the commitment of veterans at our cemeteries is the ultimate in disrespect. So again, this motion, these two items bring forward $40,000 in rewards for information related to the recent incidents at those two cemeteries. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
I think it's safe to say we all agree that this is absolutely obscene. Supervisor Hahn?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, for bringing this forward. It's absolutely the ultimate act of being sacrilegious to do that. We had a similar problem down in our harbor area for also plaques commemorating those who have passed away that were involved in the fishing industry in San Pedro. We have a fishing memorial where people paid for bronze plaques with their loved ones' names on it. They were also, it was a subject of vandalism. I believe there's been some arrests in that incident. And I know I told you about another bronze plaque. Yeah, I didn't know if there was another reason they were remodeling or something, but yeah, when I was at the Kenneth Hahn Park recently, I told Supervisor Mitchell that the bridge spanning La Cienega is named for my uncle, so it was actually called the Gordon Hahn Bridge, and when I stopped to pay my respects, the entire bronze plaque was missing. And I told you. So they are being just brazen in where they are removing these plaques. Certainly a cemetery, as you described, is the ultimate disrespect to the family members, the loved ones. I think we're hoping that our sheriff's department is also investigating where they're taking this bronze to get money for it, where it's being melted down. Hopefully we can, they're looking into scrap metal recycling places. So we also have to find out who's on the other end of this, who's actually aiding and abetting them by allowing either the melting down or the payment for this. But thank you for bringing this up. Great idea having these numbers on our screen for people, because I don't know how they're just walking away even in the middle of the night or in broad daylight with these major, huge pieces of tombstones or plaques or memorials. It's a huge undertaking, and hopefully the public will have their eyes and ears open a little more and they can assist our sheriff's department. Thank you so much for bringing this forward.
Thank you. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who've signed up to speak on these items.
Will Donald Harlan and Red Chief Hunt please come forward and staff will assist you? As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address items 24 and 25, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Eric Previn. You may begin.
Yeah, this is a terrible turn of events. The dogs don't be quiet. No, it's appalling. And I just wonder about the reward as a solution. We definitely need a solution. I think that you need a security. It's just shocking that people would do this. But let's remember that this is like a cottage industry now, that Kevin De Leon and the City Hall are reporting that their streetlights are being mined for copper, and they've got essentially a nice little solar train that's pulling out of the station to replace all the copper with solar. So this whole thing is fishy. It's a little bit like graffiti, which similar, the tower that's painted in graffiti, and we have to suddenly throw $4.5 million of public money into it. You know, this is a private operator. They should protect these against these plaques. These thefts are disgusting, and you know, we should have a task force. But the reward.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board.
Very good. Item 24 is before us. Oh, Supervisor Hahn.
I was just looking at Supervisor Mitchell and thinking, as well as the plaque from Bruce's Beach was stolen recently. Yes. So it is just, it is happening everywhere.
We now have speakers in person. My apologies. We'll go to our speakers. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Donald Harlan. I'm speaking on agenda item number 24. It's the reward for vandalism and theft of metal at Woodlawn Celestial Gardens. Also concerning is agenda item number 25, theft of metal at the Lincoln Cemetery. Also, I'm going to tie in agenda item number 18, which I already gave comment on about. Yeah, it seems that these graveyards have been full a long time, and that you guys continue to try and place deceased bodies in those cemeteries, so despite their being closed, and that some people had gone around trying to change the names on graves to try and claim things that aren't theirs. I would say the same thing about Bruce's Beach. That family doesn't own Bruce's Beach. It's all right to take down plaques if the person buried there isn't the person.
Thank you. Next speaker.
It seems like it's no honor among thieves, the Red Chief Hunt. It's a damn shame that you stealing from the graveyard. I just don't get it, man. People spend their life fighting and doing all this stuff for the United States, and they stealing from the United States people that are dead. It's a damn shame. The Red Chief Hunt. Thank you.
Amen. With that, item 24 is before us, moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 24 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Item 25 is before us, moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 25 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn. Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
We'll now move on to item 52, Century Restorative Care Village Project, Multifamily Housing Development Option to Lease Agreement. And its related item 2D, Century Restorative Care Village Project Lease Agreement for Multifamily Housing Development, both of which were held by Supervisor Solis. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on these items. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very critical project for the Restorative Care Village towards realizing the healthy village at the old LA General Medical Center campus. I want to give a special thank you to Century Housing and the community members through the Health Innovative Community Partnership for their active participation. Those represent over 40 CBOs, community-based organizations, that have been meeting for the past, I want to say, almost 8 years on these projects. Together, through this robust community engagement process, comprehensive types of housing and services at the LA General Medical Center campus will be delivered. The Century and Restorative Care Village, known as RCV, Supportive Housing Project, brings us closer to providing the continuum of care for serving the whole person. The Century plus RCV PSH project will be providing permanent supportive housing units for those who are ready, for example, who are coming from 160 recuperative care treatment center and crisis residential treatment beds that are already operating on the same campus. Importantly, all 294 units will be designated for low-income households with incomes at below 30% to 60% area median income. And among those 294 units, approximately 144 will be reserved for low-income individuals, including 74 older adults. The remaining 150 units will be allocated for individuals experiencing homelessness, with 75 specially identified for older adults. Also very key to the project, through a robust community engagement process, it includes a community benefit agreement aligned with the community's 7 key priority areas identified through the Health Innovation Community Partnership Work Group. For instance, some of the community benefit agreement elements will include the following. Under health and wellness, a 12-bed peer respite program providing step-down program for those discharged from acute care and still need a period of non-acute care. Under community stability, with the ground lease of up to 99 years, 294 affordable homes will be provided with affordability covenants for a minimum of 55 years, and also a hub for health and wellness, which includes a large urban porch area on the ground floor, providing landscape spaces designed to promote healing and restoration, and spaces accessible to the broad community for gatherings and events. Under economic development, with an estimated 510 construction jobs during the 2-year development period and an estimated 147 permanent jobs once the housing is occupied, Century has committed to an aspirational goal of 50%, exceeding the county's local hire and targeted worker policy. And under opportunity, a 6,000 square foot workforce development kitchen that will provide workforce opportunities in addition to activating the ground floor plaza, a cafe, a retail store that specializes in sales of workforce kitchen products, and early notification for the lease up to the affordable housing units to the local and surrounding communities. Incorporating into the building design significant and prominent spaces for civic and public art projects and murals that are reflective of the community and their culture in coordination with local artists. And under safety, lighting, and cameras, and infrastructure improvements that promote courtyard sightlines and defensible spaces and walkable environments and improves access for bus and rideshare passengers. And under transportation, multi-mode, courtyard, and shuttle and vehicular drop-off serving as a point of connection to the County General Medical Campus, with arriving visitors having direct visual connection to the building's lobbies, as well as access to the courtyard and supporting programming. 150 long-term parking spaces, 30 short-term bicycle parking spaces with a small bicycle repair shop, and 120 parking spaces for residents. And under environmental justice, reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by building housing in proximity to jobs and in proximity to transit, as well as shared transportation encouraged by the multimodal courtyard, a commitment to environmentally conscious construction practices and LEED LEED certification, an extensive landscape outdoor space, over 26,000 square foot comprised of trees, plants, and expanded shade canopy to mitigate the heat island effect. With this, board colleagues, I respectfully ask for your aye vote. Our community has been waiting for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm excited to join you in approving this project today to create nearly 300 homes on county-owned property for low-income households, including seniors and people who are experiencing homelessness. Ending homelessness, as well as the epidemic of loneliness, is only possible if we give people hope, purpose, and a community to lean on. The Century Restorative Care Village represents exactly what we need: affordable, supportive housing built on county-owned land that reflects the needs of those who will call it home. I'm particularly excited by the social enterprise that you mentioned, as well as a 12-bed peer respite network, innovations that will make this campus truly feel like a village. The campus project will create hundreds of jobs, as well as establish new green spaces, murals, and transit upgrades. So I want to thank the very many people who have worked to bring this project to fruition, Supervisor Solis's team, as well as LACDA and county staff, the Century Affordable Development, the Health Innovation Community Partnership, and all the stakeholders involved in creating this community benefits package. Very exciting. And we will now move on to public comment. Executive Officer, please call those members of the public who have signed up to speak on these items.
Will Donald Harlan please come forward and staff will assist you? As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address items 52 and 2D, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Oscar Alvarado. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Oscar Alvarado, and I'm the Vice President of Housing Development at Century Housing. Our team is leading the development of the Century Restorative Care Village project. I'd first like to thank Supervisor Solis for her vigilance in working with Century and the community to deliver this critical development that will bring 296 affordable and supportive homes, and of course to all of her staff as well for shepherding the project on so many levels. This development will help build out a local continuum of care addressing the whole health of residents and supporting a shift from an illness-based model to a model that focuses on the well-being of residents. Our commitment is to deliver a project that will be a cornerstone to realize the supervisor's vision for a healthy village at the General Hospital Medical Campus. To that end, we've been working together with the HICP, and we've held a series of robust community engagement meetings, including meetings in Boyle Heights, Lincoln Heights, and at the General Hospital.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Christina Gardinas. You may begin.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for your vigilance in delivering with active participation in the community, as was mentioned, the various types of housing and services at LA General Medical Center campus towards realizing a healthy village vision. We are very pleased through the community engagement process, we've been able to include a community benefits agreement that is fully aligned with the community's 7 priority areas identified through the Health Innovation Community Partnerships mission. Some of those include under health and wellness, a 12-bed peer respite program, providing step-down programs available to those discharged from acute care but still need long-term non-acute care. Also, under community stability, we're very pleased that the agreement includes a ground lease of up to 99 years of 294 affordable homes will be provided with affordable covenants for a minimum of 55 years. And also under economic development, we're very pleased with the estimated 510 construction jobs during the 2-year period.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Our next participant is Dr. Genevieve Claverell. You may begin.
I am very excited by this project because I think that will provide a lot needed homes for low. But more than that, we develop a mentality of togetherness that we have not often. So I hope we can get it through, and you're really the success it should be. And thank you, Supervisor Solis, for already work very hard on that. And that building need to be used. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Cynthia Gonzalez. You may begin.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Cynthia Gonzalez. I just want to thank Supervisor Solis for their vigilance in delivering an active participant and being an active participant in the community. I just wanted to talk a little bit more about the opportunities that we're going to be able to see with this restorative care village. I just wanted to let y'all know that we're really excited to know that there's going to be a 6,000 square foot workforce development kitchen that will provide workforce opportunities in addition to activating on the ground floor plaza. We're really working to ensure that the community is informed with all of this process, as well as ensuring that the cafe and retail store specializes in sales of the workforce kitchen products. We're just really excited to see this project coming to light, and want to also commend for the 144 general affordable housing units that are going to be serving low-income individuals, seniors, and small households with incomes at or low percent.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Adriana Arambrula. You may begin.
Hello, I'm Ari Gutierrez Arambula. I'm representing the Latino Equality Alliance, an LGBT advocacy organization based in Boyle Heights, working with the Latino community and the LGBT community. We have been involved with the Health Innovation Community Partnership for since it started. And, as the supervisor mentioned, I think 8 years. And I think before that, we informed an ideas document on what we needed in the community. And it is my belief, upon review of all the documentation, that this community benefits agreement and the program proposed by Century Project does meet the requirements that the community has expressed over so many years. So thank you so much for your support for this project.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in queue to address the board.
Thank you. We'll go in person. Go right ahead.
Hi, I'm Donald Harlan. In response to agenda items number 52 and 2D, the Century Restorative Care Village Project Multifamily Housing Development Option to Lease Agreement. Okay, first of all, there's not going to be any lease for this project. This is not surplus land. This is not county land. This is my land. The LA County Development Authority has no say in any business in the county. They don't belong in any of the county businesses. I'm ordering you to strike the LA County Development Authority's work and mention from the county record. I don't know who Century Affordable Development is, but track those people down and kill them. There is no program called No Place Like Home, and there's no money in there. The Department of Mental Health don't own that. Hilda Solis, your people is never allowed in any of my properties, never.
Your time has expired. Item 52 is before us, moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
For item 52, Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye. Forgot me.
Supervisor.
I did sign up.
Okay, we'll now take your public comment. Go right ahead.
So you keep talking about mental health, homelessness issue. Guess what? You should address the conflict of interest that exists within mental health department and the healthcare providers. Also, you really need to look into, it's not like you didn't know, I'm sure you did, the mental court, which is staffed by the Los Angeles County employees. You didn't know that? All that stuff needs to be looked. Hospitals who are discharging patients without safe discharge need to be looked. It has to be stopped. Accountability and advanced directive being misused, abused by all need to be looked. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 52 is now before us, moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 52 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Item 2D is before us, moved by Supervisor Solis, and I will second to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 2D is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
It's my understanding there are no specials today, so we will now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on all remaining items not held by supervisors, as well as general public comment. And I understand that we will have some speakers who will be addressing Heather Hughes, and this board will be adjourning in her memory if you wish to stay to listen to that adjournment. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on these items. You must indicate the agenda item numbers that you wish to address, including general public comment, in order for us to allocate the appropriate amount of time. Executive Officer, please read the call-in information and then call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on the remaining items, as well as general public comment.
Members of the public, you will have up to 3 minutes to address the board on all remaining items and general public comment. You will have 1 minute for one item, 2 minutes for 2 or more items, and 1 additional minute for general public comment. Please state your name and clearly indicate the agenda items you will be addressing. You may only address the board on these items. We will now call in-person speakers, and while they're coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers.
Will Michael Pitkin, Donald Harlan, Octavio Ortiz, Stuart Bussey, Rocky Ibrahimi, Julie Wu-Say, Maureen McCullough, Joy Suteja, Harriet Elliott, Julie Wu-Say, Dr. Gary Penalt, Red Chief Hunt, Dr. Velo, Tamara Gregorian, Annabella Mazariegos, Guillermina Flores, Salam Alem, Benito Flores, and Sky Wang, please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address general public comment on all remaining items not held by supervisors, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Mayor Maria Alavera. You may begin.
Hi, this is Dr. Maria Pia Altavilla. I'm a County of LA physician. I work at Martin Luther King Outpatient Center. I'm calling because I would like the Board of Supervisors to grant Megaflex to the UAPD physician members. This would help us recruit physicians and in turn serve our patients. Currently, the wait time to see a physician is quite long. We're also the same physicians that
train residents and fellows, and these residents and fellows, because of the benefits and pay, end up working elsewhere. Please consider a fair contract which includes Megaflex. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Maya Hendricks. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Maya Hendricks, and I'm a resident of Supervisorial District 2, and I'm a member of Reimagine LA County as well as Layup. I'm calling today because since the first time the BSCC determined unsuitability of our juvenile halls in 2021, this board has poured its power and resources into failed attempts to bring facilities up to the bare minimum standards. Probation facilities have been granted several chances while our youth continue to suffer under horrendous living conditions. Rather than continuing to pour harmful investments into the probation department, whose facilities have been unbearable for youth for over a decade, the Board of Supervisors must intentionally divest from this racist system that consists of 96% Black and brown youth and make a unanimous stance against institutions that disproportionately entrap Black and brown youth. Supervisor Mitchell passed a motion last March that outlined a process to systematically review youth cases and release them. This process should be evaluated and
Thank
strengthened
you.
to
Your
ensure
time
as
has
many youth as
expired.
possible.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Lena Mallet. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Mina Mallet, Policy Associate with the Children's Defense Fund and Layup Coordinating Member. LA County is the crux of yet another historical juvenile public health crisis, and this board cannot continue in the way they have in the past. We're calling on you to systematize your commitment through intentional divestment and decarceration from the probation department, an institution that we all know disproportionately entraps and oppresses Black and brown youth. COVID was declared a statewide public health crisis, which resulted in rapid collaborative decarceration efforts, successfully freeing up to 6 people a day. Thankfully, there were no deaths. What we're currently in the midst of is also a state-declared public health crisis that has claimed 1 life and has required emergency life-saving actions for dozens of others. At the same moment that Barry J. Neidorff and Los Padrinos were found unsuitable, 2 young people overdosed while in probation's custody. Every single day you allow a young person to remain caged in these facilities, their lives are at stake. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is James Finney Conlon. You may begin.
Hi, Supervisors. My name is James Finney Conlon. I'm the Senior Policy Manager for the LA Area Chamber of Commerce, calling in on behalf of the business community to say in support of item 71 for a fair chance hiring ordinance. We recognize that this will help expand the workforce and help many eager job seekers to be able to have the ability to participate in the economy. Thank you so much for your leadership on this, and also thank you especially to our chair, Supervisor Horvath. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Lisa Garcia. You may begin.
Good afternoon. I'm a DHS physician, and I'm calling to implore you to take action on agenda item CS1. We have committed our careers in DHS to caring for the most vulnerable of LA County residents. Despite long hours, limited resources, and even a pandemic, we have shown up repeatedly for our patients. However, it is our sense of duty that has been repeatedly weaponized by DHS leadership, who continue to drag out the current negotiation process. And in failing to do so, recognize our value to the DHS enterprise and to the Angelinos we care for annually. We need you, the Board of Supervisors, to end this impotent negotiation. Your constituents deserve quality health care that we provide. Show your constituents that you understand and support the need for fair contracts for your labor workforce. Demonstrate your commitment to supporting families by supporting a contract that will enable working parents to obtain paid parental leave. Acknowledge the fact that healthcare is inextricably tied to several of the county's priorities, such as homelessness and mental health. Investing in us
Thank
is
you.
investing
Your
in
time
LA
has
County's public
expired.
health.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Kathy Caddy. You may begin.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Thank you. Victims Unite LA is a coalition of agencies and individuals dedicated to empowering crime victims and their families who have been impacted by crimes in LA County. We're writing to express concerns regarding parole hearings. Prosecutors provide an important role at parole hearings, but for the last 3 years they've been absent, which means that victims of serial rapists and families of murder victims have to attend alone. CDCR reports that the parole grant rate when prosecutors don't participate is 7 to 8% higher than when they do. Prosecutors in other counties routinely send records to the State Prison Board, which assists commissioners in making decisions on whether inmates are suitable for parole. But in July of 2022, the DA's office stopped sending those important reports. We ask that you demand the DA's office again send documents to the parole board and that prosecutors participate in parole hearings to ensure that public safety is not jeopardized. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Andrea Barniga. You may begin.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for your motion on items 34 and 52. The LA General Medical Center has not only continued care for my community, but also for myself and 2 kids who receive care here now. Growing up in the heart of Boyle Heights, we did not have as many resources as we do now, but as a single mother like myself, this motion has given me and my community affordable housing, the opportunity for affordable housing today. So please support these motions.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Our next participant is Aditi Shrekar. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Aditi Shrekar from the Los Angeles Youth Uprising Coalition and Children's Defense Fund, California. 2 weeks ago, the BSCC once again determined LA's halls were unsuitable to house youth due to appalling, unsafe conditions created by your probation department. It is unconscionable for this board to even consider putting your faith in probation to do what they have failed to do, not once, not twice, but literally every year since 2021. In 2021, 2022, 2023, and now in 2024, Los Angeles youth have lived for at least half a year in unsafe conditions that did not meet the BSCC's very bare minimum standards. And here we are in 2024, and for the entirety of this year so far, youth have sat in life-endangering conditions because of your over-reliance on probation. It is clear that shuffling youth from facility to facility will do nothing to improve their safety when they remain in the custody and control of a failed probation department
Thank you.
that has
Your time
over
has
3,000
expired.
allegations
Next
of
speaker,
childhood
please.
sexual assault.
Our next participant is Mary Toole. You may begin.
Yes, my name is Nettie Toole, and I'm a 48-year property owner in Altadena. I'm calling because the Altadena Sheriff's Department and the LA County Code Enforcement will not enforce business practice in my neighborhood. My neighborhood is strictly residential, but he's practicing a business at the address 4159 Canyon Crest Drive. I've talked with several people from the code enforcement, and each time I'm talking to them, my head is like beating up against the wall. In the meantime, it's affecting my environment. I'm 80 years old. I just got out of the hospital from having brain surgery. My doctor said it's coming from my environment. When I check out my environment, the first thing I can see is that my property joins the property that's violating the code. So I asked the
Thank
LA
you. Your time
County
has
Board of
expired.
Supervisors.
Next speaker, please.
Ma'am, we do have your contact information, so we will make sure a representative from the county follows up with you on your specific issue. We can go to the next speaker. Thank you.
Our next participant is Jack Fishman. You may begin.
Jack, are you there?
Yes, but this is item 52 I'm commenting on. I'm waiting until 52 comes up.
You can comment on any item because this is general public comment. Go right ahead.
No, I'll wait till 52 comes up.
This is the last time to speak. This is on all items, so this is the time.
Okay, I'll just pass right now.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to our next speaker.
Our next participant is Eric Perez. You may begin.
Yeah, real quick, because a minute is not enough time for me to point out. The mother of my kids was arrested. I had my son for 3 years prior to her arrest. She was arrested for domestic violence, and even though I had video and the officers refused to take the video of me being repeatedly struck by her, asking her to stop, she's arrested. They refuse to take the video. My son is removed over a month later from school, and on the petition saying he was not attending school, the social worker lied, and there's no accountability for what they get to do and how they ruin people's lives. I've completed my case plan in October. I've done everything the court has asked me, and they continue to amend the petition. I need some help, please. My son had all his vaccines, was attending school, never been absent a day since he was enrolled in school. The principal said she would testify that I take him properly dressed for the weather and always clean. And for some reason, even though I've completed everything, they want to adopt my kids out, all 3 of them.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
No,
we do have your
1 minute.
contact information. We will follow up with you. We'll have a representative from the county call you on your specific matter. We're now going to go to speakers in person. Go right ahead.
Hello, yes, good morning, or afternoon already. I've been here since this morning. My name is Octavio Ortiz. Sorry, I am going to have to cut it short. I got a complaint against the Superior Court in Court 10, the courtroom 10, whatever you want to call it. I got a threat from the judge, and actually there was several attempts against my life. I already complained. That's why I don't have a written complaint, because it's too much. I mean, I can complain, but nobody listens. And the problem is that they keep, the thugs that made the attempts against me, they're not going to stop. Every time I come out of the house, they're sitting there. And, I complain about firecrackers. And I told them, you know what, the firecrackers, all you have to put a bunch of firecrackers, because there were more than just blowing up. And I told them the ATM, they can put it against an ATM and blow up $100,000. And right away, they took care of that. I complained about a judge.
Okay, I believe Kevin Takayama is here to be able to help you on your specific issue. We'll have somebody address you right here in the room today. We'll go to our next speaker. Go right ahead.
Salam Alam. So is that this item that I have to talk to? I have this one?
You can speak on any item you like. Go ahead.
Okay, I have an issue. They cannot find me. I'm a registered voter. I was not able to vote. March 5 is the deadline. You guys were notified, and then I was bullied so bad yesterday. This is called voter suppression. What is it? So who do I need? Who is going to address it? I want to vote.
Is there someone here who can help make sure she gets registered to vote? Okay, our staff person right there will help work with you. Thank you for coming here today. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm going to be speaking on 2 items. So that'll be CS1 and a public comment. My name is Dr. Joyce Suteja. I'm an OBGYN with the County Department of Health Services. Let me just be frank, I don't want to be here today. I'd rather be bonding with my 15-year-old pregnant patient who's in the foster care system and has depression and suicidal thoughts, but I can't get her to a psychiatrist because we don't have enough. I'd rather be helping my 40-year-old patient who has fibroids and anemia and who confided in me that she has asthma that keeps her up all night, but I can't get her to a PCP because we don't have enough. We've come to you repeatedly with our concerns, trying to sound an alarm that our physician shortage is catastrophic. We cannot compete to recruit and retain physicians, and yet our bargaining sessions have been bogged down by unfair delaying tactics and bad faith negotiations that frankly make us question and lose our faith about how much you really value us, the physicians that take care of the most complex patients in our county. So it's clear that the public supports us in our efforts to attain just some really basic things, retirement benefits and maternity leave. And this is evidenced by the hundreds of comments on your agenda today in our favor. So I really do urge you to return to the bargaining table with a fair contract. These delaying tactics do nothing but directly hurt our patients, and our patients deserve better. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good morning, or good afternoon now. My name is Maureen McCullough. I'm an emergency medicine physician at all of you. I am here speaking on CS1 and public comment. I am here representing the DHS physicians that couldn't be here because they have direct patient care. They didn't want to abandon their patients. I'm here because we've been in negotiations for 2 years. We want to be able to hire physicians. We want to decrease the vacancy rate. All we've done for the last 2 years is been in bargaining and seen good faith, not good faith efforts by DHS to solve this contract item. We've seen physicians leave DHS. We've seen our specialties not able to hire physicians. Again, we have been in contract now for 2 years in bargaining. That 3 LA Times articles that showcased the lack of specialties, the lack of primary care within DHS. All this does is increase emergency department visits where I work, increases sickness, increases deaths. The LA Times articles showcased this. The lack of primary care, the lack of specialty care. We want to give good care within DHS. Please help us get a contract. All we're asking for is maternity leave, benefits that are given out by every other healthcare provider in the county, salaries that are semi-competitive. We have people leaving the county system every day. The vacancy rate is only going to get worse. So please tell DHS to negotiate with us for a real contract. We want to go back to doing what we do best, which is taking care of patients. The $1.5 billion DHS rainy day fund, that doesn't take care of patients. Doctors do, healthcare does. The padding of the budget that we now see because we've been in this negotiations for so long, please give us a realistic budget. Megaflex can be afforded. Salaries can be afforded. We want to.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name's Sky.
If you can speak right into the mic so everybody can hear you.
Right.
Thank you.
Hi, hello, my name's Sky Wayne. I'm here to speak on comment CS1 and as well as public comment. I'm a proud county physician speaking today in front of you, representing our physician members and our fight to address the provider recruitment and retention crisis. We have a crisis in the county hospitals. Angelinos need your help now. There are over 400 physician vacancies. With the increase in the patient population, there are an additional 300 vacancies being proposed and budgeted and not able to be filled as we speak. What that translates to is the remaining county providers, we're holding the line, fighting our best, trying our best to provide the care our patients deserve while foaming out of our mouths and without a cost of living adjustments over the past 3 years. Secondly, the hiring of a temporary workforce is not a temporary solution. Those contractors know less about our unique county system, less about our patient populations, and those contractors often demand 2 times or 3 times of hourly wage. This is not a sustainable plan for the county, and it's detrimental to the care of our patients. We need your help and continued support to actively facilitate the discussion on how to fix the urgent matter that all Angelino cares. And as we are here today, our county physicians stand with you. We are ready to solve this problem. We are ready to hire more physician colleagues to help all of us take care of this unique patient population. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. This is regarding CS1. My name is Dr. Ibrahimi. On behalf of the dentists and the physicians of the Correctional Health Services and part of the Union of American Physicians and Dentists, I respectfully request the board to take immediate action and to intervene in the ongoing contract negotiations that had prolonged over 2 years. We physicians work tirelessly to provide care to the most vulnerable patients under extreme circumstances and deplorable conditions in the county jails. But the whole country was on lockdown due to COVID. We went to work every day, risking our lives and the lives of our loved ones. We care for our patients. We are devoted and compassionate. We deserve competitive compensation packages and better healthcare benefits like Megaflex to attract skillful physicians and to retain the dedicated healthcare professionals like us. We are at a historic shortage of physicians in the county, which is directly affecting patient care and the health of the public. We need to fix this now. Thank you for your help.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies, good afternoon. My name is Anabela Mazariegos. I'm coming to speak on behalf of my friend Guillermina Flores. She's a mom and pop homeowner, and she's being abused systematically by her son and her daughter-in-law. Now she's losing the property. Tomorrow she has to, it was a resolution by the Honorable Judge Broadbelt, Division 53 on she has to move out tomorrow, the belongings that she has, and the house is going to be for sale next month. Her son wants to steal her equity of the house. When she purchased the property, it was $125,000. She still owes about $80,000, something like that. But the value of the property is about $700,000 plus. He wants to steal the labor of this lady. She doesn't have that much education because she doesn't have representation because the lawsuit was given in English. She doesn't really know English. We need to stop this, to hire her an attorney and to give more time. Can you
Thank you. We will also listen to her comments, but can you tell me in which city the residence is?
It's Los Angeles. Miss Hilda Solis' staff is helping us. Okay. But right now we need to stop the eviction. She's being
Understood.
evicted.
Okay, we'll make sure that our staff follows
And
up,
we're gonna hire her an
and we will
attorney.
listen to her next. Thank you. Go right ahead.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Guillermina Flores.
If you can speak right into the mic, I know it's hard.
Yo vine a que me apoyen de una forma o de otra, porque mi hijo me sacó el 14 de noviembre sin pensarlo. Y ahorita tengo para recoger mis cosas hasta dentro de 3 días. No sé qué va a pasar. Yo lo que quiero es que paren ahorita mientras que yo busco un abogado para que me ayude.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Guillermina Flores, and I'm asking for support. My son evicted me on November 14th, and now I have 3 days to pick up my items. I don't know what's going to happen, and I'm here to ask that you help me find a lawyer.
Que me paren por mí, tras que yo agarro un abogado, porque ya no sé. Ando aquí, ya no.
Please help me find a lawyer. I don't know. I'm here, and I don't know what to do.
Tengo 19 años en esa residencia, y para que mi hijo no sé qué le pasó. No entiendo.
I've been there for 19 years in that residency, and for my son to do this, I just don't understand.
Señora, si puedo, allá puede hablar con mi asistente que habla español y ella le puede ayudar, ¿ok? Vamos a tratar de ayudarle aquí si podemos más pronto, ¿ok?
Ma'am, you can speak with my assistant and they can help you. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Patricia Castillo with the Union of American Physicians and Dentists. I'm here to read a letter from Dr. Velo. He's one of our veterinarians in the Department of Animal Care and Control. There are 7 shelters in the county of LA. Right now, Dr. Velo is one of 5 vets left. There is a total of 11 vets. So the 5 vets that are left are doing the work of 2 vets. Dr. Velo, here's his letter. I've been a veterinarian for Los Angeles County for 19 years and have never seen such a veterinarian short staffing. We need a fair contract with better benefits and higher pay to be able to recruit and retain doctors. This situation is dire, and we leave unable to continue our mission of saving animal lives, protect the public, and provide outreach services to our constituents, such as free spay-neuter and vaccine programs and on-house initiatives, which is an invaluable resource given the high cost of veterinarian services, which would lead to animal suffering, animal overpopulation, and increase in contagious diseases.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Hola, mi nombre es Benito Flores y yo vengo aquí a pedir ayuda en favor de la señora Guillermina Flores.
Hello, my name is Benito Flores, and I'm here to ask for support for Ms. Guillermina Flores.
¿Cómo es posible que su propio hijo la está desalojando de su propia casa?
How is it possible that her own son is evicting her from her own home?
Ella tiene el papel de que ella es dueña de la casa.
She has the documents that she's the owner of the home.
¿Cómo pudo el hijo mañosamente convencer al juez para que la desalojara?
How is it possible that that son maliciously just made the judge take her out?
So, ella necesita ayuda urgente.
She needs urgent assistance.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Michael Joseph Pitkin, general public comment. I am First Nations 3E people of this earth, European, Eastern European. I do have a right to be critical of other sovereign and First Nations peoples in discussions of war, peace, and civil rights harms and abuse. Rumor is my grandfather on my mother's side either killed the Russian royal family as an operative, or I am the real Russian royal family, as my aunts Anna and Mary did not survive the Russian Revolution. Communists and President Vladimir Putin do not like my speech. Then again, he is grandson of Vladimir Lenin. I, however, believe in freedom of religion, freedom of speech and the press, and the right to protest my own government. My grandfather was trained as a tailor in St. Petersburg. He was part of a team of tradesmen sent to establish lumber towns of Burns Hines, Oregon. I guess he and all of my family have dual identities similar to the movie Greenland, which now daily I am being gang-stalked.
Thank you. Your time has expired. We'll now go back to callers on the phone. Moderator, may we have our next caller, please?
Poisonous tree.
Our next participant is Lynn Palmbeck. You may begin.
Palmbeck, item 16 and general public comment. First, building an urban wildfire interface should be prohibited. Many reports indicate that this is the best way to protect residents against fire and document how much money could be saved by the county and insurance companies by this policy. An attempt to do this in the fire safety element was implemented by the board, but implementation was delayed in the element for the 5th district. The recent unanimous approval of yet another 211 units in a very high fire hazard zone in Valverde within 1,000 feet of the Chiquita Canyon landfill, recently found by the U.S. EPA to present imminent and substantial endangerment to nearby communities, is an example of this inappropriate land use approval. We fully support requesting State Insurance Commissioner Lara to review cancellations and expensive requirements, including removing trees, which we need in our communities to combat global warming and provide cooling. But we are worried about the fire agencies giving input because they too have been demanding that homeowners cut down their trees. This is inappropriate, particularly in wildland interface areas where native oaks are being destroyed. Please address the destruction of trees to the fire agencies so that they can give good input to the forestry board. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Red Martinez. You may begin.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Hello?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead and speak.
Hello, my name is Red. I'm a youth organizer and also advocate for representing Dia Chuchas Cultural Center, Central Cultural. So I was moving around. I really wanted to address how y'all on the agenda item have not brought up the uninhabitability of Los Padrinos and Barry J. Nydorf. I think this should be a pivotal conversation, and what y'all decide on how to care for these youth that might be thrown out into the streets and the facilities. I think we should look towards youth justice, reimagining justice for our youth. and for credible messengers, for youth centers, for family support centers. I think this is a pivotal point to care for our children and not to incarcerate them and to end incarceration for all people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Rosa Soto. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Rosa Soto on general public comment. Thank you for your support of the affordable housing that is being built around the community and for addressing item 52 today, which we have been working very diligently with Century Housing to ensure that there are community benefits within the expansion of these projects. For us, it is really important that there be examples of community and the county working together, and we feel this project really exemplifies that. In addition, I wanted to express my support for item 34, the co-application with Hollywood Community Housing Corporation for the site in East LA. This will allow funding for building much-needed affordable housing and neighborhood public improvements that are addressing some of the larger needs of our most vulnerable community. So thank you so much for your support.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Regino Chi. You may begin.
Yes, Regina T. If, as far as probation, you give a good leader, you get good results. Instead of person who is oppressive and just wants to control everything, know the people, and you'll get better results. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Dr. Genevieve Claverel. You may begin.
Genevieve, are you there? Genevieve?
Yes, I missed the... Yes.
Okay, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, I missed the item on last time, but I am very excited that you will do a fiscal audit. That's very important. I think it should be done regularly. Also, I think right now it's time to follow up more intensively on the homeless and what's going on, because I don't think, personally, I see more now than I have ever seen. So I am very concerned. But thank you for your attention. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Alec Dobbs. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Alex Dobbs. I'm a resident of East LA and the community resource pastor of Hope Community Church of East LA. I'm here to support agenda item number 34, the proposal for building much needed affordable housing in East LA on Whittier Boulevard and Kern. The proposed project by Hollywood Community Housing would provide 95 units for low-income individuals. And as a resident and a pastor, I've had many conversations with neighbors about housing and street improvement. And 100% of the neighbors I've talked to agree that we need more affordable housing, that they would support the building of residential housing on Whittier Boulevard, and that they would support adding a bike lane and more trees to Whittier Boulevard. And 80% of the people I've talked to said they would be interested in moving to housing on Whittier if it was cheaper and more affordable, and that they would support lowering the speed limit to make it safer for pedestrians and bikers on the street. And so I just want to say thank you for this consideration to provide funding for this project, and say that I'm in full support of it, and that we need more affordable housing. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Olivia Shield. You may begin.
Hi, Olivia Shields with Urban Peace Institute in Leah. In light of the BSCC ruling regarding LP and Barry J., I'd like to uplift the need to strengthen decarceration efforts that have already been outlined by a motion authored by Supervisor Mitchell last March. The early structured release process is a systematic way to review youth cases and release them to receive community support, yet we've barely seen this process utilized despite the desperate need for depopulating camps and halls. I also want to remind the board that pouring resources into probation does not work, as we have heard young people reiterate the same horrible conditions for over a decade. We know incarceration is a white supremacist system which disproportionately entraps Black and brown youth. Based on data from December 2023, white youth make up 4% of our incarcerated youth, whereas 96% of youth are Black or brown. And as we wrap up Black History Month, I think it's key to keep in mind that the deeply racist roots of incarceration and how crucial it is for us to seek anti-racist, community-centered, healing-based support and accountability for our youth. And this is not a far-off vision. There are ways you can support our youth through YES teams, fortifying reentry pathways with additional funding, community-based organizational programming in and outside facilities.
Thank you. Your time has
Right now.
expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Trinity Rellersor. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Trinity. I am here with the Young Women's Freedom Center, and I have personal and system-impacted experience. Being an incarcerated in Barry J. and Los Perdinos, my concerns is that we are giving probation so many more chances. Children are not dogs. You cannot keep pushing them around like dogs in kennels. We cannot continue the cycle of closing down one facility and moving them to the next. I think we should focus on the Incredible Messenger program as proof of the possibility that exists beyond incarceration. Credible messengers did not exist when I was incarcerated. I would have to have system-impacted mentor like the Incredible Messengers at the Young Women's Freedom Center. Growth and change would have been easy for me. This is the kind of mentorship. It is a great step for re-entering society. Let's keep our community safe by investing in youth justice reimagined. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Byron Jose. You may begin.
Give me 1 second.
What apartment number is it?
Apartment number 2.
2?
Yeah.
Okay, voy a parar acá.
Okay.
I'm gonna cut it off so I can take the valve off and go buy a new one.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
I already took everything off.
Okay.
I was able to look up. Okay, up the duct that goes up there. Okay, and it's clear as hell.
Okay.
So I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, but
okay.
I'm gonna see if I could find something like.
Just so you know, you're on the clock.
They got bulk or something that, because I want to make sure that that's what he wants, right?
You might not want us to hear some of this
I'll show you
information.
the thing that he left, but it was pretty standard. I took a picture of it for you.
May we have the next speaker, please?
No, there. Here.
Our next participant is Krishanti Fayez. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Krishanti. I'm with the Young Women's Freedom Center. I'm here because the BCSS found LA County juvenile halls unsuitable for youth. A good place to start would be to release youth with less serious charges and expedite and release dates for youth that will be released soon. To me, it makes sense decarcerated youth because moving them to a different facility may cause more harm. Now, it's your responsibility to protect the youth. Let's invest in the youth justice reimagined. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm Harriet Elliott.
Our next participant is...
We have 2 more speakers on the phone. Go right ahead, moderator.
Monica Alcaraz. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Monica Alcaraz, and I'm here to speak on item 52. I really want to thank Supervisor Solis for all her vigilance in delivering with active participation from the community and various types of housing and services in the city of Los Angeles, specifically General Hospital Medical Center campus, towards utilizing the Healthy Village. I think it's really important to bring more housing to the community, and the Restorative Care Village has been an essential part in making this happen. We have worked tireless hours for years and really want to see these different aspects of the Healthy Village come to fruition. So I really want to support this effort. I really want to thank Supervisor and everybody that has helped to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Deanna Pittman. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Deanna Pittman, and I work with the Young Women's Freedom Center in Los Angeles. I'm calling today to advocate for the decarceration of youth inside Barry J and LP. As we now know, BSCC deemed these facilities unsuitable to house youth. LA County probation consistently cannot even meet the minimum standards set for youth. The bar is on the floor, and probation cannot even reach it. Now it's time for the board to make things right. It's the perfect time to uplift Holly Mitchell's March motion from last year to review cases and release options. We can create a safe and a structured way to reintegrate our youth back into their communities by looking at youth who are doing really good in programming or youth that are incarcerated on less serious crimes and crimes of poverty. It's time to make Youth Justice Reimagined a reality. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. We're now going to go to speakers in person. Go right ahead.
My sister told me that my son had no sign of sexual abuse. This is when my son was alive. He died in '92. She was at MFCC, so obviously she would know, also she would know what sexual abuse would look like, okay. Soon afterwards, my sister's son died, and then my sister died of cancer. In matter of fact, almost all my friends died of cancer. Anyone that could testify on my behalf in a case died of cancer. My father, who is the head of the Department of Public Social Services, would have said, "You're making too many generalizations. You're making too..." I always argued with him. He died of cancer. My dad died of cancer. The CIA causes, DAWs cause cancer. Please read about it, and it's very...
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm speaking on CS1 and public comment. My name is Julie Wouche, psychiatrist at DMH. Megaflex was established 38 years ago with a minimum benefits allowance to ensure that every employee in the plan can have adequate medical insurance. The minimum benefits allowance today is $1,200. 10 years ago, it was $1,078. That's only $122 less. We all know this is grossly disproportionate to the soaring cost of medical insurance premiums over the same period of time. This has resulted in today's Megaflex sustainability crisis. The solution to the crisis from a fiscally responsible standpoint is to progressively, that is, year over year, gradually increase the cost of the medical insurance premiums to the employee, in other words, reduce the county subsidies, and concurrently raise the minimum county benefits allowance to ensure lower wage earners can afford insurance until Megaflex becomes sustainable. You have the power today to make Megaflex sustainable without reducing counties' promises to the recipients of Megaflex. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. The Red Chief Hunt. Madam Chair, I need some statistics from your department. I need to know how many affordable housing, how many low-income housing, and how many Section 8 housing is in Malibu. If you can give me that in writing, that would be a help. I'm trying to talk to Joan if you're a staff member, but Victor's not here today, so if you can get me those numbers. Low-income, affordable housing, and Section 8 housing in Malibu. Thank you for your kind services, and keep doing a good job, Red Chief Hunt.
Appreciate you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon to respectful board members. My name is Tamara Grigorian, and my district supervisor is Lindsay Horvath. I'm here to pursue my legal request that's not being resolved for many years. This is related to the DPSS back-owed wages. In other words, wage theft for 2 years. To cut it short, I'm not asking for a favor, but to solve this problem within the framework of the United States legislation, the United States Constitution and laws, and in accordance to human rights. If anything is wrong, I'm ready to hear your arguments, Mrs. Horvath. Otherwise, there is no time to wait anymore. To me, there are two options. Number one, either you take a commitment.
I'm sorry, your time has expired. Would you like to speak with someone from DPSS or from my staff? Okay, we'll have somebody from our staff come speak with you. Thank you. Thank you. Your time has expired. We're happy to help you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. Dr. Gary Penwald from the Women's Jail in Linwood. I've been here multiple times to talk to you, so sorry if you're hearing some of the same points again. But I am here because something hasn't changed, and that's the exodus of our staff, medical staff. I am here because of the vacancies. They're huge. Supervisors that don't see any patients receive Megaflex, but line staff does not get Megaflex, and we have the huge vacancies. As a medical professional, from my training days, it's embarrassing to have this contract that's outstanding for 2 years, given the vacancies, homelessness, and market forces that exist in LA County, the largest county in the country. Please help, as I said last time, to end the standoff in negotiations, end the brain drain, the exodus of medical doctors from LA County, and help restore the credibility with the medical professionals in LA County. I ask you to help us end the contract.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm here to speak on CS1 and public comment. Dr. Stuart Bussey. I'm the president of the Union of American Physicians and Dentists, representing the 1,300 docs, vets, psychiatrists, and pharmacists. So we've been here as previous speakers almost going on 2.5 years. Contract expired in 21. We're trying to do this the right way, but we have a lot of mathematical problems here. It's not we don't believe it's on our side. There's a lot of what we think is stalling. We have some sticking points of the cost of living, the cost of Megaflex. We've had previous speakers talk about fixing some of these problems with common sense solutions. We think we can do it, but in the background, if the county says they don't have the money, we look at what they made last year. You guys made $153 million on DHS. 1.5 to $2 billion is out there in a reserve fund. We've been very patient. We see this. We had good faith. We delayed a strike for the Buck report. The Buck report says we can do Megaflex. The county agrees. Okay, but as far as COLA's Megaflex, there's a little bit of problem there in that there's not enough money. We think we can find a path towards finding that. So this funny math, the actual costing that we've done over the last several sessions is running head on to this concept of maximum exposure, where you take 600 to 800 unfilled positions, which has really not moved very much over years. They're still way up there. Do you expect them to go? It's a chicken and egg situation. If you pay them, those positions will be filled. So the question is, does LA County want to recruit and retain physicians? You have a rainy day fund of $1.8 billion. It looks like it's raining right now with the exodus of our doctors. Use it. Use it when you...
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Donald Harlan. I just want to remind you that LA County Development Authority is not a real government agency. They need to be removed from the county. Agenda item number 44, no home visitation programs from the county. You guys shouldn't be visiting anybody at their house. For agenda items number 59, 62, and 64, I would approve cleaning the flood zones and dredging the reservoirs. It's cheaper to dredge a reservoir when it's full, but just so you know, it's still expensive. The channel clearing projects, I don't want you guys developing the riverbeds and the channels. It seems that Lindsay Horvath had a bunch of schools developed in the water spreading zones, the flood spreading zones. They all have to be demolished. Probably everything you had developed demolished. Okay, all these items are no. 32, 34, 38, 42, 51, 52, 53, 55, 58, 63, 64, 1P, definitely no.
Okay, your time has expired. We're going back to callers on the phone. Moderator, go ahead.
Our next participant is Edith Aguilar. Please go ahead.
Aló, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Edith Aguilar. Soy trabajador comunitario de hace 3 años en Boyle High y en el este de Los Ángeles. A lo largo de este tiempo yo me he dado cuenta la crisis que hay tan grande de vivienda que la verdad no sabemos qué hacer en nuestras comunidades. Estoy apoyando a la 52 y 34 para que apoyen viviendas accesibles. Me gustaría que a base de estas medidas podamos tener una mejor vida, porque la verdad hay muchas personas viviendo en la calle por este motivo. Gracias.
Thank you. We'll now go to translation.
Hello, good afternoon. I am calling on behalf of the crisis here in the community and supporting 52 and 34 to have more affordable housing to better our communities and to provide homes for those that are in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Cassie Mancebo. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Casey Mancebo, and I'm speaking on item 51. And I would like to respectfully request a continuance on the vote on this matter of Amendment 10 for the property in Marina Del Rey. There are two reasons that I would like to request this continuance. The first one is that the notice of this hearing, including the specifics regarding the amendment and the details of the amendment, were not properly delivered to the homeowners until last week. So many of the homeowners have not had time to review the financial impact that this amendment will have on their lives. The second is that there is a notice of default that was issued to the lessee by the County of Los Angeles for their violations in maintaining the property. That lawsuit is to be heard on Thursday of this week. So I would like to respectfully request the continuance until after the lawsuit is heard. And we do appreciate all of the negotiations between the county.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Sir Bailey. You may begin.
Thank you. I'm speaking on CS1, 71, 36, 37, but most importantly, public comment. Can I get a few more minutes, please?
You have it. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Thank you so very much. Sir James Bailey, we, them, ours, layup, YJC, information, God's body, our creativity, imagination, our come to see victory in a land called fantasy cannot be compared to the kingdom, the holy heavenly city, eternal for all that believe. Yet, does that mean that we don't dream? Oh, no. Does that mean that we don't work for the dreams? Oh, no. Honoring Black History Month, and let's consider the dream deferred of Langston Hughes. We're doing it. Public comment is God's work. Public service is God's work. D-E-I, day, God, diversity, equity, and inclusion. We hear it. The vets need more
We need
training.
you to use your remaining time on
doctors-
agenda items that you indicated, please. Thank you.
Oh, yes, but it is. You justice reimagined, right? And when we use our work, our words, we choose the healing words, helpful words, youth justice reimagined is that. Supervisor Holly Mitchell's accelerating de-incarceration is that. We help and heal the City of Angels by, getting youth involved with the vets, funding all these things that need to be funding because we have it. From the Tongva people to P.O. Pico to General Jeff, rest in power, USC Social Policy, UCLA D Incarceration Fellowship, North and South of Wilshire, East and West of Crenshaw, we are system impacted. And so we are also system impactful, if we believe so. We've all fallen short. We've all gone astray. Yet for the grace and truth of God in Christ Jesus, in whom the Spirit is on us, to proclaim the good news, peace to the broken heart, and open prison doors. We keep us safe. This is what community looks like. Viva Waukesha Wilson, Brian Diaz. A week ago, before the BCSS, a senator asked, where does the buck stop? We say, let it not stop. Let it flow like righteousness and justice through mighty streams. Let it flow through Youth Justice Imagine to all the communities, to parents, to elderly. Let it flow. Let it flow. Freedom, justice, equality. Thank you. Thank you. And if I've ever sounded judgmental, thank you. Thank you for the effort. Everybody, thank you.
Thank you for that very moving testimony. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Jeffrey Hines. You may begin.
Jeffrey, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me? Hello, my name is Jeffrey Hines, the Youth Development Coordinator at Youth Justice Coalition. I'm here to make general comment. I'm here to say that last week at the BNCC meeting, both Padrinos and Barry J. Nydorf were found unsuitable. And it is time for this board to put his money where his mouth is and invest in Youth Justice Reimagined. I know what it looks like when youth are invested in instead of being treated as criminals. It is time for our youth to be invested in. This board was able to invest $117 million into reopening Los Padrinos. What would it look like if we took that money and invested it into Youth Justice Reimagined, where we are giving the youth the love and the care that they need? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Emily from Mora. You may begin.
Is my phone? Hello?
Hi, Emily, go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Emily, Emily Mara. I'm a youth organizer with Youth Justice Coalition, and I want to urge the Board of Supervisors today to declare a state of emergency and free all eligible youth in LA facilities. During the last BSCC meeting, LP and BJN were deemed unsuitable due to the basic rights and needs of our youth inside these facilities being unmet. And within the time that we were at Sacramento giving public comment, 2 or 3 Thursdays ago, 2 kids overdosed on fentanyl in BJN, further proving why these facilities need to be shut down and why the BOS needs to issue a state of emergency. When youth are dying at the hands of probation, why was probation given an additional $6.6 million to increase their salaries? BOS, instead of giving probation the funds to spend over $800,000 per year to incarcerate one young person, we should be investing in YJR. We should be investing in spaces like YJC. Despite being new to the space, I can tell you that our community is in need of places like this to provide our youth with the necessary resources that are essential to their survival.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Elizabeth Jinzo. You may begin.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Genzo, and I am the founder of DESI, Designated Exceptional Services for Independence, where we teach people with developmental disabilities to live independent lives. We all know that homelessness in California is a statewide challenge, and LA County is the highest region affected. So therefore, I fully support item 34, the Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities Agreement. The county to partner with Hollywood Community Housing Corporation it's a great idea, but it's also imperative that we find housing for people with developmental disabilities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no further remote speakers to address the board.
Thank you. Before we take our vote, one of the commenters suggested that item 51 was not properly noticed. Can County Council speak to item 51's noticing to ensure that we are in full compliance with the law before we take this vote?
Yes, Supervisor, I apologize. I didn't hear that person make that comment, but every item that's on the agenda was appropriately noticed either from the original agenda posted on Wednesday or the supplemental, and there's no issue with timing on any of the items that have been posted.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. Executive Officer, please indicate the agenda item numbers on which we'll be voting.
The following items are before you: 1 and 2, 4, 6 through 15, 17, 22 through 23, 26 through 38, 40 and 41, 43 and 44, 45 with Supervisor Mitchell recusing herself from the vote pursuant to Government Code Section 84308, 46, 47 with Supervisor Barger recusing herself from the vote pursuant to Government Code Section 84308, 48 with Supervisor Mitchell recusing herself from the vote pursuant to Government Code Section 84308, 49 through 51, 53 through 58, 59 with Supervisor Barger recusing herself from the vote pursuant to Government Code Section 84308, 60 through 66, 68 through 75, 79 and 80, 1D, 3D, and 1P.
Moved by Supervisor Barger, seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve these items. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
At this time, it would be appropriate to hear adjournments. I will begin. First, I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Heather Hughes, who passed away on Thursday, February 8th. Heather was a dedicated employee who served Los Angeles County since 2016. She worked as an environmental health specialist for the Environmental Health Division of the Department of Public Health. Heather was proud to serve and protect the health of the public through her work. She was compassionate and kind. Everyone with whom she worked admired her wisdom and passion for her field. Heather was also an avid boxer, a sport that brought joy to her life. She will be missed by her family, friends, co-workers, and her Hollywood community in which she was active. We'll continue to celebrate Heather through all the work we do to serve Los Angeles County communities. Next, I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Camilla Chandler Frost, known as Mia, who passed away on February 7th at the age of 98. She was a resident of Westwood and lifelong Angelino. Mia was involved in the community and uplifted the culture of Los Angeles throughout her life, particularly through her involvement with the Los Angeles County Museum of Art. She first served as a docent and member of the Art Council, and later became council chairman until she was elected a trustee in 1962. She is credited with gifting more than 2,000 works of art to the museum. Mia's support, appreciation, and guidance of LACMA helped it become the great institution it is today, one we all can enjoy. Mia's philanthropic interests also included leadership roles with the California Nature Conservancy and the California Institute of Technology. Mia loved the outdoors, and her love of nature fueled her love of art and her deep appreciation of the world around her. Mia is preceded in death by her daughter, Sherry Spear, and is survived by her sons, Alexander and Chandler Spear. And finally, I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Ruth Seymour. On December 22nd, 2023, Ruth Seymour passed away at her home in Santa Monica at the age of 88 after a long illness. Seymour transformed KCRW-FM from a tiny college radio station into a local, regional, national, and international public radio powerhouse. Born and raised in the South Bronx, Seymour spent many of her early years in New York. After moving to Los Angeles, she began her radio career at KPFK in 1961. She moved to Santa Monica in 1973 and began building KCRW in 1977, where she rose to become its longtime general manager. Seymour tapped into the zeitgeist of the cultural landscape and created a form of programming that mixed news, talk, music, and current affairs. Through this format, she transformed public radio forever. KCRW, licensed to Santa Monica College, later became the West Coast flagship for NPR. Seymour's mission at KCRW was to matter. She was the first to air This American Life and facilitated the creative freedom that gave birth to Morning Becomes Eclectic and Which Way LA. She was one of the earliest adopters of online programming, streaming, and podcasting, which helped the station achieve global renown. Her taste, her heart, and her passion were unmatched. Ruth Seymour is preceded in death by her son, David. She is survived by her daughter, Celia Hirschman, her sister and brother-in-law, Anne and Richard Zimmer, and their children, Jessica and Daniela. I'll now turn it to Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Arlene Welch, who was 90 when she passed away, and she was the mother of our Chief Deputy County Counsel, Judy Whitehurst, and the grandmother of Michael Blank, who's with the Department of Beaches and Harbors. She was a lifelong educator, elementary school principal, and in her retirement, after the passing of her husband in 2000, she would spend winters in San Pedro with her daughter, Judy, where she loved spending her days at Cabrillo Beach and even participated in the annual polar bear swim. I didn't know that because I participated in that too. She is survived by her 2 daughters, Judy and Susan, 5 grandchildren, and 1 great-granddaughter who will miss her deeply. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Frank Matera. As a teenager, he worked on the docks in San Pedro in the fishing industry. He would go on to work for local grocery stores and ended his career working for Albertsons markets. Frank loved baseball, especially the Dodgers. As a young man, he played semi-pro baseball in the Pacific Coast League. And one of his best memories was batting against the late, great Leroy Robert Satchel Paige. Frank was a true San Pedran. He loved his town and was proud to be a lifelong resident. He often would be seen wearing his favorite t-shirt that read, "Brooklyn born, Pedro built." Frank was preceded in death by his wife of 65 years, Mary. He is survived by his son and daughter-in-law, Frank and Georgia, daughter and son-in-law, Patty and Glenn, his daughter, Kathy, 3 grandchildren, and 4 great-grandchildren. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn the memory of Marie Collins, who was a beloved wife, mother, grandmother. She was a friend of mine. She peacefully passed away at the age of 88. Marie was a devoted wife, a committed mother, and a loyal friend. Strong in her Christian faith, she led a Bible study for over 20 years, which is where I met her in community Bible study, and also served as a deacon at the Hollywood Presbyterian Church. She found great joy in her Christian fellowship, mentoring others and assisting those in need. She was a lifelong member of the Junior League and volunteer at the Good Samaritan Hospital. She was a devoted grandmother, always remained very close to her 4 sons. Her generosity truly knew no bounds, and her selflessness left an indelible mark on everyone she met. She was predeceased by her husband, Raj, and her brother, Palmer. She's survived by her 4 sons, Raj, Whitley, John, and Scott, her sister-in-law, Whitley Collins, and 12 grandchildren. She's one of those people who made an incredible mark on my own life, and I was sad to see that she had passed away, but she lived a lovely, lovely life. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Melinda Wilson, who was the wife of Beach Boys musician Brian Wilson. Melinda was raised in Whittier, where she attended Whittier College, and after a 16-year career as a commercial model for designers like Bob Mackie and Anne Klein, Melinda had become a top sales representative for a local Cadillac dealer. It would be at this dealership that she would meet Brian. They would go on to be married at the iconic Wayfarers Chapel in Rancho Palos Verdes. She was a woman of great character who taught her children to take care of the person next to you without expecting anything in return, how to find beauty in the darkest of places, and how to live life as your truest self with honesty and pride. Melinda is survived by her husband, Brian Wilson, her children, Daria, Delaney, Dylan, Dash, and Dakota. If you hadn't watched the movie Love and Mercy, I think it gives a great description of Melinda and her being this Cadillac saleswoman that first met Brian, and he would say later that she saved his life. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Dolores Dee Dee Hicks, who was a resident of Rancho Palos Verdes. She was 91 when she passed away. She served for 25 years as the president of the Torrance Volunteer Center, overseeing an unprecedented period of growth and effectiveness for the center, ultimately culminating in the Volunteer Center building being named after her retirement. Her impact on the community will live on for generations to come. Dee Dee was preceded in death by her husband, Alan. She's survived by her 4 sons, Tom, Greg, Brian, and Kevin, as well as 5 grandchildren and 1 great-granddaughter. She oversaw that 25 years of people who wanted to volunteer to make their community better, and she will really be missed. I also wanted us to adjourn today in the memory of Max. And Max was a part of the Whittier Police Department from 2017 to 2023 as a police service dog. He was diagnosed with cancer, and it forced him to retire in December 2023. During his 5 years, he dedicated his service to the department and the community alongside his partner, Officer Cervantes. And together, they recovered hundreds of pounds of illegal drugs and went into danger regularly to protect our officers from harm. Max was going to be recognized at the recent 24th Silver Shields award ceremony for the Whittier Police Department last Friday night for his service and dedication. Unfortunately, he passed away just a few days before he was going to be honored with that award. He's survived by his partner and his handler, Officer Cervantes. Thank you.
Supervisor Barker.
Thank you. I move that when we adjourn today, we do so in memory of James Dollar, a longtime resident of Claremont, who passed away on February 2nd at the age of 66. James dedicated his life to the Webb Schools in Claremont, leaving an indelible mark as a cherished math teacher. He received several awards for his teaching excellence, including the Perry Award and the Jean E. Miller Excellence in Teaching Award. He wore many hats during his tenure, serving not only as a dedicated math teacher, but also as a dorm head, advisor, and a varsity coach. Beyond his professional achievements, James was known for his culinary talents, his warmth, his kindness, and his genuine care for others. He will be truly missed. James is survived by his 3 sisters, Irma, Beverly, and Virginia, and numerous nieces, nephews, grandnieces, and grandnephews. Also, that we adjourn in memory of John Felton, longtime resident of Claremont, who passed away on January 21st at the age of 91. John was born and raised in Peru, Illinois. He met the love of his life, Joan, in high school. They married before he was drafted into the Army at the start of the Korean War. After serving in the Army for 2 years, John enrolled at Bradley University and majored in finance. With their 2 children, John and Joan made Claremont their home in 1974, where they would reside for the rest of their lives. John was passionate about serving his community. He served as president of the Rotary Club of Pomona, president of the Pomona Chamber of Commerce, and chairman of the board of Pomona Valley Hospital Foundation. He was also a member of the Los Angeles County Fair Association. In his spare time, he was an avid golfer, swimmer, and walker. He was a devoted family man and cherished his time with his grandchildren and great-granddaughter. His unwavering dedication to his community and his loving spirit will continue in the hearts of all that knew him. He will be deeply missed. John is survived by his 2 children, John and Kathy, brother James, 6 grandchildren, and 1 great-grandchild. Also, we're going to adjourn in memory of Eleanor Forbes Pearson, longtime resident of Claremont, who passed away at the age of 103. Eleanor grew up in Claremont and worked at the Claremont Packing House in her early years. Raised, educated, and married in Claremont, she dedicated over 50 years to the Foothill County Day School. Her commitment to education led her to establish a scholarship in her name. The scholarship provides educational opportunities for children who might not otherwise have the chance to attend school. Eleanor was also an avid traveler, visiting Africa, Europe, South America, New Guinea, Croatia, and Mexico. She also developed a lifelong love for tennis because of her father. Eleanor played well into her 90s as a charter member of the Claremont Tennis Club. Because of her wisdom, her love for education, and her adventurous spirit, Eleanor became a mentor to all those who knew her. She will be deeply missed. She's survived by her 3 children, Cynthia, Jan, and Douglas, 4 grandchildren, and 8 great-grandchildren. Also, we adjourn in memory of Gloria Miller Saniaka, longtime resident of Altadena, who passed away at the age of 72. Gloria attended Cal State Los Angeles, University of Long Beach in 1985, and Union University of Oriental Medicine in 1991. She served on the Altadena Town Council and sat on Collaborate Pasadena's Leadership Council. She was also a skilled artist that specialized in textile and weaving art. Her business, Lost Domestic Arts, focused on reviving traditional art forms and was featured in the Los Angeles Times. Gloria is survived by her 2 daughters. Also, we adjourn in memory of Angela Chow, chairman and CEO of Foremost Group, who tragically passed away in a car accident on Sunday, February 11th. She was 50 years old. She was born in Siscock, New York, and graduated magna cum laude with a degree in economics from Harvard College in 1994. She joined the family business Foremost Group in 1996 and later earned an MBA from Harvard Business School. Foremost Group operates a global fleet of bulk carrier ships transporting commodities like iron ore and soybeans. As Foremost Group CEO, she emphasized orders for new environmentally suitable vessels that burn alternate fuels. She served on numerous boards, including the Harvard Business School Board of Dean's Advisors, the Metropolitan Opera, and the Chairman's Council of the Metropolitan Museum of Art. She was also founding member of the Asian American Foundation and was the co-chair of its education committee. She is survived by her husband, Jim Breyer, their 3-year-old son, her father, James S.C. Chow, and 4 sisters. I also move that the Board of Supervisors adjourn in memory of the following individuals who were identified as indigent veterans by the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner and were subsequently buried with dignity and honor at Riverside National Cemetery in the last month. Clayton Randolph Brewer, Army; Edward Clark Conger, Army; Jimmy Dean Spivey, Army; Robert John Gibbs, Marines; Charles James Lapari, Army; John Larry McNally, Army; Richard Volsgarden, Army /RA; Howard Wayne Franklin, Air Force; Garth Stephen Blair, Air Force; Mark Milford Sanger, Marines; Theodore Collins Jr., Marines; Robert K. Dorsey, Army; Stephen Michael Alvarez, Army; William Ferner, Army; Franklin Smith, Army; Terry Dugar, Army; Charles Nicky Simpson, Navy; Jeff Manning, Army; David Keith Bryant, Air Force; Thomas Ramos, Army; Henry John Taylor, Air Force; Samuel Joseph Marsh, Army; Freddie Joe Perdue, Marines; Bruce Jan Foreman, Marines; Robert Joseph Coget, Army; Stephen Londe Cameron, Navy; Harold Leroy McLean, Marines; Frederick John Serrano, Army; Barry Tony Benson, Navy; Thurman Mosley, Navy; Mark Allen Smith, Air Force; and Gerald Nobert Fulbright, Navy. Their contributions and sacrifice and service to our country are never going to be forgotten. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Armando Caracosa, who passed away on February the 9th at the age of 52. Armando was often known as Mondo by his loved ones. He brought boundless joy and inspiration to all who knew him. He was more than just a person with Down syndrome. He was a beacon of light and a testament of resilience and joy. He left an incredible mark on the community and taught us invaluable lessons about kindness, acceptance, and advocacy. Although he had a speech impediment, he was a champion for Alma Family Services, where he received educational and supportive services. He was a strong communicator for the East LA community and countywide. He even treasured his collection of county pins dearly and wore them with pride. He viewed the county seal as a symbol of safety, healing, and adventure. His presence was a constant reminder of the beauty of diversity and the importance of inclusion in the county. Mondo never allowed his condition to define him. He found joy in the simplest of moments, from attending faith-based gatherings with his sister Lourdes, walking the family dog with his brother Beto, and spending quality time with his dad, nephew, and niece. Mondo touched the hearts of everyone he encountered, including mine and my family. In one instance, I recall him meeting then President-elect Joe Biden at a campaign event rally, and he was admiring then President Joe Biden's pin that he had on his lapel. And the president looked at him, hugged him, and gave him his pin. He's survived by his father, Angel, sister Lourdes, brother Alberto, niece Christina, and nephew Daniel. May he rest in peace. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of my and my husband's good friend, Frank White Bennett III. Frank was born on February 28, 1942, in Durham, North Carolina, to Cynthia May Rogers and Frank Bennett II. He attended Duke University for his undergraduate studies, where he learned percussion. He then attended Yale University, where he received a doctorate in jazz composition. After graduating, he went on to play drums with Benny Goodman, Woody Herman, and Stan Getz, playing in musical theaters and orchestral concerts. Frank's life took a serendipitous, did I say that right? Serendipitous turn when he discovered South Indian classical music known as Carnatic. He studied Tala, Indian rhymes, and Veena, a popular South Indian instrument with many South Indian gurus. He first traveled to India to study music with Dr. S. Ramanathan, where he met Dr. Ramanathan's daughter, Geetha Ramanathan, who, like all her family, was an accomplished Veena player and vocalist. Frank and Geetha married in 1974 in India and played music together for more than 40 years. They recorded numerous albums and played in the US, India, Dubai, Europe, China, and Singapore. They had a son, Anand Ramachandran Bennett, who also became a musician. The family moved to Los Angeles in 1984, where Frank worked as an orchestrator on many films, was honored to be among the world's finest musicians. He marveled how musicians in Los Angeles could record music perfectly in one reading. His passion for Indian music was a huge part of his life. He loved the Indian community throughout the county and made many friends that he cherished. Despite relatively good health over the last few years, he battled pneumonia in early February and passed away peacefully at his home in Laverne on February 14th, surrounded by his loved ones and friends while listening to his wife's music. Frank was a remarkable musician and wonderful human being. His son, Anand, is committed to sharing his parents' music with anyone who would like to listen. He leaves behind many people who loved him. May he rest in peace. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Robert Bob Ramirez. Bob was born on May 6, 1945, and passed away on February the 3rd, 2024. Bob graduated from Cathedral High School in Cal State LA. After graduating, he worked on Southern Pacific Railroad and Transportation Company and later enrolled in the U.S. Air Force in 1965. He was deployed to Vietnam in 1966, where he served as security police specialist with the Scout Patrol Fire Team. He earned the Air Force Commendation Medal for his meritorious service. Following his military service, Bob's commitment to advocacy and representation led him to his role as general chairman of IBEW, where he tirelessly served for over 30 years. He also worked as a professor at Los Angeles Trade Tech College, and as a founding member of the El Rio Veterans Collaborative, he spearheaded the effort to establish a Veterans Memorial at the Rio de Los Angeles State Park in Northeast LA. Every year, he hosted a Veterans Day event and Memorial Day to honor the service and sacrifices of veterans. I had the honor to join him on several occasions, supporting him and the veteran community. Bob is survived by his wife, Caroline, their 2 children, and the community he served so faithfully. We will dearly miss him. And finally, I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of a lovely couple from the San Gabriel Valley, Sarah B. and Anthony Luis Ayala. Sarah Sally Batello Ayala was born on September 26, 1929, and passed away at the age of 94 years of age in the comfort of her home, surrounded by her family, on January 15, 2024. Just 2 weeks after her passing, her husband, Anthony Louis Ayala, passed away at the age of 100 years old in Baldwin Park, California, on January 31st, 2024. Sally and Louis were married for 72 years. Sally was born in Los Angeles, California, by her mother, Anita, and was raised with the assistance of her grandmother, Josefina. Sally was the oldest of 10 children. She had 5 brothers and 4 sisters. As a young girl, Sally lived in Aberhill, California, where she once described her days as strenuous because she had to walk miles on a dirt road from home to school, bus, and back home again. Her stay in Aberhill didn't last long before moving back to Los Angeles County, where she grew up in El Monte, spending time with friends, singing with her parish choir, her church choir, and attending local dances. She enjoyed bowling, watching Lifetime movies, attending fashion shows, betting on football games, and taking trips to the casinos, art exhibits, and plays. On one New Year's Eve in her 20s, Sally attended a dance in the historic Roger Young Dance Hall in downtown LA, where she met the love of her life and longtime partner, Anthony Louis Ayala. Louis was born on January 17, 1924 in Los Angeles, California, to Jovita and Salud Ayala, and was the youngest of 5 children. Growing up, he took courses at Caltech, Los Angeles Trade Tech, where he earned his certificates in graphic design and drawing. He would later go on to teach courses in the same studies and work as a graphic artist for Los Angeles District Attorney's Office. He also served in World War II, and after his service, he dedicated his time to supporting veterans at the Veterans of Foreign War, VFW Post 10218 in El Monte. He was instrumental in ensuring that VFW expanded programs, benefits, and services to bolster veteran service members and their family. Louis enjoyed attending Santa Anita racetracks, joining VFW resource fairs, visiting his extended family in Mexico, and playing the violin. Louis' extroverted personality won over everyone, and Louis and Sally will be remembered as a loving couple who were resilient, faith-driven, and adventurous. They are survived by their 4 children, Vivian, Lorraine, Philip, Cecile, 9 grandchildren, and 7 great-grandchildren. My heart goes out to the Ayala family. And lastly, I just want to call attention to wish my father, who passed some years ago, a happy birthday. Today, he would have become 100 years old. God bless you, Dad, Raul Solis. Thank you. That concludes my my statements, Madam Chair.
That's beautiful. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I move today that when we adjourn in the memory of Missouri Griffin Billingsley. Miss Griffin Billingsley was born on February 16, 1915 in Canton, Mississippi, and passed away peacefully at her home on January 20th at the remarkable age, get ready, colleagues, of 108. She was the eldest of 11 children who were raised by sharecroppers. After the Great Depression, she relocated to the Watts community in 1941. She married the love of her life, Clark Billingsley, and to this union, 4 children were born: Annie, Eddie Lee, Isidore, and Taylor. She worked as a housekeeper at the Hilton Inn until her retirement. She enjoyed cooking, especially Southern food, and was known for her monkey bread. She also enjoyed sewing, hosting family gatherings, and helping family members relocate from the South to California for a better life. She was a proud Lakers fan and a member of the Estelle Van Meter Senior Center in South Los Angeles. She was also a faithful member of New Hope Baptist Church, where she proudly served as an usher. Despite her age, Missouri felt she had no health concerns that held her back. So, at 94 years of age, she lost her right leg, but she persevered and learned how to walk again. And at the age of 104, she took her first airplane ride. In a 2021 Los Angeles Times article that recognized her 106th birthday, she shared what she credited for her longevity, and that was her faith and her belief in God. She will be remembered as a beacon of strength and wisdom, and for her feisty and energetic attitude. She is survived by her loving family and friends, including her 11 grandchildren, 26 great-grandchildren, and 24 great-great-grandchildren. A life well lived and a life that will be remembered. Thank you, Supervisor Hahn, for joining in this adjournment with me. And colleagues, when we adjourn today, Supervisor Hahn and I ask that we adjourn in the memory of the truly remarkable life of Redondo Beach Mayor Bill Brand. Mayor Brand was born on September 19, 1958 in Dallas, Texas, and passed away surrounded by his loving family and friends on Friday, February 9th at the age of 65. In 1966, his family relocated to the South Bay area, spending their first 2 weeks at the Portofino Inn, where he swam in the Seaside Lagoon, a tradition that would continue for the rest of his life, as you can see by that handsome picture of the mayor. After graduating from high school, he attended El Camino College, then Cal State University Long Beach, where he graduated with a Bachelor of Science degree in chemical engineering. He also received a master's degree in business administration from USC. He had a 4-decade career with American Airlines as a crew chief and worked as an engineer for the Fluor Corporation, an engineering and construction company. In 2004, he co-founded the South Bay Parkland Conservancy to form a nonprofit dedicated to preserving open space and creating more parks. His passion for conservation and his tireless advocacy for the protection of our precious natural resources inspired us all and laid the foundation for a legacy of environmental stewardship that will endure for generations to come. His tenure with the city of Redondo Beach started in 2009, and he exemplified the essence of servant leadership. From his earliest days on the Redondo Beach City Council to his 2 terms as the city's mayor, he tirelessly devoted himself to the betterment of Redondo Beach and all her residents. He never allowed personal adversity to hinder his unwavering dedication to the people he proudly served. In the nearly 5 years since Mayor Brand was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer, he faced the daunting challenge of fighting this disease with unparalleled courage and determination. Despite the immense physical and emotional toll it took on him, he continued to embrace life, refusing to let his condition overshadow his role in serving the city of Redondo Beach. In his final days, he was still making calls to help move things forward, including, as reported in the Daily Breeze, naming the person who would replace him. So we also want to congratulate the new mayor, Mayor Light. According to the city of Redondo Beach, he survived longer than anyone else in the country with the same form of cancer, which is not merely a medical achievement, it's a testament to Mayor Brand's indomitable will to live, his unwavering resolve to move forward, and his profound dedication to the community he loved so dearly. He was passionate about ocean education. At the last State of the City speech for Redondo, he displayed the first rendering of the new concept for a waterfront education center near his beloved seaside lagoon. He knew the importance of access to this facility and the coast in general, and to all LA County residents. He was actively working with a new school in my district, Seed School of LA, to ensure that its students and the facility would be welcomed. Anyone who knew Mayor Brand knew one of his biggest goals and achievements was successfully leading the effort to stop the rebuilding and the repowering of the AES power plant, which closed on New Year's Eve 2023. And what a party he threw. Even on the afternoon of New Year's Eve, community came out strong to celebrate this win with him, something that he had fought for over 20 years. At the event, he quoted Margaret Mead, quote, "Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has," end quote. His wife, Deidre, also an environmentalist and public servant in her own career, retired as a section manager of environmental planning for the Metropolitan Water District and currently serves as a project manager for the South Bay Parkland Conservancy, where I was proud to join her and the mayor in celebrating a native habitat restoration project on a small piece of county-owned land at the Esplanade in Redondo Beach last year, as well as supporting them with both funding and letters of support for the building of their new community garden. I'll end with a quote from Mayor Brand that demonstrates his character, I think, authentically. Quote, "We all get something eventually, and we all face different challenges at different times. So hold your loved ones tighter and be there for them. Your roots of connection will grow even deeper," end quote. As we adjourn in Mayor Brand's memory today, let's celebrate the incredible legacy he leaves behind, including his lovely wife Deidre and stepdaughter Shannon. I hope that we will all honor his memory by embracing life and his commitment to service with the same courage and resilience that he exemplified. Supervisor Hahn?
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell. That was a very beautiful tribute to Bill. Yeah, this was hard for me. I was such a good friend of Bill's, and I spoke at his service last week. He's going to have another public service this Sunday, but last week, and we were given very explicit instructions. Only 5 minutes, wear whatever you want, talk about whatever you want, and no politics in all capital letters with 4 exclamation points behind it. And I said, okay, I'm going to break that rule right off the bat because I met Bill through politics. I was running for Congress in 2011, and Redondo Beach was in that congressional district, and I wanted his endorsement. He was very popular. Popular until the day he died. He was such a popular guy. And he wasn't going to do it on the phone. He insisted that I meet him for coffee, and he wanted to look me in the eye to see if I was a real deal. And I got his endorsement. I was elected to Congress, and we became political allies, but we became so much more than that. We became such good friends. And everything that you mentioned, Supervisor Mitchell, in that beautiful, it was almost like a eulogy that you read. You know, he was such a fierce protector of the lifestyle of living by the beach. The first time his family came from Texas and they pulled up to the Seaside Lagoon and he saw Redondo Beach, he couldn't believe, I think he was 8, and he's like, "You mean we're going to get to live here?" He couldn't believe it. And he never lost that love and protecting that lifestyle, particularly from overdevelopment and corporate greed. And he fought his whole life to keep the development of the waterfront down and to ultimately close the AES power plant. And when he first asked for my support, I was happy to give it to him, but I had worked for Southern California Edison in the previous life, and that was one of our generating plants we had to divest during the deregulation. But I thought anyone that goes up against a utility and the PUC probably will lose. They're that powerful. And so to see on New Year's Eve, he got to pull the off switch for that power plant. It was such a fitting sort of end to his life. After that, I believe he felt like his job had been done, and his health began to decline pretty rapidly. But we all knew him from Contract Cities. I'm sure you saw him many times at those conferences. He was a great representative for Redondo Beach, but really for the whole region. And he just never lost that those boyish looks. He looked good in a suit and tie, and he looked good in a wetsuit and board shorts. And he was that guy, and he was kind of an iconic mayor of a beachside community. But he had a heart of gold, and you know, when he met Deirdre, they met online of all things. But all of us that knew her and knew him knew that he had found the love of his life. And I know this is really hard for her as well. But even during the 5 years of tough cancer treatments, you never heard Bill complain. You never heard him. In fact, the opposite. He wanted the public to kind of go along that journey with him. Nils Nierenheim, who was a council member, a good friend of his, took pictures in the hospital one day of him getting the MRI and the CAT scans, and he wanted the public to know. He wanted to be transparent that this was the journey he was going on, and he said there's a lot of other people that go on this journey as well. And he wanted to be a model of kind of how you continue to live your life. So he will be greatly missed. There will never be another Bill Brand.
Yeah. If I may join you, also, I did know him through Contract Cities, and he was a stalwart advocate for local control, for his community, and he really built community in so doing. So many times that kind of advocacy can turn toxic, and he was the exact opposite. And he really invited people in, so I'd love to join you in that recognition. Any others? Okay. At this time, we will take all the motions as seconded. If there is no objection to a unanimous vote, that will be the action. I want to thank our Sheriff's Department staff for their preparation and protection at our meeting today. And now, members of the public and colleagues, we are going into closed session. While we're in closed session, we'll be showing video presentations. I have one with information on the upcoming March 5th presidential primary election. Executive Officer, please read us into closed session.
In accordance with Brown Act requirements, notice is hereby given that the Board of Supervisors will convene in closed session to discuss item number CS1, Conference with Labor Negotiators, Visa Davenport, and designated staff, item number CS2, Conference with Legal Counsel regarding anticipated litigation, and item number CS3, Conference with Legal Counsel regarding anticipated litigation, as indicated on the posted and supplemental agenda. Thank you.
Hey, Los Angeles, the March 5th presidential primary election is fast approaching. There's still time to register to vote and to learn about who and what is on your ballot. And if you're able, we still need election workers.
Your voice matters, and participating in our democracy is a sacred duty, and it's more important than ever. We all play a pivotal role in our representative form of governance, and it is our collective responsibility to vote. The County of Los Angeles and the Registrar Recorder County Clerk are committed to providing you with everything needed for a successful election. Visit lavote.gov for all the details. Thanks for voting.
know we're returning to our chambers. Can you please read the report of action?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The following is a report of action for closed session on February 27, 2024. Item number CS1, no reportable action. Item number CS2, no reportable action. And item number CS3, no reportable action.
That concludes today's meeting. The next regular meeting of the board will be held on Wednesday, March 6, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. We are adjourned.